We invite you to join us at Emergence 2024, where technology and innovation are coming together to create the era of abundance in the heart of Sydney. This is a network of forward thinkers, investors, leaders and innovators coming together in one destination. Dive into curated panel sessions on venture capital, digital assets, family offices, property, funds and more. Emergence 2024 is your gateway to the latest investment trends. You will gain investment insights from some of Australia's leading investors direct. Access curated private market opportunities, fund managers and innovative small cap listed companies set to shape the future. Connect with the CEOs directly. The companies featured will be from a range of sectors including life science, climate tech, fintech, agri-tech, digital assets, deep tech, advanced manufacturing and much more. With high-valued networking opportunities, each interaction at Emergence 2024 could be the start of something significant. Engage, connect and grow your network in an environment designed for business and investment success. Whether you're a seasoned investor or new to angel and venture investing, Emergence 2024 is your platform for insights, opportunities and networks. Join an ecosystem that's shaping the future of the investment landscape. Be a part of Emergence 2024. Experience the synergy of innovation, ideas and investment in Australia's deal-making capital. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. My name is Steve Torsa. I'm the founder of Wholesale Investor. I'd like to welcome everyone to come here today. So today brings us to the 7th edition of Emergence. It's one of those funny things for us as a company. We've hosted a lot of events throughout our time, but Emergence has basically taken on a life of its own. And it's something that's become special to us as a company. And this year is quite unique in that not only are we doing it in Australia, but we're also going to be hosting Emergence across Singapore and also the UK as well for the first time since 2019. Now, typically for the last couple of years when I've been hosting events, I've been talking about all the fear that's actually been taking place in the market. And it was pretty much all around the different sentiment that everyone was communicating at that time. This year, from our side, marks a transition in that. And if you're at my recent meetup, you would know how different that is to what it looks like from our perspective going forward and how we see things. We have done our best over the last 6 months to curate and shape a range of keynote speakers and panel session that speaks to the opportunity that comes to all of us over the next 3 to 5 years in this ecosystem. We know that there's a lot of ups and downs. The last 2 years have been mostly downs, except for high yield opportunities and climate tech, and now obviously in the last 12 months sort of AI. But what's been really interesting for me is that I can see now what, you've got that vision, you've got that sort of foundation of what comes next. So one of the things in the meetups that I talked about was the actual founder sentiment and the investor sentiment, the stuff that no one really wants to sort of talk about too openly. I mentioned that founders had felt beaten up, they were tired, they were burnt out, but yet they were still optimistic. And I'll explain why in my presentation. On the investor side, I know all of you have had would have had different challenges in your portfolio unless you cashed out at the end of 2021, right? Whether it be the problematic companies, whether it be the portfolios going down for a period, but you're also still optimistic about what comes next over the next sort of couple years. These next 2 days are about the era of abundance. And in my presentation, I'm going to talk about what we see as the foundational elements that are coming together to actually create that. And likewise, as I said, we have curated these panel sessions and the keynotes specifically to actually speak to that. Now, from a logistics perspective, when it's today, we're going to have 3 different networking breaks. We have got loads of time for networking. I know our audience loves to network. We have actually got 2 exhibition areas. In the exhibition areas are all the companies that are going to be featuring, going to be presenting today. I strongly encourage that when you go and speak to those companies, have a conversation with one lens. One, your own personal ambitions about what you're looking for, either from an investment perspective or strategic opportunity perspective. And then the other lens is who could this opportunity be relevant to in your network? I know that every single one of you will have anywhere between 10 to 15 people in your audience, in your networks that are involved in this space, that are passionate about it, and that can make a difference to some of the companies. This space has grown by the indirect networking, right? And I see that over and over again. You know, one of the companies that is featured here today, after the last event they attended, within a week they were speaking to a UK billionaire because of an introduction from one of our events. These are the small things that we hear about time and time again. Now, I'll also highlight that each day has its own different set of companies. So the companies that are exhibiting today in day one will not be there in day two. We'll have a different set of companies in there for day two. Likewise, I'll have a different introductory talk from my side for day two as well, talking about some other key things that we're focused on. With the 3 breaks, I just ask one thing as an event organizer. Make it easy for us to get you back in the room, right? Because I know I said the networking we've got plenty of time for networking, whether it be through the 3 different sessions or even the drinks at the end tomorrow night. We've done everything to make it so that, number one, we want to place a spotlight on the companies that are featured today, right? And we want to give you the opportunity to listen to what they're talking about and access them. So make sure, help us from the event organizer perspective of just coming in the room when we sort of make the announcement to come in. As I said, we want to make sure that every company gets to have their own sort of spotlight for the event. Now, as far as from the other thing I'll mention is that, I've already mentioned that. 1 second. Now I'll actually go to my presentation. So the first part is I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors. You know, the first one I'll say is Pacific Channel. You're going to actually hear from the Pacific Channel today. The first time we worked with Pacific Channel was back in 2013 when they brought us a New Zealand company called Engender. And I tell you what, we're now fortunate enough to work with several of the NZ VCs. There is some incredible innovation coming out of NZ, some great people, great companies, global scalable potential. And dare I say it, their valuations are, let's say, more friendly for an Australian audience than what people may normally experience, right? So just keep a lookout for that, and I'll mention some of the NZ companies today. But Pacific Channel, that first example we got, the investors from WI that participated in that deal did incredibly well. In fact, Pacific Channel have done well. They started out as an advisory firm, and then they've now built themselves to be not only a fund manager, but also a investment banking operation as well, and are one of the sort of standouts as far as building in the NZ ecosystem. So make sure you chat to the Pacific Channel team today as well. Going to be talking about BetterX. You know, we've got an announcement coming up with them. So they're building a crypto trading platform specifically for companies that deal with in the wealth management space, as well as high net worths and family offices as well, with institutional grade security. Incredible team behind it. Calvin from Aura Funds Management. They've got rich listers backing them. And then I just found personally, dealing with Eric is one of the most efficient people I've worked with. We're fortunate enough to have Ansarada here as well. All of you would have seen Sam's announcement recently about Ansarada going through a trade sale to Insight. I'm super happy for him as a company. Ansarada is an Australian tech success story that very few people talk about in that light. But to go from a startup to selling for 260 million, they're their own success story. And what Sam doesn't know or hasn't seen about deals, very few people would have. Invest HK. One of the things working with the Invest HK team, someone like Luca, they are so passionate about helping Australian companies succeed in Hong Kong, both for the fund managers here, right, and also the companies as well. They know that they want to actually help companies rediscover the potential of Hong Kong, and they're going to be doing a presentation today to talk about that. And then the last one I'm going to mention is RockingHorse. If you ever met Giles, he's one of the most laid-back humans I've ever met, but also one of the smartest. RockingHorse really assists companies in that R&D funding mechanism. And for a lot of companies here that actually do get R&D grants, it really helps them extend their funding runway. So a big thank you to our sponsors, because the reality is without sponsors and without the participating companies, these events just don't happen. So for my presentation, I'm going to start with this slide. See all those little mastheads up there? Remember those? Right, anyone actually still read a newspaper, an actual physical newspaper? There we go. He's literally got one in his hands. There we go. So I really wanted to highlight a point with this. If you think that classified revenue peaked at 1.7 billion in 2007, right? Those mastheads, for a lot of us, we actually grew up on, right? I remember the Sunday newspaper. I'm sure I used to deliver magazines or pamphlets at a different stage. Oops, I've gone the wrong direction. Within just a few years, within 9 years, only 10% of that revenue, a core feature of that revenue was from classified ads. That revenue quickly shifted to online, within the space of 10 years. And if you think about the S adoption curve when it comes to innovation, it also comes from the business model perspective. Now, what's interesting is if you think about it, the last big transaction in this space was when Fairfax sold to Channel 9 for $4 billion, right? Now, where that actually converted to is effectively those classified ads became Seek, they became car sales, they became REA Group, and they became Domain. In total, $49 billion of value was created, with the last company being sold at $4 billion. So my point in highlighting that is simply this. Innovation first replaces the value of the incumbent, and then it accelerates exponentially past it. We have seen that now a few times, but the internet really brought this fact out, right? That's 10x of what that was before for that specific component. We're absolutely now seeing the destruction of TV, right? Who here actually still watches the mainstream TV channels, out of curiosity, right? Very, very few people compared to beforehand. For me, if you think about the time you spend on the likes of YouTube, Rumble, all sorts of other platforms, is much more significant than what we would, or even just social media in general, than what we would actually spend watching normal Channel 7, Channel 9, Channel 10. But what's interesting is right now, we're actually going through a convergence of different technology platforms, and I mentioned this in my meetup to a much greater detail, between AI, robotics, energy storage, blockchain, and then DNA sequencing. We are seeing these technologies actually go across different sectors to make a difference. Now, this work has been done by Kathy Wood from ARK Invest. If you don't follow her, I highly recommend it. One of the best things she helped me do was actually be able to articulate what I was actually seeing in a structured format. And that's, said, whilst as an ETF fund manager, her fund goes up and down, we're all seeing this. Each one of us are actually seeing this take place in real time. And one of the comments she's made was that breakthroughs associated with energy storage and robotics alone could add 30% to real GDP by 2030, and AI could dwarf their contributions. So go back to the comment that I mentioned beforehand. So Sundar, in a little bit of heat at the moment, but he made this comment: artificial intelligence technology will be the biggest technological shift in our lifetimes, possibly bigger than the internet itself, right? And whilst people may sit there and think, okay, this is a bubble, this is hype at the moment, when you actually sit there and think about it, you go back and look at the likes of all those mastheads I showed you before, and you look at what they became over a 20-year period. The question is not if, the question is how long. And then the next part is the pace of innovation is accelerating exponentially, and will first replace the value of the internet. And you could even now say the hardware aspects when you look at what's happening with NVIDIA versus Intel as an example, right, from a share price. And then the applications actually built on it. And then it will accelerate exponentially. Let me bring up an example very few would expect at the start of this. There is right now sitting $93 billion in assets under management in gold ETFs that was launched 20 years ago. Bitcoin has always been described as the digital gold, right? This is probably even up now more since. $37 billion now sits in the 11 Bitcoin ETFs that were approved on January 11th this year. I said innovation first replaces the incumbent, and then it accelerates exponentially beyond it. What's even more interesting is right now, like obviously Bitcoin went up last night, it's actually making mainstream again. We haven't even seen the retail investment really come into Bitcoin at the moment. This price drive has been from the institutional side. There is 14 times more money going into these Bitcoin ETFs than what Bitcoin is being mined right now. So the economics of supply and demand lets you know what's going to take place with that going forward. So for me, Emergence is your platform across 2 days to gain insights into the innovation future. And more than that, there's innovation coming across a whole bunch of different ways. I just covered on the fun stuff. But let's talk about some other areas. The Great Succession. Our first keynote today is Stephen from the Valoop Exchange. The Great Succession is one of the biggest wealth transfers that will take place, and a lot of that will happen through the transfer of businesses as baby boomers retire and look to hand over the reins. The expansion of private market opportunities. We were fortunate enough to have PEP at our event in May last year. Cameron sent me a document from the Partners for Growth network. There was something like 100 plus pages. The opportunity in the private markets is exponentially growing at the moment. And then the last one, you'll notice across Emergence, we've got a range of different credit-related and fund-related opportunities. The rise of non-bank lending has absolutely taken off for a number of reasons. With the Great Succession, 40% of businesses right now are owned by baby boomers. They will go through their transition over the next decade. The expansion of private markets. In 2022, it was $12 trillion. It is expected to grow to 2033 to $30 trillion. It is currently growing at 12% CAGR. And then this last one, the rise of non-bank lending. So for investors that have got interest in growth, you've got that on the innovation side, on the crypto side, all the different assets, deep tech, etc. For investors that are interested in high yield, which majority of you also have in your portfolio, you've got that as well through these different range of opportunities. So whilst we've had a punishing last 2 years, I could not be more excited about what comes next over the next 2 to 3 years. Yes, there's ups and downs. Yes, there's yes, there's all sorts of different concerns about, politics, wars, all that sort of stuff, interest rates still there. But the reality is this is happening, right, on a number of different ways. And it's one of the greatest opportunities from an investor's perspective to participate in that. So us ourselves, we've got some special announcements. The first one is that the CRIS platform that you're on today, on Friday, it's going to be moved over to the new version of where our direction is, and that is Capital HQ. So CRISP is going to be rebranded to Capital HQ, and that sets in stone the direction for us that we are going to be going forward, which is completely all in on the private markets opportunity side, and obviously all in on the small cap listed side as well. But the private market opportunity side is why I keep on highlighting this. Effectively, the next milestone for us is we want to assist companies to create their deal room within seconds and then be connecting with investors in minutes, and completely removing the sort of dark art aspect to what this space is. And then as part of that, helping companies create their capital raising material that they will use within seconds. Stuff that they spend somewhere between weeks and months on right now. This is our direction going forward. Secondly, we're announcing our partnership with BetterX. Said, I'm a big believer in crypto. We were fortunate enough to work with Independent Reserve in 2013. Independent Reserve did their seed raise in our boardroom in 2013, and they're now one of the leading crypto exchanges. Banxa also did their seed raise with us. They are now one of the largest sort of basically fiat to crypto sort of platforms or onboarding ramps across the actual market, dealing with all the big exchanges. Right? The next stage is the wealth management aspect to it and the access for family offices and high net worths, and this is why we're partnering with BetterX. So you'll see a lot more communications from us around this. Valoop Exchange. Stephen's going to be the first presenter for today. I could not be more excited about the work that we are going to do with Valoop. If you think about that business succession area, they have created a very unique model to actually help founders go through that exit path, but best of all, the way they are doing it is in such a way that employees and management of those companies win. If you think about the journey for someone looking to sell a business right now, they've either typically got a business broker, they're listing via business brokers, or if they're lucky enough to be in that sort of 0.1%, to have sort of PE, private equity knocking on their door, or maybe private investors looking to take over. what they're doing is now empowering management and employees through a very unique platform. And I'll let Stephen talk more about that. So throughout the next 2 days, we've got a beautiful media wall set up around there. Take an absolute ton of photos, put your arm around people, take photos, share it on LinkedIn, share it on Twitter, share it with the hashtag Emergence 2024. Said, these next 2 days are for you, right? We do everything for this. You know, for us, everything is about the connection part. We want to make sure this whole event is as visible as possible on the social media side. So as I mentioned, the keynote speakers, Stephen Greenwood's going to be first from Valoop Exchange. Henrik Anderson, you know, they won the Morningstar Award in 2020. It was either 2020 or 2021. He's one of the top digital asset managers, crypto fund managers in the country. The last 2 times me and him have done interviews with each other, it's gone through a bull run. And the reason is because it's literally the bull run is written into the code of Bitcoin, right? It's written into the blockchain what happens. And I'll let him talk more about that. But to me, I want to give you guys, I want you to be saying that 2 years from now, that you got to take the advantage of the opportunities that was sort of talked about at this event. We've got 3 panel sessions that really, once again, that I see as being one of the greatest opportunities in this space. The small caps. When Australian small caps are on, you can almost get venture returns with some of the small caps. Imugene, who's presenting today, we worked with them when they're a 20 mil market cap company. They went to as high as $3.5 billion, right? Leslie's phenomenal. That whole area of immunotherapy is something super exciting. We've got companies like Cartherics, and Imugene presenting to talk about that today. When you do a deep dive on the immunotherapies, it's a super exciting space. Then we've got the venture capital investment trends. That's always a popular session for everyone, and we've obviously got some heavy hitters coming in for that. And then the last one to finish out the day, to make sure that absolutely everyone stays right to the end, is the digital asset investment trends. I'll just say this, that is not a session that any single one of you that have any interest in making money over the next few years will not want to miss, right? Such an important time for the crypto space. I said, as soon as BlackRock lodged their application for the ETFs, I knew it was on, right? And that's going to be an interesting panel session. So, I'm not going to go through, I've done this before where I try to go through all the companies featured. I'm not going to do that today, but all I'll say is this. Take the time and go and meet every single company presenting today. You've got some incredible New Zealand success stories inside of that. You've got companies like Foresta, right? So working with Ray now for a few years, it's incredible to see how he went from a company in the middle of Queensland to then an ASX listed company and now working on projects that are in the hundreds of millions of size. Incredible, founder and what he's been able to create over that time period. Obviously, as you know, I'm passionate about all the different life science. Recce's had some big announcements recently. TradeWindow I met just within the last week. When you actually see what they're doing, the status that they've been able to achieve that's a New Zealand company as well, what they've been able to achieve, really, really impressive. EBR Systems, since I found out about my son's heart issue, I've had a passionate area around the heart. These guys are moving into commercialization over the next 12 months, and we know that what that means for medical device-related companies. Also, an incredible Australian success story. The likes of Geniux, Imugene, KnightsBridge. Like I said, we've got so many great success stories coming out today. I just saw Ceres Tag as well. What I couldn't believe, we worked with Ceres Tag about 2 to 3 years ago. Now they're a global scaling business that have raised, somewhere in the range of sort of $14 to $16 million and actually scaling incredibly well and very well known globally in the sort of ag tech space. We have curated these companies to suit these times, and we have got such incredible companies presenting today. So take the time to go and meet all of them. And on that note, go into the app. We've sent you enough emails about that. All the companies are actually featured in our app. Just go to app.chris.io. Effectively, you get matched with different deals just on the core platform. We'll send more information about that later. But most importantly, you can access all the companies being featured over the next 2 days inside of that. And we've integrated the conference software. I appreciate some of you may have meetings throughout the day. You may sort of come in and out and so forth. That's completely fine. We're actually live streaming this event today as well. The last thing I'm going to finish on, and I'm definitely over time, is this. The power of one conversation is super important for this entire experience. So many times I've seen it where one conversation can change the trajectory of either an investment or an actual company. do your best to make sure you walk away with that one conversation. So on that note, that's the end of my keynote. I'm going to hand over to Stephen Greenwood from Valoop, and I'll say I won't do too much of an introduction because what he's about to say to me, I think he is solving one of the greatest grey area problems that represents trillions of dollars of wealth that is going to be transferred over the next day. And their perspective on that has absolutely opened my eyes for the opportunity also in the private market space for this next decade as well. So please welcome Mr. Stephen Greenwood from Valoop.
Thank you, Steve. Congratulations also to you and your team for everything you represent. I loved the word emergence, meaning bring to light. Just as something comes to light when before there was darkness or nothing, an emergence begins. We are emerging into a new era of abundance for sure. We are its guardians, and what we do next is critical. There are two groups of people, in my opinion, who are going to take a share of the abundance. One will definitely share in the abundance, and one must share in the abundance. Those who definitely share in the abundance will be the investors in the platform economy, a new economic revolution, a business model changing the way that we conduct our business. From zero to hero in 15 years, by 2025, the platform economy is going to be generating 60 trillion of global annual trade. The biggest component of the Fortune 500 will be platforms. Wealth and income abundance assured. The other group who must receive a share of the abundance are those who are in danger of being irretrievably left behind by society. When the 193 member states of the United Nations issued their implementation plan for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, our framework for world improvement, page 1, paragraph 1, line 1, we pledge to leave no one behind. We must deal with the three major social problems: poverty, inequality, and discrimination. We must endeavour to address those furthest behind first. I will work out how to use this system in a moment. Forgive me. Great book, Modern Monopolies. How do we dominate the 21st century economy? Well, the platform economy is redefining the way that we do business for sure. Exchange of products, innovation, services and social networking. A marketplace that is redefining the boundaries of what is possible and facilitating trade at a pace unprecedented in our history. Why do they create such abundance for shareholders? We're going to tell you. There's two types of platform. There's a maker platform and there's an exchange platform. I'm going to focus on the exchange platforms because they're at the front end of the market in the consumer world. You'll know some, Airbnb. It's a service exchange, introducing homeowners to travelers. Uber, a service exchange, introducing car owners to individuals. You'll know Amazon, a product exchange. You'll know Facebook, a social network exchange. You'll know Prosper, and none more important than Wholesale Investor, an investment exchange. Why do platform investors create such abundance? Because they're investing in a business model that's simple, hard to compete with, asset light, grow at a pace unprecedented in history, and enable global trading at the plug-in of an API. The future makers in the platform market will be multi-exchanges that combine products, investment, services, and social networking with their own products into one single monoline mega market, and they will be aligned to the new industrial revolution, Society 5. Baroness Bowles of Berkhamsted in the House of Lords in London, she asks us to create social technology. She says if financial technology is fintech, then social technology is soctech. We've been through 4 industrial revolutions since 1760. Mechanization, electrification, automation, digitization, and now 264 years later, we're in the new industrial revolution of personalization, society, Society 5. What is Society 5? Well, Society 5 will transcend traditional business models, but include social outcomes. Society 5 is somewhere where I want to invite you. We have, yes, Society 5 will include AI, machine learning, digitization for sure, but it will address the problems that we need to address: wealth and income inequality, gender and race discrimination. There's no doubt about it, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. In-work poverty is increasing. I find that so difficult to understand. You can have a full-time job but still being poor, and then your children are in poverty. Australia is no exclusion from that. It's suffering from the same phenomenon as the rest of the world. In 1970, workers in poverty in Australia equaled 2%. In-work poverty in Australia now is 38%. Full-time job, but still poor, children poor. In evolutionary sense, we transitioned to Society 5, our new industrial revolution, overnight. When you woke up this morning, you woke up into Society 5. What we do next is absolutely critical. And I want, if I may, to invite you into Society 5. The moment you stand up from your chair today, you step into Society 5 with me, and we stand up for world improvement. I want to ask you to stand up with me. Please, stand up. Please. 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 Thank you. Please. If you are the luckiest 1% of humanity, which you are, you owe it to the rest of humanity to think about the other 99%. That's a message from Warren Buffett. Thank you very much. How do we encapsulate everything that we need to encapsulate? Well, we go to where all of the abundance is and where all of the workers in poverty are, and that's in the small to medium-sized enterprise. They turn over between 1 million and 50 million. They employ between 10 to 250 people, and they make a profit of between 500 grand and 15 million. Tremendous statistics here. There's 600 million of them in the world, generating 42 trillion of global trade, and they employ 2 billion workers. The problem in this SME market, globally critically important, But the problem is it's in a closed and exclusive ownership structure. 73% of these businesses are owned by one shareholder who keep all the dividends to themselves at the exclusion of all of the workers who help create the dividend. 22% have got two shareholders who keep all of the dividends to themselves at the exclusion of all of the workers who help create the dividend. 98.98% of these businesses, the 600 million businesses, are in a closed and exclusive ownership. It's our duty to transition these businesses to an open and inclusive ownership. Why? Because there's 2 billion employees in this asset class. 776 million of them are in poverty. Interesting statistics from one of our most important regions in the United Kingdom, the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. 66% of the poor kids, children in poverty, have a parent who work in an SME business. In America, 48% of the working population in SMEs can't scrape together $400 in the event of an emergency. We need to transition these businesses to open and inclusive. The good news is, as Steve pointed out, we've got this huge demographic shift known as the silver tsunami. Silver-haired entrepreneurs need a succession and retire from commercial life. Approximately a third to 40% of these businesses need to transition ownership over the next 10 years. They will be followed by the next third, the echo boomers, my age group, and then the next third. Over the next 30 to 40 years, all 600 million businesses will need to transfer ownership. And what we're going to do is we're going to transfer the ownership through the Valoop Exchange platform, where the shares transition ownership, owners retire, they receive fair value, but it transitions into a new model of an ownership, an employee ownership trust structure. Dividends from the SME will then go into the trust structure. The trustees will distribute the dividend to all employees equally. It's fully inclusive, irrelevant of age, race, gender, status. Everybody gets a share of the dividend. They receive it as a bonus in the pay packet and they pay tax, and it's on top of their employment salary. It's by contract. One of the geniuses, including the Australian government that have adopted the employee trust structure, is that the employees don't have their names on the shares. They receive a share of the dividend by having an employment contract. They can't take it with them when they leave, and when a new person joins, they fall into the structure to receive a dividend. When they retire, it just perpetually transitions over to the next wave of employee. They're set up with a 125-year expected minimum period. These countries here are countries that have adopted the trust structure recently. Goals are appearing all over the place. 50 million employees by 2050 is the goal of America to take employees into employee ownership. The UK, we've got a goal of 1 million employees to go into co-ownership by 2030. Europe is 3 million by 2030, all aligning with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and Australia is 300,000 by 2030. How we're going to do that is with the Valoop Exchange. Valoop is value and loop put together, reflecting all of the value loops that occur when you create employee ownership. Employees have a sense of status, more empowerment, they work harder, they generate more income, they have a vote, they're empowered. If you share profit and power, there becomes no conflict. Statistically, they take more money home, their household net worth is higher than an employee who works in a business that hasn't got employee ownership. The value loops for the business are as astounding. The businesses generate more profit, they pay more tax, they're more resilient, they're more competitive, they're seen as more ethical by the outside world, they have higher margins. It is an economic phenomenon. The academic world say this: distributive justice required for market efficiency is then created. The businesses just become more profitable and more inclusive. The Valoop Exchange is a change maker, set to be the next decacorn, addressing a mega market in a monoline market with its own products, aligning with Society 5, transitioning businesses at pace, frictionless, as a sale and purchase through the platform exchange. I have two final messages in the 20 seconds that I've got left. One, if you have products, services that you feel would assist in the transition of these businesses to employee ownership through the Valoop Exchange, come to me. If you want to share in the wealth abundance from the first ever digital platform to transition businesses to employee ownership in the greatest transfer of wealth in the history of humankind, and you want to assist in people who matter the most in the employee bank of these businesses, share in the abundance, then I ask you to come to talk to me. I'm here for 3 days, and I'm enormously grateful for the time I have to share this with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. How great was that? Good morning, everyone. My name is Shella, and I will be your MC for today. I hope everyone is as excited as I am. Now, please join me in welcoming Arthur Nomdis, CEO of Align Disability Investments.
Hey, Shelley. Thanks for that. And thank you for the opportunity to present today. Obviously, I'm not a platform per se, a fund, but we'll hopefully show you something of interest. The disclaimer first, as normal, but in particular, general advice, there shouldn't be any retail people, but just in case any retail people are streaming in, this is not personal advice, general advice only. The summary of what I'm going to say today is, firstly, the first one is we're going to deliver SDA. SDA stands for Specialist Disability Accommodation where it's needed. And the question I get asked is, why would you deliver it where it's not needed? You'll see shortly. One of the ancillary outcomes of our strategy is that in addition to delivering specialist disability accommodation, we deliver or improve housing supply, which is another good outcome for the current environment. And nothing will happen if the investment returns aren't attractive, because whilst people say they want to do good, a lot of people, firstly in particular superannuation funds, sole purpose test requires them to make returns first, then do good. So deliver attractive returns. Institutional pricing asymmetry. This is going to be an interesting one. This is where we've got something where institutions pay more for something than we do, and you'll see why. And that's one of the end game strategies for our property development and acquisition. Investment recycling. So our strategies, you'll see, will build, lease, sell, recycle the capital, provide opportunities for investors to redeem. We're a pooled fund. And then you'll see some distribution options that since the last time we presented that have evolved. So I'll start off with the National Disability Scheme provides subsidised rent, or in fact full rent for disability accommodation, disability people. And the rent is between $60,000 and $90,000, and it's required to be high because we build specialist accommodation that can't be used in a normal residential environment. So, why would investors do it if the yield's not going to be good? Because obviously the capital growth is going to be impacted. One of the outcomes of the NDIS, however, is that it favours regional and outer suburbs. And the reason why is if it's the same rent that's being paid across the country, the yield for investors is going to be better where the land prices are lower. So the last 5 years or so, where investors have been focusing very heavily is in regional and outer suburbs or greenfield locations. Because that's where land is cheapest, and you can deliver about a 12% net income yield after property management fees. So it's a very attractive return. The problem with this, of course, is that's not where people live. They live in Metro, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Perth, etc. And so as an investor, it's great if you're the first one who builds an NDIS property, say Wagga Wagga or whatever, but you have no idea who else is building. And there's some areas that have become saturated, and the vacancy rate can approach 100%. So it's a very high risk. So what we've tried to do is figure out how can we come up with a strategy to deliver national disability or specialist disability accommodation where it's needed in metropolitan Australia. And you'll see the strategy is a hybrid strategy. It's a hybrid development strategy, and effectively what we're doing by this is to reduce the attributed cost that's attributed to the NDIS accommodation and reduce it to the point where the yield is the same. It's 12%. So we're targeting 12% net yield after property management. How do we do, or what is a hybrid development? It's actually very simple. We buy a block. It's got to be a largest block at the moment, so 1,000 to 1,200 square metre block in metro areas. We do a 3-storey development with a basement. Effectively one of those stories, one of the floors is NDIS and the other 2 are residential. And by doing this, we're splitting the high metro cost across multiple floors. And the net effect is that the attributed cost to the NDIS components is effectively about 30 to 40% of the cost, and which yields the similar cost outcome or yield outcome as if it was regional Australia or outer suburbs. The transaction size is a bit bigger. So when people build an NDIS accommodation, say in outer suburbs, it's about $1.5 million for a house on land type package. Here, the cost is closer or between $8 and $16 million. That's also a plus for our fund because it's too big for all the small syndicate, where an accountant syndicates 5, 6 investors to buy a block of land and borrow a bit of money and build an NDIS accommodation. So it's a bit harder for private syndications, but it's too small for the big players. These are they're too bitty, so it creates this little middle market for us. So we're targeting, and generally we deliver between 4 and 6, sometimes maximum 8 or 9 NDIS apartments in any one location, because that's the feedback we're getting from the government. They don't want a whole block of disabled accommodation. They want what are called salt and peppering, and in fact our designs are being amended as we speak to blend the NDIS apartments within the whole 3 stories rather than the ground floor. So that's happening. So the net result is we're delivering the yield that investors would get everywhere else, which is 12%, but we're also delivering it where there is much less likelihood of vacancy risk because that's where people live. And the other aspect of our hybrid strategy is clearly we're developing these resi properties. Well, there is a residential shortage in Australia, so it's a good time to be doing that. And we deliver between 8 and 12% annualised return on the resi properties is what we're targeting. Now, institutional pricing asymmetry. So as I said, we're delivering about 12% gross yield for the asset. We're having a bit of, these are the NDIS properties. We're having about 40% to 45% debt, which will increase the delivered yield to the investors of the fund to about 14%. This is based upon the a vacancy, an occupancy rate of about 92.5%, which is the national average in Australia. Now, institutions, they buy big assets like a Bunnings with something called a cap rate. A cap rate is the the income divided into the purchase price. And so cap rates for a Bunnings are probably 5.5% or something like that at the moment. We are aware of transactions where institutions are buying lines of NDIS properties at a cap rate of, historically they bought a year and a bit ago about 7, but we believe between 8 and 10 at the moment. We're speaking to a fund to do a forward sale agreement with all of our NDIS properties at 8. Now, That's the real sweet performance kicker that we can deliver. So we know absolutely we can do it at 10, and at 10% will result in about 12% annualised compound return for our investors, because it takes a 2-year process. So if you've got something that's delivering 12% and you're selling it at 10, that's about a 20% gain. But if you've got something that's spending 12% income and you're selling it at 8, that's closer to a 50% return. So clearly we're targeting something closer to the 8, and we should know in the next 3 months about our forward sale agreement. Otherwise, we know that when we deliver them and we put them in a line, we can sorry, it looks like I've run out of time already. So I speak too fast. No, too slow. So anyway, we were launched last year. We've got 2 transactions, $20 million. We've got another, actually 3 transactions going on right now. Bayswater, Tookley was going. We dropped that. We've replaced that by 2 other transactions. We're a retail managed investment scheme on the BrickX platform. It's a 10-year fund, interim liquidity. When we start selling, we'll enable people to redeem assets. We have a pool fund, but our growth strategy is what we call white labels. We've got our first white label going live, and these are either financial planning groups or other people with distributions. One of the white labels I'm negotiating is an SMSF administration platform. Others that we're speaking to have distribution channels. They don't have to be advisors. For example, a distribution channel into a particular ethnic community, say Chinese or Indian, that would be a white label for us. I won't go through this example. It's effectively just a 3-story development. As you can see, it's 6 NDIS apartments, and there's the residential component. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur. Please join me in welcoming Andrew Schutz, Senior VP of Business Development at EBR Systems, ASX code EBR.
Yeah, hi. Morning, all. So my name's Andrew Schutz. I'm the Senior Vice President of Business Development for EBR Systems. So we're a California-based ASX-listed medical device company, and we've developed thanks. Thank you. So we've developed the world's first and only leadless pacemaker for heart failure. And this is to address a large unmet clinical need, which is primarily the failure of cardiac pacing leads. So we've got no direct competitors, and following the presentation of our clinical trial results last year, we feel we're a de-risked investment opportunity, and we've got a clear pathway to FDA approval, which will be expected early next year. And we're well funded with 73 million US or 107 Aussie in cash. So we fit into the cardiac rhythm management space, and this is made up of 3 main segments. Pacemakers, which many will be familiar with for patients with a slow heart rate. Implantable defibrillators, which will shock a heart if a patient's at risk of cardiac arrest. And cardiac resynchronization therapy, also called CRT, which is focused on a subset of heart failure patients with what we call ventricular desynchrony. And that's where the left and right ventricles, the pumping chambers of the heart, beat out of sync. And this treatment involves what we call biventricular pacing, or pacing the left and right sides of the heart simultaneously to restore that synchrony. And just a couple of things I'd like to point out on this slide. You can see the leads that pace the right atrium and right ventricle are actually inside the heart. But the lead that's typically used to pace the left ventricle is in the vein on the outside of the heart. And that's primarily because the arterial system has a tendency to clot. So if that lead was placed inside the left ventricle, it would develop a clot and a high risk of floating off and causing a stroke. So a term I'd like to introduce you to is called pacing-induced heart failure. So when a patient receives a pacemaker and you stimulate the right side of the heart, and what you end up doing is you actually end up inducing what we call ventricular desynchrony again, and around 30% of patients who have a pacemaker develop something called pacing-induced heart failure. But regardless of their pacemakers or implantable defibrillators, what's common is the reliance on leads or wires to stimulate the heart. And you can see on this slide there's a number of known complications, lead fractures, lead migration, which causes these problems. So to address this, the wider market, you can see up in the top right, have moved on to develop leadless pacemakers and leadless defibrillators. However, EBR's WISE system is the only leadless pacemaker to treat heart failure or to pace the left ventricle. And that's primarily because these other devices are around 20 times larger than our device. So if they were placed into the left ventricle, again, what I was talking about on the previous slide, they'd likely develop a clot which could cause a stroke. In contrast, our electrode, which stimulates the heart, is only 1/20th of the volume. And it is what happens, we call it endothelialization, where the heart's own tissue grows over and encases that in about 30 to 45 days, removing that risk of stroke. Now, because we have an indication for heart failure, we're not competitive with these other devices, we're complementary. And as again mentioned on the previous slide, 30% of patients who will receive one of these leadless pacemakers will go on to develop pacing-induced heart failure. And our device provides the only means to upgrade these patients to CRT should they develop that pacing-induced heart failure. Probably the biggest milestone we had last year was the presentation of our pivotal trial results in May, and you can see our primary efficacy endpoint. We had a 16.4% reduction in what we call left ventricular end systolic volume. And that's essentially how much blood is left in the heart at the end of the contraction phase. So the less blood that's left in the heart, the more efficient the heart is, the greater the cardiac output. And you can see there we absolutely smashed our performance goal of a 9.3% reduction. Then later in the year, in October, at the Asia-Pacific Heart Rhythm meeting, the randomized data was also presented, and that supported the outcomes we saw in our primary trial. We've got a very clear pathway to commercialization, and this is really underpinned by having what the FDA's breakthrough device designation. This provides us with a direct, informal communication channel with the FDA. We're utilizing a modular approach for our FDA submission. 4 of those 5 modules have already been submitted to the FDA. The 5th and final module will be submitted in Q3 of this year, and we're expecting FDA approval in Q1 next year, followed by commercialization. The US will be our target market to start with for a number of reasons. One, there's what we call a high concentration of high-volume accounts. There's around 1,900 hospitals, hospitals in the US that implant CRT devices. 50% of the entire market is in 250 hospitals. That makes it ideal for a company of our size to target and get good penetration. There's a low barrier for opening new hospitals. There's no upfront costs. And one of the other benefits of our FDA breakthrough device designation is the fact that we automatically qualify for 2 reimbursement schemes, one called NTAP and the other TPT, which will allow us to have a high ASP in the US of $45,000. First wave of commercialization will focus on the sites that work with us during our clinical trial. These will be supplemented by some additional high-volume sites. We'll utilize a direct sales force. Each sales team will be made up of a sales rep and a technical or clinical specialist. And by the end of our 3rd year of commercialization, we expect to be in 35 sales territories, which will allow us coverage for those the top 250 accounts in the US, giving us access to 50% of the market. And we've traditionally relied on contract manufacturers. In 2020, we commissioned our first clean room. We're currently looking at looking at a new facility to expand our manufacturing capability and bring more of that in-house. At launch, we'll have a fairly large TAM of $2.6 billion. We recently increased this because of the growth of the leadless pacemakers that we spoke about earlier. And I mentioned that Medtronic is the market leader there. They've been as a leadless pacemaker for around 5 years. And over that time, they've implanted around 200,000 devices. And with 30% of those going to develop pacing-induced heart failure, that's a large market. But what really helps drive our growth as we go forward is the expansion. Abbott, another big player in the cardiac rhythm management market, launched in November a dual-chamber leadless pacemaker. What's important about that segment is 5 times larger than the other segment. So if they end up getting the same traction or utilization rate that Medtronic had, in 5 years there could be 1 million dual-chamber leadless pacemakers in the market. 30% of those going to develop PACE-induced heart failure. That's a captive market of 300,000 patients for us. I see my time's running out, so I'll just jump ahead to our final slide and just giving a summary of our investment thesis. While we participate in a market that's dominated by 3 large players, we remain complementary to them, not competitive. We have a large niche TAM at launch of $2.6 billion, which will grow rapidly to 6.8 and then on to 9.6 billion. We've got positive clinical results. We've got a very clear pathway to FDA approval, which we're expecting in Q1 of next year. And throughout our organization, we've got a team experienced at scaling and commercializing early-stage companies. And finally, as I mentioned in the introductory slide, we're well-funded. We've got $73 million in cash. So thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Please join me in welcoming James Graham, CEO of Recce Pharmaceuticals, ASX code RCE.
Hello and good morning. What do we got here forward? I'm James Graham, CEO of Recce Pharmaceuticals Limited, ASX code RCE. Here we go, usual disclaimer. So what is Recce? Recce is globally the most advanced new class of anti-infective, in fact the first in over 40 years. We're the only FDA-qualified infectious disease designated compound, awarded by the FDA, and the most advanced escape pathogen-capable compound, which is 80% of all bacterial species clinically in the world at this time, according to Pew Charitable Trust. We have multiple preclinical and clinical candidates focused on 2 things: unmet medical needs of large patient populations. Who is Recce and what are we about? So I started as the founding investor, supporting a fellow known as Dr. Graham Melrose, who was former head of research of Johnson & Johnson Australasia for about 10 years. My investment initially was to get him out of his retirement stage into a laboratory to identify a compound that works and keeps on working with repeated use, and that discovery was made. Supporting us is Dr. John Prendergast, New York Stock Exchange chairman, lead director of a biotech company as well on the NASDAQ Stock Exchange. Dr. Alan Dunton was global CEO of Janssen Research, so Johnson & Johnson Research, one of the largest organisations in the pharmaceutical world, and in fact led Roche's clinical trials. So, company overview. We're listed on the ASX. We have a market capitalisation of around $100 million. Fidelity, for what it's worth, is one of our largest shareholders at 7.7% of the company. We're debt-free, we're caveat-free. The top 20 shareholders own about 51% of the stock, so quite significant founder ownership within that. We are the first new class of broad-spectrum antibiotics in over 40 years. The challenge, of course, with antibiotics is the ability to work and keep on working with repeated use that this company is founded upon. Supporting that, the Australian government recently awarded the largest, to my knowledge, advanced finding, underwriting and supporting our R&D rebate, not only locally, but extending that internationally to a quantum of up to $55 million over 3 years. Governments change, legislation changes. That government-written guarantee or commitment that if we spend money to develop this new class of antibiotic, they will rebate it. So we have a pipeline across multiple unmet medical needs. When we look to the administration of IV being straight into human vein, we look to the space of sepsis or urosepsis, being the underlying urinary tract infection, through to the all-out septic state, because 30% of all septic infections are due to an underlying UTI. It's actually the largest and most expensive condition treated in health, double the second most. We've demonstrated our compound to be safe, we've demonstrated it to be well tolerated, and now we're seeing what we can do on an efficacy front there. Topically, we've dosed many persons in the burn wound space, led by Professor Fiona Wood out of Western Australia's leading teaching hospital, and showed an ability to work against a broad spectrum nature of bacterial infections. We recently announced multiple patients successfully dosed and in fact cured, or infection resolved is the technical term, for diabetic foot infections, and we have multiple preclinical candidates. So we spoke about sepsis. It's about a population globally from a patient perspective of 50 million people worldwide each year. 1 in 5 of those die. The reason, of course, is when you present to a hospital. I mean, I've been a sepsis patient. In fact, I was at an Emergence conference in London, which invoked that. A dog attacked me. I didn't provoke it, but of course that did lead to sepsis in the coming weeks. And what basically happens is you administer a cocktail of antibiotics because you don't know, or the clinicians don't know, what type of bacteria the patient has. So it's guesswork. Recce eliminates that guesswork. We administer on first patient presentation. We work faster than all existing antibiotics, and if you have bacteria in your blood, which you're not supposed to have, that's the definition of sepsis, we will work and keep on working with repeated use. Briefly, how we work, of course, we shut down the cellular energetics. We shut it down faster than any other antibiotic known to date, and we stop the cell division, or the Z-ring complex. Next slide. This is it at a molecular level. Of course, picture tells 1,000 words. What you see on the left-hand side there is in the dish at the same time. You've got the little deadly E. coli growing and multiplying, and the healthy eukaryotic cells. Really, your enemy is the E. coli. Your ally is the healthy eukaryotic. In the dish at the same time, you see the enemy, the E. coli cells, are not growing. The bacteria is dead. The target has been hit. Whilst the ally continues to grow and multiply, we have an incredible selective ability of attack. We work and keep on working with repeated use, as this one demonstrates. We work faster and in situations where other antibiotics do not work. Ciprofloxacin, colostin is kind of poison. In fact, does not work. It takes a lot of exposure, a lot of concentration, and has significant toxicity associated with it. Recce works quickly and continues to work with repeated use, no matter how much those bacteria evolve to survive it. They simply will not. We've demonstrated our compound to be safe and well tolerated when IV administered. We did a study according to FDA standards, about 80 healthy volunteers. 60 of those received Recce. We demonstrated our compound to have a plasma concentration that correlates as the dose increases, and a urine concentration that correlates with that. What's unique about that is a compound that can go from the veins through your kidneys into the human bladder, provides a full cleansing cycle to get the underlying urinary tract infection, that is 30% of septic patients, through to the all-out septic state. From the initial phase, being first patient presentation, through to the all-out septic state. We're demonstrating that at this moment via a fast infusion model for the first patient presentation in GP settings. And here we come across to our topical. So this is looking at it from a spray formulation onto the infected wound, whether it be a burn wound, whether it be a diabetic foot ulcer, a complicated skin infection. And here we've demonstrated, of course, our compound to be efficacious in both burn wounds and diabetic ulcers. This is the diabetic study where, of course, we demonstrated, in technical terms, infection resolved. That's the healthcare term for the patient was cured. The escalated therapy we see there was only due to the patient being morbidly obese, I suppose I'm allowed to say that. It was a 235 kilogram patient that also had to then take additional antibiotics, meaning not just the spray solution itself, and of course they were cured of their infection. Forgive the pictures, but basically this shows the ability to work in a very, very expedient manner. We have granted patents around the world, which take our market monopolies out to about 2041, composition of matter patents, method of manufacture, etc. We make our compound out in our Macquarie Park facility. We have high yields, we have reproducibility, and we have quality suitable for human stage. That concludes my presentation. Recce Pharmaceuticals Limited, ASX RCE. We have a stand here and we would certainly welcome to speak with you further. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Please join me in welcoming Willie Oy, CFO of Cannaponics.
It's my pleasure to present to you Cannaponics. I like graphs, especially graphs that look like that. Exponential growth. You can clearly see that Australia is the hottest emerging market in the medicinal cannabis space, which in itself worldwide is a very much emerging market. We're looking at 1.3 million patients in 2024. So this industry is going to be going to about $1.2 billion in 2024 to $3 billion in 2028. Now, in Australia, we mainly import our product from overseas, 80% of that. So there's a huge opportunity to basically provide Australian high-quality domestic product to this market. Now, we've got a lot of initial players coming in, building big facilities that are expensive and not addressing two of the main issues: quality, high quality at low cost. And that's where Cannaponics comes in. So what we have are all the elements to produce large-scale production of high-quality medicinal cannabis. We own 165 acres of land. We have a 4,000 square metre controlled greenhouse facility. We have all the cutting-edge equipment to process the cannabis. And we're also future-proof. We're a sustainable business, taking a sustainable model. So this is our large block of land down the southwest. It's the optimum environment for growing outdoor cannabis. It's got relatively low humidity, good amount of temperate climate, good amount of rainfall, and certainly it's good sun exposure as well. And one of the key things about Cannaponics is we're focusing on the cost, and one of those things is obviously water. So we have a good amount of rainfall in Collie, in southwest Australia, but we have a 50 megawatt dam that we're going to have recycle water as well as harvest the water. And you see here we've got our Director of Cultivation, Kenneth Langsford, next to a drain. He's a 22-year pioneer from Canada, and he can't wait to grow cannabis in Australia in this environment. So we'll be recycling water as well as harvesting water, keeping that cost down. We're also just about to be building our head house facility, a GMP pharmaceutical facility. Now, you have to be GMP in Australia. That's good manufacturing practice. It's EU GMP compliance. Now, this facility is a full pharmaceutical facility. Now, once we build this facility and add the security, we're in the position to start to produce. And that's very soon. We currently are standalone solar power. As you can see, we have battery backup as well, but we will invest in a 1 megawatt solar facility, and that again addresses one of the key issues in the industry of producing, and that's power. This is our 4,000 square metre greenhouse. Now, it's a greenhouse. Obviously, it uses the natural sun, which is there, which is obviously free. But the cannabis plant actually prefers natural sunlight. So that's why we built this greenhouse. Well, the others would build completely indoor facilities and use artificial lights. It's completely controlled environment, so we can grow all year round in this facility. It's protected, and we can control all those variables. We do have supplemental lighting, so for the cloudy days and for winter months, but we want to grow it to 12 hours a day because the plant actually needs to rest. It just can't be shone with light for 24 hours, so it does need a rest. And that's, in terms of, we actually own all the equipment as well. Everything I'm showing here, we've already owned, it's on site. We also have a MLand climate system, fully enclosed and completely isolated, so it will filter out all any contaminants. We also have the A1 fertigation nutrient mixing pH balancing system, so it's a completely automated system to irrigate and fertigate, and even down to adjusting the pH of the water. This, we're talking about really precise quality, high quality, and high yielding product that we can produce from here. We also have the Argus control system. Now, this is a completely automated system that monitors, controls the environment, all the conditions, including the A1 growing system. And this is also AI capable. So with this AI, we can program it to then review, monitor, and do a feedback loop to improve the conditions for growing. We tackle all the other costs, which is labour. So what we have already purchased and is on site is the Mobius tandem trimmer. This actually trims the plant into the bud that we use that becomes a final product. It trims it better than a human could do it. It does it obviously faster, and it can save up to initially 12 full-time employees, and we think down the track to at least 16 full-time employees. So giving us that advantage with labour. We have the revolutionary N-Wave dryer that can take up to 10 days to otherwise dry. This can do it in 4 hours, but it can do it rapidly with low amount of labour, low amount of rooms to needing to dry. While the plant's drying, it's actually rotting. So we're actually keeping much more of the nutrients and the metal-like profile within our plant by drying it with a microwave frictionless drying machine. We also have this from Germany, a Devex 100 cryoethanol extraction machine. This machine can turn basic produce from biomass to 7 litres in 8 hours shift. We can run this 24 hours. It only takes one person to operate this machine. It would otherwise be a collective of machines. As I said, we have 7 hectares of outdoor grow. We can produce up to 15 tonnes per year outdoor, which is obviously a lot cheaper. And we're licensed for 7 hectares. Our growth strategy in terms of outdoor grow expansion, we can look at doubling. We can look at also not just European markets, but Asian markets and other types of products, including isolates and distillates. And we know that the market itself is highly active at the moment with even tobacco industry interested in this market. So we can certainly be looking at a trade sale and an ASX listing, a pathway to ASX listing. Some metrics here. Look, we're looking into doubling in production from 10 tonne of dry flower to 20 tonnes. The pricing is excellent. Overseas is even better than Australia. Offtake agreements we already have in place, and our first year revenue forecast is 35 million. I'm not sure why that's not advancing. Oh, yeah. Look, our cost to produce is very low, 77 cents per gram, 22 cents per gram outdoor. We're looking at an NPAT of 30%. We've raised $21 million to date. We've got a Colliers Futures Fund. We're the only ones that have got a grant for $2 million, and we've got negligible debt. So I've already identified our unique proposition. We're a scalable business. We're meeting vertical integrated. We're also a sustainable business. We're looking at raising $10 million to finish the facility and to get into production. And we're looking at a mix of either debt or equity. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Willie. Please join me in welcoming David Smith, CEO and co-founder of Ceres Tag.
Hi everyone, my name's David Smith and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ceres Tag. We're connecting people with animals. Ceres Tag is a global multi-species animal health intelligence company. We monitor wildlife, livestock, pets and equine. Our unique feature is our direct-to-satellite connectivity, and that enables us to monitor the health and welfare and the location of the animals. In under 3 years, we're already operating in 36 countries. We have a global distribution network, an open platform integrated to software in 6 different languages, a very strong innovation pipeline, and a robust corporate structure, being a public unlisted company. Right now, our market is booming, driven by regulatory change for sustainability reporting and also deforest-free supply chains. The information we provide is critical to all the food we eat and much, much more. Our customers are changing too. They're younger, they're better educated, they're digital natives, and they need automation because labour is much more difficult to access. On top of this, conservation pressures and the need to produce more food with less land is critical. Exacerbating that challenge is biosecurity, diseases, and the need for real-time traceability. One of the great value propositions that we have is some of our advanced algorithms that are on our platform. One of those is pasture feed intake, where we can measure the kilograms dry matter intake, so the grass that the animals eat. And from that, we can predict the methane emissions, which is critical for everyone that's in the food supply chain at the moment. And because we already know the outputs from weight gain or milk production or whatever the case may be, the outputs, now with pasture feed intake, we know the inputs. So we can determine the feed conversion efficiency of every single individual animal. And this information is going to be required everywhere. Those feed conversion efficiency is a heritable trait, a phenotype for genetic selection and choice to improve the performance of your herds. This will in turn enable people to optimise their stocking rates, have more production, and improve their profitability. The satellite connectivity makes us the most scalable and fastest growing animal monitoring company in the world at the moment. Anywhere, anytime, unlimited range, plug and play, easy to use, no infrastructure. The sensors like this one, lightweight, they're low cost, small, and the open platform, of course, to be able to integrate with the whole supply chain is critical. So how does it work? These sensors arrive, you charge them up in the sun, you activate them, you put them on the animal's ear, and it sends the data directly via satellite, no infrastructure. We then send that data down to our data platform, and then we charge a fee to send it to the software choice of the customer. Our global distribution is on every single continent. We're in very good position to get product to market. Our partnerships in software and in complementary technologies enable us to be working in the finance industries, the supply chain, the animal health, the pasture utilisation, de-risking insurance, and across everything to do with sustainability and conservation. Right now, we're getting record sales month on month. How we make money is through 3 specific ways. One, we sell the hardware. It's got 3 years of satellite preloaded, so that's a recurring revenue after the 3 years. Each sensor has a SaaS data model with it as well, so we're charging on a per animal, per month basis, and then we make about 300% margin on that and 40% on the hardware. The data will continually increase our margins in that space because everybody wants the data. Of course, we're building one of the biggest databases for animals in the world, and we'll be able to sell that information then to researchers, animal health, marketing companies, etc., as they need this knowledge for their own businesses. Our innovation pipeline is first class. We're partnered with one of the biggest pet companies in the world to develop a pet product wearable. And we would only go into that if we had the distribution in place, and they have that. So it's a great partnership. In addition, we're continuing to develop direct-to-satellite virtual fencing, remote sickness for biosecurity, and other algorithms like estrus, 3-day sickness, etc. Innovative use cases of the data is really where the innovation comes in, where the data is used for a whole range of things, including enteric emissions, soil carbon for carbon credits, securitisation of the livestock for banks and insurance, the deforest-free supply chains from Amazon and even here in Australia, and the genetic valuation. So the big genetic companies are playing with us right now. We don't have any competitors. We're unique because of the satellite connectivity, because of the pasture feed intake, because we're an open platform. So everyone's a collaborator for us, not a competitor. Comparative companies, though, in the industry, ones that haven't come to market have sold for 40 million, but there's one right at the top there that's really closest to us, and they sold for 3.7 billion. It was called Antelic to Merck in 2019. Today, we're here to seek strategic partnerships. We'd also like here to seek investment of $8.5 million US. The money will be used to scale our manufacturing. That'll drive the cost down, drive the adoption up, where we may continue, the margins in hardware will continue, plus the margins in the data will also increase. We will also build more robust data background so that we can continue to make money there as well. As you can see, what happens in 2025 when we've raised the amount, our revenue significantly increases. We've got a proven platform, we've got product in market, revenue, the money's going towards inventory. It's we believe, a great investment. We're located just outside. If you want to know more information, please come and talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Please join me in welcoming Tim Golby-Smith, CEO and co-founder of MyLot.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Tim, CEO and co-founder of MyLot. We're here to simplify planning approvals for everyone. So we're in the middle of a housing crisis. It's really pushing up the demand for new properties. An example being New South Wales pledged 1 million homes over the next 5 years. They pledged that a year ago, but they're rapidly falling behind. And it's a global issue. In planning and development, you have statutory planning at the centre, and it's a real bottleneck. So councils around the country, their planning teams just can't keep up with the demand of applications. Developers are waiting 200 to 300 days, sometimes years, to get planning approvals through. And in the middle of all of this, there is a nationwide shortage of qualified planners. And if you dig into what's at the centre of the delays that are happening at council, applicant confusion is a huge part of it. I don't know if any of you have been through this recently, but to try and figure out what you can and can't do on your property is just really confusing. You've got to find the legislation. The legislation is confusing. It's voluminous, it's ambiguous and expert language, it's kind of half word, half code, if this then that type language. But to make things worse, to know what legislation applies, you've got to know what maps define the legislation in your area. So what zone are you in? Are you in an urban zone, high growth, in a rural area, etc.? Maybe you're in a flood-prone area, perhaps a heritage overlay. You have to get all the information from those maps to know what legislation applies. The net effect for councils is that they're being overwhelmed with really low quality, incomplete applications that they then have to return back to the customer. Adds 90 days processing time every time that happens. So top left, Amanda, meet Amanda. She's our foundational customer at Yarra Ranges, one of the largest councils in Australia. She has a team of 80 building and planning managers. 50 of them are statutory planners that manage this process, and she's got 25 vacant roles, 30% vacancy. It's been like that for 3 years. It's the same in every council around Australia. With Yarra Ranges, they process 2,000 to 3,000 or approve 2,000 to 3,000 applications per year. 75% of the applications they get, they've got to throw back to the applicant. So we did some modelling with Yarra Ranges when we started building out our product with them to see what a 10% reduction in those, they're called RFIs, what the 10% reduction would do. It'd bring through 300K application fee revenue per year. But more importantly, the big exciting number is it would bring forward $50 million of increased economic development for Yarra Ranges alone. Now, Yarra Ranges are not alone in this battle. There is 570 councils across Australia. They buy SaaS software, obviously, as a government agency. It's sticky revenue, and they're fast followers. You get one council, you get them all. The most interesting thing about councils as a customer, though, they're at the centre of this incredibly broken system. There are all these other customer groups, architects, developers, building certifiers, etc., who also have to navigate planning and building legislation and are also suffering from the same overload of administration and legislation burden. So our vision is to simplify planning for everyone. We want to reduce customer confusion. We want to get away from these kind of complicated forms, expert jargon, kind of endless lists, irrelevant questions that really just kind of bamboozle you. It's really hard to know where your dream sits inside these systems. With MyLot, we're here to help applicants get it right the first time. So we've built MyLot, which is a generative AI planning expert. You can speak to MyLot in your own language and in your own words. Up to 30 languages, it automatically translates in the background for planning teams. There's no jargon. There's no need to know what the planning terms are. MyLot meets you where you're at. So you could have a nebulous idea or a fully thought-through idea with plans and everything. MyLot can help you understand what you need to be able to give MyLot the information so that it can make a determination in minutes that links through to the source. Links through to the source, so that you can check the work that MyLot's done, make sure that you and the planners are on the same page. So MyLot, we're incredibly unique and we're really hard to copy. We're not a reskinned Chat GPT. We're not AI just kind of sprinkled around an existing service. In planning and legislation, it's a regulated industry. So anyone who's tried to digitise it before, they do so with a rules engine, right? So you take the legislation, you then figure out your top 500,000 use cases, you write out all of the rules. It's incredibly expensive to implement and impossible to maintain. And I know, because as a startup, we built one. We spent almost $1 million, or actually just over $1 million of our angel investment money building a rules engine. And then in November 22, we started doubling down on generative AI as an experiment. It only took us a month or two to see the possibilities. We made the brave decision as a startup to stand down our tech team. We hired 2 of the brightest minds in AI, and we rebuilt our platform from the ground up with generative AI at the core. So what makes us really unique is you don't need to know what to ask. MyLot guides you through the journey. We are not tech-led. We've developed our software with customers from the get-go. We've decomposed expertise planning, the way that they kind of move through legislation. We've modelled our whole architecture and reasoning capability on that research. So the market, we've got 3 big moves. B2G, just councils to begin with. B2B, where we monetise the adjacent industries with Copilot type products, and then B2C. So we'll be capturing the detail of everybody's dreams right at the point where they're about to transact, where they've got money and they want to put it on the table. We're going to look at turning that into data that we can leverage through financial products, targeted marketing, etc. Obviously, Australia is a pretty small market. We're going to move. We're already talking to councils in the UK. We've begun conversations with councils in the US. As you would well imagine, those industries are far bigger than what we have here in Australia. So our growth strategy, though, is to really double down on Australia first. We think it's going to be a race. There's no one doing what we're doing at the moment globally, but we want to get there first. So by the end of next year, we want to have at least 25% of the Australian market, which will give us a foothold to then go into other industries and into global markets. And we're going to start with an AI planner that councils just can't refuse, right? Because at the moment, they're paying statutory planners 100, 200K to sit on the desk and answer phones all day long. We can take away all of that arduous work for councils. We've got great market traction. Our work has been funded by the Victorian Department of Transport and Planning, along with Yarra Rangers. New South Wales have just announced 5.4 million, specifically focused on AI in the planning space. We've got a customer group that we meet with monthly to work out how to address our work into the New South Wales context. And our team, I was COO of an internationally recognised strategy firm. We sold to Accenture 2017. I managed ANZ strategy operations across Australia and New Zealand. On the far right, Ash and Iad, they're our tech team. They built iFlix from the ground up. They managed a team, led a team of 200 to get iFlix into the market, into 30 countries, 20 million monthly users. They went head-to-head with Netflix, so they're big players. We've got a booth out in the foyer here. We're ready to demo if you want to come and just check it out and have a play. And we'd love to talk to you about our offer. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Ashwath Sundarasan, Associate Partner of Pacific Channel, who will be taking us through shaping the future, solving global problems through deep tech venture.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ashwath Sundarasan. I'm one of the partners at our fund. Pacific Channel is a deep tech, early stage venture capital investor. We're investing in individuals, teams, and companies to empower them to solve really hard problems and create a better future while we still generate strong returns for our investors. The theme today is the era of abundance. However, do we have enough food to feed 9 billion people? Do we have enough renewable and clean energy to manage the energy transition? Do we have sufficient healthcare resources to provide healthcare equitably? The companies we're investing in are tackling some of the biggest UN Sustainability Development Goals. Pacific Channel's been investing for 20 years. We really focus on companies that have been developed with a backbone of strong IP and R&D. Many of our companies are university spin-outs. We've been investing via funds for 13 years, during which time we've generated very strong returns for our investors, with an average IRR of 86% across our funds. We are a financial investor that cares about impact, and we are raising for our third fund. We focus in 3 key areas. We're trying to solve for the future of health, the future of food, and the future of environment. We've invested in 47 companies and driven 9 of those to exits. Our acquirers have included global and local corporates. We have a pretty multidisciplinary team. We have 6 PhDs on our team, cutting across technical specialties from chemistry, biology, physics, engineering. Our executives have worked in industry across the energy, health, and agri sector. Our partners and all our team have worked in science-based and engineering-based startups. We've built, scaled, and exited these companies. Our team has broad networks across Asia, North America, Europe. And what that means is we can connect these really early stage companies to global markets quickly. And we've worked together across multiple funds, so we are aware of what we are good at and working effectively as a team. Our edge really stems across 4 key areas. Firstly, we've done really well at being able to extract IP and intellectual property from the universities and research institutes. And what that means is we can set these companies up very early with a strong competitive moat. It also means that we can access the right technical talent early on to shape these companies going forward. We're really good at forming companies and operating them. Spinning out companies is really, really difficult, but we're rewarded because we're able to take a sufficient equity stake up front to drive returns. And then we're able to swamp our own resources to really accelerate the development of these companies. We're really good at generating or driving for exits. Throughout our diligence process, we will actually start talking to prospective acquirers early on to get a sense of where these companies are going to go. And I think a point Steve made earlier is we're really good at capturing the valuation arbitrage that comes from building capital-efficient companies in New Zealand and Australia and then transacting to global markets at global prices. Our first fund invested in 31 companies, and we did well by our investors. We generated 101% realised IRR and delivered just under 2 times the committed capital. And I think, the case study of Engender Technologies highlights our fundamental approach. So we came to the University of Auckland with 5 defined problems in the agri sector. We looked for technologies that could solve some of these, and we identified some capabilities that used photonics and microfluidics. We realised that you can use these technologies to identify the sex of bull sperm. We extracted that IP. We formed a company, Engender Technologies. We instilled a management team to support this company. And then within 6 years, we sold that to CRV, a European-based animal diagnostics company. We generated 75 times our initial investment. We've taken that approach and now run that as a general approach with all the universities in New Zealand. We go to them with clearly defined industry problems and look for technologies that can solve some of these. And we can do that because we have a technology team and market intel through our experiences. In 2020, we launched our second fund. That was a $55 million fund, and our cornerstone investor was the New Zealand Sovereign Wealth Fund with a contribution of $20 million. We have not yet realised an exit on that, but we have maintained a positive return in general, an indicator of our price discipline when we're investing in these assets. We've invested in companies that are tackling big challenges. Quantify Photonics is looking at how do you create the next set of next-generation communication tools, and we've co-invested with Intel Ventures. Geo40 is looking at how do you extract lithium from geothermal waste, and is now developing pilot trials in the US. And Vortex Power Systems is building their pilot to show that you can take waste heat and convert it back into electricity. We've made mistakes in the past, and we've learned from them, and we've embedded our learnings into our diligence process. We know that teams matter, and the composition of team matters at these early stage companies. And so as a result, we are now really good at assessing the right combination of technologists and commercial people in these companies. We've worked to develop recruitment relationships with global recruiters to identify this talent. We've learnt firsthand the challenge of what happens when a scientist publishes a critical piece of IP and what damage that can do to a company. We've improved our diligence process to really stress test all of the intellectual property, and we will review scientific journals. We will then set up appropriate governance processes to manage IP leakage as these companies grow. And we've also found that these companies sometimes fail because of lack of capital, and so we've built our relationships with follow-on and co-investors globally. We're a very active investor, and I think we genuinely believe that being active helps accelerate the development of these very early stage technological heavy companies. We have launched our third fund, and it will work on the same key thematics of health, food, and environment. We're looking at companies right from the university spin-out stage up to Series A investments. And we're targeting a 75 mil close. In the past year, we've reviewed 100 companies, both across Australia and New Zealand. We've made commitments to invest or have invested in 6 of these. For anyone that's been in an MRI machine, you know how confronting it is to hear the thump, thump, thump of that machine. So we're looking at Mars Bioimaging, who are miniaturizing the MRI technology in a way that doesn't have any radiation. We've committed to invest into Zefco, a Melbourne-based startup tackling water waste in the fabric dyeing industry. And we're looking at green gravity, converting old mine shafts into energy storage solutions. We are raising Fund 3. We've had a first close of 30 million. Our management is contributing 10% of the 75 million. If anyone is interested, we will be outside, and I look forward to hearing from you all. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now be having our first 15 minutes break of the day, and we'll resume the event at 11:15. So please make sure you'll be back by then. Thank you.
One more. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
We invite you to join us at Emergence 2024, where technology and innovation are coming together to create the era of abundance in the heart of Sydney. This is a network of forward thinkers, investors, leaders and innovators coming together in one destination. Dive into curated panel sessions on venture capital, digital assets, family offices, property, funds and more. Emergence 2024 is your gateway to the latest investment trends. You will gain investment insights from some of Australia's leading investors direct. Access curated private market opportunities, fund managers and innovative small cap listed companies set to shape the future. Connect with the CEOs directly. The companies featured will be from a range of sectors including life science, climate tech, fintech, agri-tech, digital assets, deep tech, advanced manufacturing and much more. With high-valued networking opportunities, each interaction at Emergence 2024 could be the start of something significant. Engage, connect and grow your network in an environment designed for business and investment success. Whether you're a seasoned investor or new to angel and venture investing, Emergence 2024 is your platform for insights, opportunities and network. Join an ecosystem that's shaping the future of the investment landscape. Be a part of Emergence 2024. Experience the synergy of innovation, ideas and investment in Australia's deal-making capital.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. Now let's get ready to welcome Edward Alcordo, CEO, and Stephen Comerford, Lead Project Manager of FP Paradigm.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Comerford. I am a project manager for FP Paradigm. This morning, I'd like to introduce to you a breakthrough in plastic packaging technology. So a little bit different to the other presentations. It's going to change not just the $4 billion food and beverage market, but potentially plastic that you use every day in your life. The situation is critical. We're an R&D company on a mission. In Australia, we're not going to meet our packaging targets in food and beverage. We're going to fall well short of them. Just 18% of plastic currently in Australia is recycled. Worse still, only 1% is recycled more than one time. There's 130,000 tonnes currently going into our oceans, and the current infrastructure that we have in place in Australia is totally inadequate. FP Paradigm has invested in much research recently. We're working with the University of New South Wales, a CRC called Future Food Systems, and Oz Industries through the Australian government. Unfortunately, we've been awarded an advanced finding, which is terrific news. We have a team of over 20 professors working on these, including Professor Per Zuttelen. Now, he's a leader in cluster advanced molecular design, macromolecular design in the School of Chemical Engineering. And CAMD is a world-renowned centre for polymer synthesis and characterisation. Our field of research covers materials, chemistry, nanotechnology and nanomedicine. And over the past few years, the research has expanded significantly into applied science, such as pressure-sensitive adhesives and energy applications. FP Paradigm has the solution, and this is our first presentation to a group such as yourselves. We can take feedstock or waste or plastic waste using a new system called organic nanosolvent technology. What we do is we go through advanced polymerization and we create a polymer suspension of nanoparticles. From this, we're able to actually extrude the product into a new plastic, and we've got some new plastic here to show you today. We're at the stage where we've done a proof of concept through the University of New South Wales, and we've successfully extruded a number of different polymers. And we've got one to show you today that is PET. Now, PET is one of the most abundant plastics on Earth. It's used from everything from your bottle to your meat trays. Our proof of concept, as I mentioned, is a successful extrusion of this plastic. This was only done 2 weeks ago, so this is extremely new and extremely exciting for the recycling industry and also the plastics industry. You can see on the top, that's PET. On the bottom is our extruded material. Now, we believe it's only got a brown taint because we put some filter paper through it. So we believe that we can have transparent, clear, rigid thermoform plastic ready for the market in the next 12 to 18 months. Now, what are the advantages of this technology? It promotes infinite recycling of plastic. We don't affect the polymer chain. So what that means is current recycling techniques in Australia or globally use mechanical recycling, and it breaks the polymer chain. They believe that they can only recycle plastic 3 to 4 times before its end of life and it's put into road base or something else. We actually protect the polymer chain through this gentle approach. It closes the loop for the circular economy. As most of you would have heard, a circular economy is one that is exactly that, circular. It looks to improve the efficiencies of current recycling and waste management. So all of the waste management facilities that we see in Australia and globally can actually bolt on this technology as well. We can utilise contaminated feedstock. One of the biggest issues when you're recycling bottles, which is most of what we do in Australia for PET, it has contaminants in it, such as sugar, organic waste, and different materials. We can actually synthesise that off and use that as a small waste stream on the side. It reduces the reliance on petroleum-based plastics by utilising this green chemistry. And we're also looking at how we can reduce the cost so that we're not just replacing that petroleum-based plastic with something that's more expensive. We've actually invested in quite a large range of projects. We have 8 in total, from new recycling technology to bioplastics and also the conversion of carbon. We're looking at food waste as well through nanosensor technology and QR tracing. But all of this means, in our space, that you actually need to measure it. So we're doing a full life cycle analysis versus what's currently existing in the marketplace. And we've conducted our first consumer research, probably one of the largest research pieces into plastics, where we've surveyed over 2,000 people already, and we have that quantitative data available to us at the moment. I'd like to now hand over to Mr. Alcordo, who's going to take you through the investment opportunity.
Thank you, Stephen. Aside from that, we do have partners, isn't it, Stephen, in terms of the industrial partners that are helping us, which include Arnett. Oh, no, sorry. I mean, apparently there's an embargo, so we can't announce it today. But investment proposition is very simple. We are going to raise $5.7 million against an advance finding of $46 million, which means in 2023 that's about $10.1 million. So for those of you, I think most of you are familiar with advance finding, but just to be complete, what it does is that if you have a particular research that you wanted to do, it's like a tax finding. You go to us industry and say, this is exactly what we're going to do. And if you get an advance finding, if they grant you that advance finding, then if you do exactly what they say you'll be doing, they need to pay you. So in our situation, we have $43 million worth of expenditure, which is about 10.1 per year. For 2023, we've got 10.1. So the proposition is we want to borrow against that in terms of convertible note. The 10.1, we're borrowing 5.7. So 5.7, we are going to pay, and that's for 2 years, we're going to pay 10% quarterly in arrears. But in addition, we are going to give you an option to join ourselves and the University of New South Wales as shareholders, right? And for every 8,000 of loan that you provide, you'll get one option. And you could exercise that option anytime within 2 years. So, and we're also doing it such that we're making it such that the minimum investment is quite small. It's only $65,000, and obviously it grows up from there. The proposition is very simple. You will get 10% minimum, which is basically backed by the Australian government's R&D grant, right? And you will also get an option for the upside to join ourselves together with the University of New South Wales in this exciting adventure. So, as Stephen says, we've got other things that we'd like to show you in terms of the plastic itself. Please come to our booth. We're at 27. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward and Stephen. Please join me in welcoming Ellen Townsend as the CEO of Cartherics Pty Ltd.
So thank you. I'm Alan Townsend, the CEO of Cartherics. Cartherics is developing a breakthrough in cancer therapy for solid tumours with a primary focus on ovarian cancer. Our technology represents both clinical and commercial advances in cancer immunotherapy. Cartherics' lead product has shown efficacy in animal models and is made with a proprietary scalable manufacturing process that starts with unlimited supply of stem cells. An investment in Cartherics will enable us to progress this life-saving technology towards a commercial outcome with a potential for licensing or acquisition or a possible listing to provide shareholder liquidity in 2 to 4 years. We're raising a minimum of $10 million to a maximum of $20 million, giving us 3 years to complete a FDA IND filing and initial clinical trial for our lead product. Passing this milestone is expected to generate a considerable step up in company value. Recent deals for comparable phase 1 assets have a total value around $365 million. The market capitalisations of comparable publicly listed companies having passed phase 1 with the lead therapy range from $790 million to $1.1 billion. Our vision is to manufacture multiple immunotherapies attacking cancers where chemotherapy and other treatments fail. Our pipeline includes treatments in tumours including ovarian, lung, prostate, pancreatic and other cancers. Our lead product targets ovarian cancer, which is a lethal and costly disease. It kills approximately 65% of women diagnosed. It's often caught late, reducing the chance that surgery and chemotherapy will send this cancer into remission. The market for ovarian cancer is large. In the US, the price for the first year of treatment for ovarian cancer on average is $100,000, with a total annual spend across the country of $3.5 billion. Ovarian cancer will also qualify for regulatory orphan drug status. While ovarian is a large market, the combined market size for the full Cartherics pipeline of solid tumours is over 6 times larger than ovarian cancer alone. These are the results that have us pretty well excited. This is an animal study for our lead product called CDH401, where each of these mice has a cancer modified with a luminescent tag. On the left-hand side, you can see the pictures of the cancer going away with CDH401, which is also shown at the bottom line of the chart on the right. See the massive sort of change in that and no sign that the cancer's reforming. We're developing a therapy that has real potential to save lives of women with ovarian cancer. As we prove this indication, we build the case that this therapy could work for many other types of cancers, making a massive impact in oncology and in medicine. I've been working in stem cells for many years. I pioneered IVF in the 1970s, 80s. It's been used successfully for over 10 million couples worldwide. I led the $3 billion fund of the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine. This is headed and reported to Arnold Schwarzenegger there. And I founded the Australian Stem Cell Centre. I started Cartherics in 2015 with some colleagues to develop stem cell-based immunotherapies, as this was the most exciting technology, biotechnology, that I'd seen in the last 30 years. It's the right technology, the right time, and the right team, and a chance to fundamentally change the treatment of cancer. We live for opportunities like this, and our platform is now delivering the results. And I'm here with Ian Nesbitt, who's the Chief Operating Officer, Nick Boyd, who's our Chief Development Officer, and Christine Phillips. Where is Christine? Maybe put her hand up at the back. Has joined me here at this meeting. So how does it work? CDH401 is a natural killer cell manufactured outside the patient. It is modified to target ovarian cancer. Cartherics starts with a bank of stem cells. Then we genetically insert a chimeric antigen receptor, or CAR, onto the stem cells, then alter the stem cells to become natural killer cells. The CAR targets a specific antigen on the membranes of the tumour cells, programming them to kill cancer. It's critical here to understand that tumours have defences against immune cells, which is why they grow without being destroyed in the body. Inhibitory molecules produced by tumour cells act to shut down immune cells, the patient's own immune cells. We genetically knock out the elements of this susceptibility to inhibition in our stem cells, and they're passed on to our natural killer cells. So our natural killer cells are not affected by the tumour's defences, and it re-engages the patient's own immune system to control the cancer as well. By starting with stem cells, I should go back, maybe, yeah. So by starting with stem cells, we solve many of the other problems that haunt existing CAR cell treatments. Existing CAR T treatments have limited availability, high costs, complex manufacturing, and they have serious side effects. They're autologous. They take the immune cells from the patient, modify them, and then deliver them back to the patient. Cartherics is developing a new and different drug-like cell therapy. Our process is allogeneic. We manufacture cells outside the patient. Our stem cell source is unlimited. The cells are clonally derived from a single cell and a deep sequence, DNA sequence, to ensure genetic safety. No other company using CAR cells has the advantages of this Cartherics technology. Our process means less time and lower costs. A Cartherics treatment can be manufactured at a fraction of the cost of other cell therapies. Cartherics can mix and match CARs, immune cells, and knockouts to optimise target cancers other than for ovarian cancer. As you can see in this table of our pipeline, we have multiple series of different cells, each representing a different cell type, natural killer cells, T cells, or macrophages, and combinations of CARs and knockouts needed to destroy tumours. So this pipeline is alive and well and really moving forward. We're solely focused on solid tumours, as this is currently the greatest unmet need in oncology. This raise will advance our lead product and the pipeline, one by one advancing products towards license or acquisition. Cartherics has licensed one of those products so far. The licensed product will undergo clinical trials within a year, paid by the licensee and leading to milestone payments back to Cartherics, therefore providing leverage for investors of the current round of financing. There are encouraging market data in this space with strong interest in CAR technology and immunotherapies for cancer, particularly solid tumours. Large pharmaceutical companies favour licensing assets in clinical trials, a trend stronger in 2023 than previous years. This is why our plan is to take a lead product into the clinic before looking to partner it. Since 2022, we've seen 5 separate deals for comparable phase 1 assets, each from a different licensee or investor, ranging in value from $276 million to $2.8 billion, with a median of $365 million. The 3 publicly listed competitors have market capitalisations ranging from $790 million to $1.1 billion. So the last slide, just to re-emphasise what we're doing. We're raising $10 to $20 million. Our target is to file an IND for CDH401 within a year. That'll be in the first quarter of next year. Completing an initial clinical trial in 2026, and then do a deal that will generate liquidity for shareholders. Cartherics represents a great opportunity to get in early on a new cancer therapy, saving lives and potentially leading great yields. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. Please join me in welcoming John Nguyen as the Managing Director of Devio.
Hi there, I'm John, and I'm glad to be speaking with you today about our childcare real estate fund. So we work in a niche sector that not a lot of people know about or understand, and that's why we feel we have a lucrative window of opportunity for our investors. We're targeting a 20 to 23% IRR per project over the term of the 7-year fund. So for the next 5 minutes, I'll share with you the opportunity and talk to you a little bit about the team, the strategy, and why this could be the opportunity for you. Now, just some background around myself and the partners and what qualifies me to speak to you today. I'm the co-founder of the startup property development company Devio, and we're the story of two highly successful professionals running our multi-million-dollar businesses, myself, an optometrist, and Khan, a lawyer. And we went searching for resilient property development strategies to navigate the uncertain times ahead. So over the past 2 years, we purchased 5 childcare development sites around Australia with a projected end value of 38 million. So we've identified the opportunity within this sector, and we wanted to work with other like-minded investors through a fund. And as part of that, we've brought on Richard Toe, of Childcare Developer, 18 years experience in the childcare industry, property development, and property syndication, and has delivered over $300 million in childcare projects to date. So our unique edge is that we have personal experience in both aspects of this setup. Along with the property development, I'm an approved provider for childcare services, and Richard has decades of experience in childcare operations. So we can bring these two fields together, and our team combined has navigated multiple cycles over multiple states, so you can have the confidence that our projects will be marketable and profitable every single time. So what is it about childcare then? Why are we so excited about it? Now, lucky for me, I have kids of my own, and I'm in that life stage where childcare is part of my everyday world. Now, the childcare industry is a $17 billion industry. And as a service, it's as essential as they come. Kids benefit from the social and educational aspects, and parents benefit because it allows them to return to work and contribute outside of the family home. And luckily for us, Australian governments subsidise childcare fees, up to 90% in many cases. So for most families, it's a literal no-brainer. If you've got kids, you're sending them out to childcare. And arguably, the biggest beneficiary of them all is the Australian government. So the recent official models show that the $1.7 billion increase to government subsidies will boost the economy by $1.5 billion a year. So that's a pretty nice return on investment. Australian governments have a colossal problem that they need to avoid. That is, the potential losses in revenue to the economy, as well as the potential negative social impacts that may follow. So we want to be part of this solution, and we have a massive opportunity now in Australia. And on the other end, childcare operators are highly profitable. We know that the centres we deliver, the operators will generate somewhere around $1 million in net profits per centre, if not more. And once your child's enrolled, those fees are locked in. You pay those fees if you attend or not. So it's a very reliable source of income for the operator, and they want to keep this growing. So we've got demand increasing from families and demand increasing from the operators. Now, on top of that, the data also shows that there is a vast undersupply of childcare services around Australia. 9 million Australians, over a third of the nation, live in areas of childcare undersupply. It is a highly regulated, little understood sector, and that's where our tremendous opportunity lies. So it's simple economics. We've got high demand, low supply, and government support is increasing. It's not going away anytime soon. We can show you how to profit on this imbalance through property development. We know which areas are undersupplied, and where the operators want to run their businesses. Now, childcare centres are purpose-built facilities. So our core strategy will be to buy the potential sites, build, and then sell for profit onto the end commercial landlord. And commercial landlords love childcare tenancies. 20 to 30-year leases are typical, and all outgoings are paid by the tenant. So just let that sink in for a moment. 20-plus year leases. That's a very secure income for the landlord, and this rent is increasing year on year. So if you're looking at diversifying your portfolio, please contact us. We'd love to align our values with yours and for you to join our fund. Our fund is a fantastic way for you to allocate some of your portfolio towards an opportunistic play with potentially attractive and reliable returns. The childcare sector is one of the most robust sectors that we know of. Do you currently have any exposure to Australian commercial real estate? This could be the opportunity for you. So if you'd like to know more, please let us give you access to our data room, and our data room will have more information about our bios, our feasibilities and thesis, and more about our private offering. And from there, if you have any further questions, we can follow up with you and connect that way. So again, my name's John. Thanks for your time. I hope to speak to you soon, and we're at booth number 14 and the second room over there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Please join me in welcoming Ray Mountford as the Managing Director of Foresta New Zealand.
Good morning. Got to use the mic. Good morning. I'm Ray Mountford from Foresta, New Zealand. We have a project that I'd like to tell you about that we're doing over in New Zealand. What we do there is we access and utilise the pine resource, which New Zealand is famous for as one of the largest man-made renewable sustainable forests. And what we do over there is we are extracting the chemicals from the pine tree, the resins and the terpenes, which is the natural essential oils, as well as then using the spent wood as a coal replacement. We torrefy it, we compress it, we process it and turn it into a drop-in coal replacement. We have, I believe that we have constructed an outstanding project. We're looking for project investment of $37 million. We have a site subject to that. We have supply offtake agreements for the first 10 years subject to that. We also have sales agreements for the first 12 years for the whole factory, which are the advanced orders. One of the key things about our project is that with the drop-in coal replacement, Tonkin Taylor, a New Zealand engineering firm, have done an assessment on that against the current coal users, and it's a 95% reduction in carbon. What that means for businesses that are buying and using our product is that they no longer have to pay carbon tax, which is a reality in New Zealand. And that's hence one of the main reasons why we have put this project in New Zealand, because it deals with what is becoming a standard regulatory issue for all businesses that use process heat. And the drop-in coal replacement is not just, often people think it's just about making electricity. That's not the case. It's also used for making process heat for many industries, many consumers, such as your dry cleaning guys, sawmills, other manufacturers. Everyone needs heat, and often they use coal, have used coal as the cheapest provider, and then they've got boilers, they've got machines that are generating that heat. And if they have to change those, and I'll just back up a bit, New Zealand's outlawed coal from 2037, another reason why we're there. And so all those businesses that have been using coal for the last 20, 30 years would have to change their machines to gas-fired or to wood-fired, which would cost 20% on average of the capital that they own in the business, which is significant. And so by having a drop-in coal replacement, they don't have to change anything. They've got storage the drop-in coal replacement that we make has the same storage, the same handling capabilities as coal. The three products you can see there that we make, you can see the rosins, looks like amber. It is essentially non-fossilised amber, and it gets used in things like stickers, adhesives, chewing gum. It's in Coca-Cola, it's in Pepsi, it's in many of your food products as an emulsifier. The terpenes are just about everyone in this room that's wearing perfume or a deodorant probably has pine chemicals in it. One form or another, it gets converted into over 5,000 different chemicals that are used, that become, that are basically naturally sourced. The other option is we have petroleum sourced. So, we just talked about the products. I'll talk about car tyres. I like that. When you on your car tyre, the resin can be combined with, it's either that or petroleum-based resin, and it gets combined to make the adhesive that actually sticks the rubber onto the steel belt in your tyres. Massive opportunity. Printing inks is another one that the world is moving towards printing inks that are sustainably and organically sourced. 10 years ago, our industry, pine chemicals industry, which I've been in for 20 years, we were told printing inks would be, there wouldn't be any printing ink manufacturers by 2020. The reality is it's the fastest growing sector of the market now today. So it's always interesting to listen to those that are looking forward. Pine tree resource in New Zealand, 1.7 million hectares. What that is equates to about 32 million tonne a year of logs that are taken out of the forest. 22 million tonne of those are exported as a whole log to various places around the world, mostly in Asia. And those logs and what they're paid to the people that have grown those trees for that 30 years is quite a nominal commodity return. What we do is, as part of our project, we are forward buying our resource so that we've got 10-year sales contracts. We've also want 10 years supply to match those, and forest owners quite happy to sign up when they get a little bit of cash up front and a final payment when we harvest. And one of the key things about our process is that we utilise the whole tree. The stumps are the most resinous part of the tree, so that's the most important part to us. It's the least important part to any forest owner or any forest buyer right now. The part between the stump and the log that goes in is the next most important part to us that currently lies in the forest is slash. These are the bits that cause all the problems with floods, damage and fire, and New Zealand had a national issue with that early last year. So we've secured supply, we've secured sales. What we've done is we've looked at building a bankable project. Rate. I'll talk about our process a little again. The process, what we've done is we've patented it. So we use the essential oil to extract the resins from the tree. What the function of the essential oil in a pine tree is to move the resins around the tree. So it makes sense that you would use it to move the resins out of the tree. And so we did that, and we found that is a very, very effective solvent. And so we chip the trees, we bring them in, the stumps, the trees, the whole tree, and we reduce them down to fingernail size, and we wash them in their own juice, and that washes out the resins. We've patented that worldwide, and then what we then do is we then clean the terpenes, the resultant terpenes out. We then separate the terpenes and the resin, which is a straight distillation process, all very similar to petrochem and under the same type of regulatory approvals. We then take the spent wood and we then torrefy that, which is effectively cooking it or drying it, and we actually sweat out the cellulose, which is the sugary part of the wood. And what's left is the lignin, which converts and condenses down to what is essentially a coal replacement. Has the same, what you're selling there with our contract is simply we're selling gigajoules of energy. So it's the same basis that someone would buy coal, they say, well, I need this much coal for this much energy. It's a very simple formula. Price mechanisms are all available. I've run out of time, I think. So the market, well, coal's 50 billion tonnes. So obviously we're never going to replace it, but we can we can help those companies decarbonise, and we've certainly got a constituency of customers there. In the pine chemicals market's existing 10 billion. We've got a great team. I've spent 3 years constructing this team, and they've all got significant experience and passion. We're raising 37 million, rate of return over 20%, and all fully sold, all fully costed, all fully designed and priced. Come and have a chat to us, and we'll love to discuss it with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ray. Please join me in welcoming Gary Blom as the Executive Director of National Property Group.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And yes, I'm with National Property Group. We're a technology and data company. A little bit of background. 4 years ago, we acquired what was the Estate Agents Cooperative. It was formed in 1960, and it was most famous for two products. One was Multilist, and the other was the Realtor magazine. So way before realestate.com and Domain, this was the hard copy version back in the 60s and 70s. The company grew to about 1,000 real estate agents here in New South Wales only, and then we acquired the business in 2020. Our mission is to connect the property data universe. So we're all about property data from everywhere we can get it. When we acquired the business, it was in New South Wales only, and we've now spent close to $6 million in 3 years in going national. Now, to do that, we had to go to the government in each state to get the Valuer General data. And that's a very, very difficult exercise, which I'll take you through in a second. But we are now national, and there are only 3 companies in Australia that are national, and so therefore it's been a duopoly for the last 20, 30 years. Because it is so difficult to get this data from the government, you have to go through extensive probity and due diligence. Now, fortunately, we'd been with the New South Wales Valuer General since 1987, so we had credibility. So when we went to the other states, that credibility worked in our favour. But it is a very expensive exercise to get that data, and more importantly, the ongoing licence fees are very large. That creates a very, very huge competitive advantage and a barrier to entry. We have really 3 offerings. We have a SaaS platform that is made available as a data platform. We have 13.8 million properties on our platform, our database. So pretty much every property in Australia is on our database, and we have extensive information about every property. In addition to that, we also have an API where we do big data feeds to large companies like governments and large corporations. Anyone wanting bulk data, we do it through an API. And we also still have the electronic forms business, which we acquired, and that was the first electronic forms business in Australia. And it's all the forms that a real estate agent needs to have, sale a contract, etc., etc. So our SaaS platform is a very typical online search capability. You can search properties, you can search information, suburbs, etc. We have an automated valuation model for both sale and for rental, so that therefore we're actually automatically calculating the value of every property using machine learning and going back and indexing, the last few years of that property. So we have a valuation on every single property in Australia, both sale and rental with the yield as well. And we have by far the best mapping capability. Without going into a lot of detail, we can tell you about it later, but our mapping is by far the most superior mapping available in the market today. And we have very extensive property data. Our data and API is now really targeted at the government and large business area. So anyone, insurance companies, McDonald's, Woolworths are all users of large property data. And therefore, the companies like that like to take that data and take it in bulk. And then, obviously, I mentioned before, we have the estate agents community, which grew to 1,000 customers, members, or real estate agents, and the electronic forms business. Our customers are very diverse. We have real estate agents, valuers, property developers, mortgage brokers, councils, pretty much anyone who needs property data. And if you look at Australian business today, nearly everybody has a need for property data. These just a list of some of our customers, names you know, not only commercial companies, but people like New South Wales Transport, TAFE, etc. They are all customers of ours and have in many cases been customers going back to the 60s and 70s and 80s. We obviously have taken the business 4 years ago and completely changed it into a very commercial, profitable business. The market size in Australia is 500 million, but only 200 million is serviced today. 300 million of that market is unserviced. So there's a very good opportunity for us coming in as the new player to take a big hunk of that market. So we said, if we're going to go into a market that's been a duopoly for 20 or 30 years, and the duopoly being CoreLogic and Domain Price Finder, what can we do to take market share? What can we do to pick up some of that other 300 million? And we said, okay, let's look at Aldi. Aldi came into the market when Woolworths and Coles had 97% of the market. Aldi today has 18% of the market. And how did Aldi do it? They said, we're the same but different. And if you've been to an Aldi store, you know you can buy a lawnmower there. You can buy things that you can never buy at Woolworths and Coles. So we said, okay, how can we be different? What can we do that's different? And we decided, well, look, we've got 40 years of data. We're Australian-owned. We're an enterprise platform. How can we be different? What can we do to really compete with the duopoly? And we decided a very unique concept. There are 467 prop tech companies out there today. Most of those, nearly all of them, are creating data, but they have no way of monetising it. So we've gone to a number of those, and we're creating partnerships and relationships where we're taking their data, which gives us an advantage over our competitors, and then we're helping them monetise that data. I'll just give you two simple examples. One is climate valuation. We work with a company called Climate Valuations. They have a climate risk profile and a rating on every single property in Australia, but they only sell to the banks. So their customers are all the major banks. So what we decided, you give us your data, and we'll make that available to our market, and then we'll help you monetise it. We did the same with a company called LotSearch. LotSearch have 3 times more contamination data than the EPA. So we take all that contamination data on every property in Australia and tell you whether or not your property is subject to contamination. We do the same with them. We actually take their data and then we help them with a revenue share or profit share. That's where we're different. We are basically sitting in the middle of all these prop tech companies and creating a data lake, which our competitors do not do. We have 2 very major strategic partnerships. The first one with a company called PropTech Group. They control 55% of all the CRMs in every real estate agent in Australia. So they're the largest by far. They were bought by MRI last year, who are the world's largest software company, so our relationship moved to MRI. So we're now in 90%, well, potentially 90% of all the real estate agents in Australia. And then Homely, you've all heard of realestate.com, you've all heard of Domain. Homely is number 3. So Homely is the 3rd largest domain, the portal out there, competing with those 2 companies. We have a strategic partnership with them. We are their data partner. More importantly, you should always back the jockey, not the horse. So we've assembled a really amazing management team. 2 of our executives were both very senior executives at CoreLogic. Our head of sales, 25 years at CoreLogic, and our CEO was head of marketing at CoreLogic, and more recently, the CEO of Century 21. And then Don Harb there, and Don's here today. Don is probably the longest serving person in the property data industry in Australia, been with us 22 years. So, since we bought the business, we have doubled the revenue every year. So we're on track this year to take the business to about $5 million, but we'll get the business to about $12 million in the next couple of years. And what's important for investors is that these sorts of companies are selling at between 8 and 10 times revenue. We have a partnership with a company who we work very closely with, and REA have just invested at 10 times revenue. So we're seeing huge multiples, and because we're the only Australian company and the only independent company, we're obviously a target. We're a B2B company, but we also have a B2C solution, which is basically digitising everything that happens in your house. So our strategy is to grow the company to 20 or 30 million over the next 5 years, and then we'll be a target for a strategic acquisition. We're looking to raise $5 million. We've already raised over $8 million since we started 4 years ago. We're looking to raise $5 million at a pre-value of $20 million. Our last financing was at $17.5 million, which was nearly 2 years ago. So we're looking to raise $5 million to grow the business. And if you want to come and talk to us, there's our deal room, but feel free to come to our booth and hear about what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Please join me in welcoming Alex Bonds as the CEO and co-founder of Lanterne.
Thanks very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Alex, the CEO and co-founder of Lanterne. Lanterne is a UK company that improves the productivity of technicians and managers of connected fleets. So connected fleets are, say, vans, trucks, cars that are increasingly connected to the internet. You've probably seen them around the city. Maybe you even have one yourself that's now connected. It's not just cars that are getting connected, but there's also scooters and bikes and mopeds. And more vehicles are getting connected every year. So there are about 97 million vehicles connected now, and that's growing 20% year on year. And it's not just for fleets or personal use, but increasingly we're seeing this shared mode of transport. But the issue is that the people that have to take care of these fleets are still operating with really manual processes. So it consists of basically a fleet manager looking at a screen, trying to figure out what's going on with all the different vehicles, and then calling up the fleet technician and then just asking them, can you go and fix that one? Can you clean this one? It's kind of strange. It's a strangely manual process. Also, the software that they work with is really hard to use. It's legacy software, or it's the kind of thing that's popping up lots of alerts, but it's hard to know what they actually mean. And then the fleet manager struggles to track what the technicians are up to and figure out how much work they're actually doing. So we fix this problem, and we read the data directly from these vehicles, and then we create tasks automatically, and we schedule them and give them to the technicians. And we focus on giving them the highest value tasks so that they can keep their fleet running. So imagine, like, we want to give you a cleaning task for a vehicle because it's about to be used. It's really important that you get this task done really soon. We also track the productivity of the technicians, so the manager knows that they're doing a good job. And what that does is means that the fleet gets more use, it's more available for everybody to use, and it means that the technicians get their jobs done quicker, up to 25% quicker, and we can deliver that result within a few weeks of rolling out with our customers. It also means that we can diagnose the fleet's performance and how well overall we think this fleet is doing and whether it's giving the company value for money. So right now we're live globally with 9 customers. We're in the UK, the US, Canada, Norway, Iceland, and we're looking to scale even further. In terms of our pipeline at the moment, it's pretty exciting. We're talking to one of the biggest car share companies in the Netherlands, and also one of the leading bike share companies in the UK, where we're working with them to win the London bike share program, which is a 10-year contract that we're bidding for. Okay, did I miss one? No, good, great. Okay, and our future development is we're really looking at the car fleet. We see that as like just a fantastic growing market, and we're going to focus on improving our automations, making them more seamless, and clustering and prioritizing the tasks. Now we have some competitors. A lot of them focus on an API, like they have an algorithm, and then they give that company, they give that fleet company the algorithm. They say, here you go, you can use this in your fleet. We don't think that's very effective because it means that the the company that receives the algorithm then has to translate that into their operational workflow. So there's still a lot of work for the company to do in order to actually leverage just an API. The other thing is that the UX for the technician, their experience and what they have to deal with every day in terms of the products they use is, we think, a key driver of their efficiency. So we believe that by owning the interface that they use over time, our product will be like better, simpler, and that will drive like a more efficient fleet. So at the moment, we're working in the shared space, so shared cars, shared bikes, and the total addressable market there is about 748 million by 2029. But the bigger connected fleet market is 4.2 billion. It's massive and growing. We're really a software as a service, so there's no hardware component. We plug into the existing fleet management software that the customers have. And we leverage the standardized industry data that we can get directly from the vehicles. We're currently scaling up our marketing and sales, so we do a mixture of direct outreach supported by a sales agency, and then we have partners as well that refer us warmly, and then we get along to industry events. They're also really effective. We've signed deals at our last 2 industry events that we went to. We have some key partnerships that we're working on this year, and that will unlock like these bigger customer bases that we're targeting. Yeah, so our goal is to get to 2029, 20 million annual recurring revenue. We're a very lean organization. We have got 6 people at the moment, half developers, half business and commercial. And so far, it's been possible to kind of maintain this lean profile and add customers. And we're raising a target of £200,000. We can go up to 300,000. We've already got 120,000 committed. We've got a lead investor from Australia, Scalata Ventures, and so the round is almost full. My goal is to get us to 432,000 annual recurring in the next 12 months, and I estimate I need about 50 customers in order to win that revenue. Our spend will be just under half on sales and marketing and getting out to events, and then the rest will be on the product and engineering. And within 12 months, we'll go for the seed round, where we'll raise £1 million. So yeah, this is my team. So we have, it's a combination of commercial experience, myself, a background in government and consulting, CTO has a data science background, and our head of operations has already been through one startup that was acquired, spam filtering startup. And then we've got engineers that are ex-Google, ex-Amazon, and our lead data scientist has a PhD in astrophysics and has been like really key to driving our data modeling. And really, our goal is just to make these operations for these companies just radically efficient, and just almost the kind of thing that the fleet manager no longer needs to worry about that. They can do other things in their job. They don't have to sit at the computer all day and click on things, and these fleets are automatically running really smoothly. And our view is like that is also going to accelerate the transition to sustainable transport. So we'll have, because these fleets are running better, cities will be like less congested, and we'll also have less emissions as well. So yes, please come and get in touch. I'm at a booth over there, or you can find me on the CRISP platform. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Alex. Up next is our small cap panel, our first panel of the day, moderated by Paul Rayson of Hearts and Minds Investment Ltd. Along with our panelists, please welcome Manager Vihari Ross of Antipodes Partners, Junbei Liu of Tribeca Investment Partner, and Rob Gregory of Glenmore Asset Management.
We've all got a seat. Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for staying for our first panel session. We're very lucky to have some special guests with us today, and they're going to share their insights on listed markets in 2024. And we're also going to shine the spotlight on the small cap sector, which is long overdue for some catching up. But a big thank you to our panellists. We've just been through reporting season, and I know they've all been super busy. And I even see some companies still reporting today, even one of yours, JB. So they're laggards. I think they should be downgraded for being late. But so context for our discussion today, and I'll put my glasses on because I'm getting old and can't see. Last year in markets, you would have done very well if you're invested in a NASDAQ ETF or something with similar exposure to US markets. If you weren't, you probably didn't do so well. But this year, given where markets are already in February, I think it's going to be much tougher. I think this year you're going to have to be a very good stock picker, which I know everybody in this room and on the screen thinks they're a very good stock picker, but I think more reliably, you're probably better off having a decent allocation to good stock pickers. And we happen to have 3 particularly good stock pickers up here with us today. Our panellists are going to share their reflections on last year, but also give their thoughts on what's likely to shape 2024. And always, with this crowd here, stock ideas most welcome. I'm sure Steve gave a disclaimer at the top of the day, so feel free to give any stock ideas. My name's Paul Rayson. I'm CEO of Hearts and Minds Investments, and I'll be your moderator for today's conversation. So now let's meet our panellists. I'll ask each of you to give a brief introduction, then we'll move to our first question. Rob, I'll start with you.
Sure. Hi, my name's Robert Gregory, founder of Glenmore Asset Management. So that's a fund, it's got one fund, the Glenmore Australian Equities Fund, started in 2017. It's done very, very well since inception, returning about 19% per annum. And the focus is on small to mid-cap stocks, usually looking for companies that have very strong earnings growth that, in our view, isn't properly priced in by the market. Typically, we find that small to mid-cap part of the market just a better combination of earnings growth, business quality, and valuation upside. So that's Glenmore Asset Management.
And just before I leave you, Rob, just in case you missed that, Rob's delivered 19% per annum for the last 6.5 years, and it's been in the top 10 fund managers, I think, in the last couple. So pretty amazing performance. June Bay.
June Bailu, people call me JB. I've been a fund manager for a very long time, and I run the Tribeca Alpha Plus fund. It is a long-short fund, so some call a hedge fund, but it is just a fund where we can have full flexibility to buy across, buy or sell or short many different shares across many different classes. So whether it's small or whether it's mid or whether it's large, and I've been running the fund for almost 5 years, and the fund is just sitting just over $1.2 billion. And myself, I'm a passionate investor, and as you can see, whenever we talk about investing in the share market, I always have some sort of opinion. So that's me. Thank you.
Yeah, and $1.2 billion that June Bay runs, and also a core fund manager for Hearts and Minds. Very impressive. Bahari.
Hi everyone, I'm Bahari Ross. I'm portfolio manager at Antipodes. Antipodes is a Sydney-based global equities manager. We have 10 billion in assets that we manage on behalf of Australian clients, but increasingly clients around the world as well. We take a value approach, and we have a global long fund, global long short, and also a small to mid-cap global fund as well.
Thanks, Bahari. So let's move to our first question, which is really a recap of 2023, what happened last year. Now, the headline, if you look at the headline market returns last year, they don't really tell the story. At the headline level, 2023 was very good after a pretty poor 2022. US markets last year were up 24%, but very much skewed to a very small number of companies. The Magnificent Seven, which no doubt you've heard of, I call them the Super Six because I exclude Tesla for reasons that Steve knows, Probably no one else does. But anyway, the Magnificent Seven, they were up over 100% last year. If you exclude those 7 stocks, the US markets were actually pretty ordinary. And also, if you look at the earnings growth of the S&P 500 last year, most of it was attributable to those 7 companies, which is amazing concentration and pretty frightening, actually. Locally, the ASX was up 8% on an accumulation basis. It was up 12%. Bitcoin, which was the only bright spot in my personal portfolio, was up 155% last year, up a further 8,000 last night, which was pretty good. Last year, we also saw interest rate increases slowing after, increasing from 0 to about 5% in the US over the previous 18 months. So last year was a good market at the headline level, but you had to be invested in the right spot. So the first question for our panellists is, how did you go last year? I think last year took everybody by surprise, so no one would have got it totally right. But, what did you get right and what did you miss last year? I'll start with you, Rob.
Yeah, sure. Look, it was a challenging year last year. It felt for a large part of it that inflation, it was just staying persistently high. The outlook for interest rates was upward, and that just put a lot of pressure on equities, particularly small to mid caps. So it was a tricky year, a bit frustrating. We did get some relief at the end of the year with inflation data starting to moderate. But, I mean, the way I approached was just sort of, I had the companies that were in the portfolio that, I was comfortable with on an earnings point of view and a valuation point of view, and I really just decided to buy and hold. I felt like it was inevitable that the inflation data would moderate given the number of interest rate hikes that had been put through by the central bank. So, it was pleasing to get some stock price reward at the end of the year where, with small caps particularly, did very well at the end of the year. In terms of what I did well last year, 2 stocks that did well, MMA Offshore, which was it's a company that services the oil and gas and offshore wind industries it owns vessels essentially that it charters out, and these vessels get used to move equipment and labour and things like that to projects offshore. It's really a cyclical company that had a huge downturn and emerged out of the downturn in good shape. Day rates have been very strong, so that's just a cyclical that was very cheap. Another one that did well was GQG Partners, which is a US fund manager. It's been a well-performed company since IPOing a few years ago. Has had good performance, was getting very good inflows, but was just out of favour last year, just with sentiment towards stocks and funds management groups being so negative. So that was another one that they did well. Did you want a bad one as well, or later on?
Quickly give us a bad one.
Okay. A bad one last year was Retail Food Group, which is the small cap food and beverage company. It owns a few brands like Donut King, Brumby's Bakeries, Crust Pizza. And it was performing quite well operationally, but at the start of last year, it had a capital raising that kind of took everyone by surprise. Just the size, it's sort of probably a bit bigger than I would have thought was necessary, but that kind of took the wind out of its sails. And it did also have some headwinds just in the form of consumer spending. So it had a tough year, although it has actually started to perform operationally much better. I think, I think it's well positioned, still on a very cheap multiple. So, that's one that was a frustrating one last year.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. I'll jump over to Vihari.
Sure. So I think one little factoid, which might be interesting, is that, yes, the Mag 7 performed that well, but the top 50 stocks also significantly outperformed. So I think there was this broader flow towards safety and liquidity in general in markets. When there's uncertainty, what do people do? It's sort of, from a human psychology perspective, probably quite expected. So I think, there was that defensive positioning that we had going into last year. Some of our defensives did quite well. Companies like Tesco and FEMSA were sort of up over the course of the year. But the end, our tech positions within the Mag 7 were the operational outperformers. But again, it was it was really disproportionate in terms of that delivery of returns. And, in terms of it was really that allocation towards defensive, the recession, the inevitable recession, that didn't actually play out. And I think that was the sort of the macroeconomic error that probably a lot of fund managers, took at the start of last year.
Mm-hmm. JB?
You put me last because I'm going to talk the most. Look, I think last year was an interesting year. So, as a fund manager, my performance is measured pretty much every minute. And every month I have a proper report card back to my clients. Every quarter we'll have a review. Every year we'll have a proper full team review. So my performance is measured against my benchmark, which is ASX 200. Now, ASX 200 actually did quite well. And as Harry said, there are a lot of defensive, big quality company. They did well. And why did they do well? Because investors kind of hiding in them. Last year, you remember at the beginning of last year, 2023, there were so many uncertainties. We don't know if the inflation is going to go to double digit. We don't know if the interest rate is going to burn down the house or cause all these recession that is about to come. So there was so much uncertainty that investors didn't want to take risk. So what did they do? They piled into the things they think are safe, whether it's the supermarkets or whether it's your Transurban, things that's safe. So people hide in those names. And that the challenging part for the fund manager is that, part of my investment, I've got to sit in them because I need to do better than the market. But by just sitting in them, I won't do better than the market. So I need to beat everyone else. I've got to be earlier than everyone else. So, the things that we actually got it right is that we were a little bit early, but it did take a bit of time for market to recognize. It's going to say the retailers. As soon as we realize that, the recession is clearly out of the talk now, that we're not going to have a recession, we're having a slowdown. Interest rate path is clear, and we know it's pretty much done, or at the time was close enough to done. Inflation is stabilizing. So this is when you go to some of the company that's really been sold off. So this is when we, went straight into some of the high quality retailers, big, small, Lovisa or JB Hi-Fi, some of those names. And then we have been rewarded, quite frankly, towards the latter part of the year. It did take some time. Usually the market doesn't take that long, but because of lack of confidence from other investors, it just took that long. But so far this year, now you're seeing really that's playing out, particularly in terms of what Rob was talking about, the cyclical sectors, the sectors that has been sold off, but it is probably leveraged to the economic activity, and that is not going to be too bad here in Australia, right? We got tax cut coming middle of this year. We got immigration coming through. We got looking through our building material company. We have big exposure to building material company. All of them has been taken private, and not all of them, majority of them. We got CSR being bid for by French company. We got Borrow being bid for by Seven Group. We got Adelaide Brighton was bought out. Why? We got this huge underbill coming through, and quite frankly, no one knows how we're going to solve that problem yet. So, there's a lot of opportunity coming through, and last year was a bit of a frustrating year for stock picker just because it took a little bit longer. But I think heading into this year, we're seeing everything moving the right direction. Our economy is fine. It's slowing. 2024, remember this, it's going to be marked the years. The share price will go higher, but the economic activity will go lower because we're bound to slow down with all these interest rate increases. But you know what? We have the light at the end of the tunnel. Middle of this year, we will have tax cut. We will have some stimulus support, and we will have the immigration that will support our economy. With China potentially, China is on the way back. That will provide more support to our commodities as well.
No, that's right. So it was a good, all in all, a pretty good year. But this year is going to be, as I said, much tougher. But markets have got off to a great start. I think January, February have been, November, December, January, February have been excellent, and even last night was excellent. So we're looking pretty good. But a lot of those large caps now starting to look a bit toppy. As you said, inflation's starting to slowly come down. We may get an interest rate decrease later in the year. Still some time to go. Economies are looking okay, but slowing, as you said. Employment's okay. So all indications are a soft landing, with a few exceptions like Japan, China, commodities, property. But with a few exceptions, I think it's going to be okay. And there's also a long list of risks and opportunities. So how do you think no one's got a crystal ball, but how do you think 2024 is going to play out, and which sectors or stocks are of interest to you? I'll go to you, Rob, again.
Yeah, look, I think I'm still positive overall on equities for this year. I think interest rates will sort of be reasonably stable. Inflation seems to be moderating. In terms of sectors, a few sectors I'm looking at is lithium, which has sold off dramatically at the end of last year. And I'm really talking about the low-cost producers such as Pilbara Minerals and Mineral Resources, which has a solid exposure to lithium. I think that looks interesting. You've got some high-cost producers in lithium shutting down mines, and historically that's been a good starting point to make money from investing in a commodity when high-cost mines are being shut down. Pilbara and MinRes, their lithium mines are still profitable at current prices, so that's interesting. I mean, lithium's down 85% year to year, so it's been a huge fall, but that's a sector I think looks interesting. Coal, I think, looks quite interesting just because there's very few new coal mines or new coal supply coming on. Coking coal and thermal coal still very much in demand. And you know, some of the coal stocks are trading on very low valuation metrics. So that's a sector that I find interesting. And I think also consumer discretionary, as Junbei said, they've bounced from sort of pretty low valuation levels last year, but I still think there's a bit more to run just because consumer spending is still reasonably subdued. And I think with the fullness of time, I think we get the tax cuts, interest rates stabilising. I think people will feel more comfortable about their financial situation. So, and a lot of these stocks they've re-rated, but not back to where they can get to, as we've seen in previous cycles. So, yeah, I think there's still a lot of interesting parts to the market. Yeah.
Okay, I'm feeling more optimistic now too. Bahari, your view? You've just been on a little insights tour too, so,
yeah, so
what's your view?
You know, I think 2024, we will see that broadening out of performance across a broader number of stocks. That, you know, the 4,993, you know, other businesses that are out there around the globe that we could potentially invest in. So I think, you know, that value dispersion is high. Means there's a lot of opportunity in different parts of the market. So we're looking at, you know, a key part of our process is really to understand those inflection points and the change in mindset around stocks. So I think, you know, AI is going to continue to be a theme that's not going anywhere. And I think we're definitely, you know, looking for opportunities there, but looking for also where there might be a little bit of over-exuberance when it comes to on the short side as well. We're looking for pragmatic, you know, value ways to play some of those themes. There's also things like the energy transition. You know, that's something that hasn't shifted. In fact, if anything, you know, fiscal spending is directed towards it. You know, regulation is changing in favour of it as well. So again, we're looking, you know, Saint-Gobain, which is bidding for that Australian company, is a good example of a business. You know, it's based in France that is actually directed towards, you know, it's a building materials company that you know, does injectable insulation and stuff like that, but it's trading on low multiples, single-digit multiples because of high mortgage rates. But in fact, the business trajectory is really directed towards that sustainability-based spending, where, you know, renovation rates are going to triple in Europe, as an example, because of that need to, you know, bring sustainability to the fore. And the other element, which, you know, the other speakers have touched on, is the opportunity in cyclicals, you know, across the globe as well. So you've got, you know, these are businesses that, you know, as the economy sort of proves to be resilient and there's more, you know, confidence about that rate cycle, you're going to get an inflection in some of those early stage cyclicals. So companies like autos, which are trading on single-digit multiples, you know, Hyundai, Toyota, businesses like Stellantis and GM. You've also got, you know, chemicals companies, you know, paper and pulp, like those types of businesses we're expecting to inflect up this year as well. And some of those happen to exist in emerging markets as well.
Okay, yep. And JB, you want to round out your thoughts for this year?
Okay, I'll be quick. So 2024, you know, we do think the market is heading higher, but this is the year where, you know, just by putting your money in the index or, you know, just by the ETF, it's not going to yield you that much return. You know, you're going to have to be very active. You know, I do think it's active managers market this year. You got to pick the right company, and I think the return will come from, you know, three key areas. You know, one area is that, you know, we talked to the bombed out sector. You know, things like lithium. It's done very poorly. You know, share price halved and more than half in some cases. Just recently started showing green shoots, and we're seeing the lithium prices started moving. And some of the negative news is really, you know, somewhat being dispelled now. So things are sort of moving the right direction. That represents a lot of opportunity. So, whether it's your Pilbara, which has got billions of dollars on the balance sheet, very strong, low-cost producer, that's probably what you look at. But there's quite a lot of names sitting in that space. You do want to be safe in these sort of sectors because, things have yet to turn in a big way, but it represents a lot of opportunity. Second bucket is that you want to go find the growth over the next 12 months, where it's going to grow. So, second bucket is housing exposure. Housing exposure come in many ways, right? Whether it's your retailers, because of tax cut and the like, and immigration, and given all these other building material companies already being bought out. So, everyone's telling you, even the corporates are telling you that there's so much opportunity coming in this space. There's money to be made. So you want to have exposure to that front. How do you gain exposure? Maybe JB Hi-Fi, people need to buy TV. And maybe it is through buying Seven Group, which now it owns Boral, once it goes through. So, so that bucket, we see a lot of opportunity and continue strong support for the years to come. And then the last bucket, I actually would say that, yes, I know the AI thematic's been incredibly strong and, feels like a bubble, looks like a bubble, and, everyone rushing to it like a bubble, but it's a real thematic. You can't ignore it. You've got to find companies that have exposure to that front. In Australia, it's a little bit harder. You've got to go down to the data center. We like the data center. You like the next DC that just reported today. Good result, talk to strong demand. Goodman Group actually now provides a very low risk way of playing it. It's very strong. Then you filter down to the smaller names of how do you gain exposure? Maybe it's Megaport. So there's a lot of space, things that you can look into that space, and it is an area where it will yield a lot of return. It's a real thematic. You cannot ignore it. Represent opportunity, and there will be heaps of companies coming through in that space in the next many years to come. So to us, the really opportunity is really across these three buckets, and you want to have exposure to all of them. It's not enough just to buy the index because market will be volatile because US election. There's still things that in the pipeline, but the real money is made through finding the right companies.
Yeah. No, I think it will be a stock pickers market. So let's move to small caps now, and maybe call out a couple of names. Small caps have underperformed the ASX over the last 2 years by about 20%. So serious underperformance, but the cycle appears to be changing with interest rates peaking, a bit of market confidence coming back, and those small cap gems can do two things. One, they're riskier, but this crowd, of course, loves risk. But not only do they give you risk in return, they give you liquidity, which a lot of things can't. So you've got possibly an emerging cycle in small caps and the attraction of liquidity. So what do we think about small caps? Any gems or places to look? We had a disclaimer earlier today, so Rob, go for it.
Yeah, sure. So look, a few small caps that I'm positive on. I touched on it before, MMA Offshore. The stock code's MRM. That went up 80-90% last year, but it still looks really cheap. It's got a very strong outlook. There is some, there are some concerns that we're nearing the end of the cycle, but at the moment, just given that globally there's very few new vessels being built, I think the really positive conditions can continue for the next few years. It's trading on an EV to EBITDA multiple of about 4 times, so still looks very cheap. Another one I like, Universal Stores, which is a youth-focused retail company in Australia. Had its result last week, which was very good. Basically, the positive points here is it's trading on about a PE of 10 times. It's rolling out some stores. It's got good management. The highlight of the recent result was their gross margin went up a bit, which is a good effort just given the headwinds that we've got right now. And I think there's still more to run with consumer spending. I think that'll be better in 12 months' time than it is right now. That's probably two that spring to mind. Yeah.
Well, my daughter's certainly helping out with Universal Stores' share price. She's in there all the time. Bahari?
My turn. So I think one thing from a global perspective that's worth saying is, a lot of the time when Australian investors think about small caps and the riskiness attached to that, it can often be because there's, in Australia, there's a lot of mining companies, there's a lot of, early stage tech sort of companies that you're sort of hoping to make some money from. But there's literally the whole world out there. when it comes to finding small cap opportunities. And you'll find, in the small cap space, I think a lot of the ex-US market really is a small to mid cap hunting ground now, just given that skew that we've seen in markets, particularly in 2023. But, the US is more than 60% of our index now. So looking around the globe is a fruitful exercise. And it's also an area where you don't necessarily have to go down the risk curve to the same extent. So, I'm going to give you 2 emerging markets opportunities just to be different. So one is Sendas. It's a Brazilian grocer. You might think, oh, that's a bit boring. But
what was the name of that again? Say that again.
Sendas Distribuidora. That's actually growing its profits at more than 20% per annum. In the next few years, even faster than that. And there's a Brazilian consumer recovery going on. Interest rates are coming down. Core inflation is below a lot of the Western world. You've got a real inflection taking place in that stock, and it's trading on a single-digit multiple with that type of growth rate. An equivalent growth rate in a developed market, and a business with an equivalent growth rate in a developed market in that cash and carry space. Costco, as an example, in the large caps, is trading on 40 times. This is a real value opportunity, quite a defensive asset. That we also have King D in the portfolio. That's a Chinese ERP database business. That's it's the Oracle SAP equivalent in China. China has a huge equity risk premium attached to it at the moment, where there's a lot of fear around that market. But this is a business that's growth trajectory is completely independent of the consumer cycle or the economic cycle that's taking place. Is a business that's more than 3/4 cloud native, and is a national champion as well, trading on, again, a trough multiple relative to its history. So that's another one. There's a lot of fruitful opportunity, outside of Australia. Australia is only 3% of world markets.
Yeah, no, and that's why it's important. You need an allocation to good stock pickers, because it's hard to research. Even in Australia, there's 400 companies outside the ASX 100 to the ASX 500, and there's some reasonable companies in there. They've got turnover or market cap ranging from 1.5 billion to about 100 million, and within that 400, there are some really good businesses. But how you find them is the trick, and that's why we have these wonderful stock pickers up here. JB, you might touch on that, but also, given we mentioned China, Year of the Dragon, are we at the bottom? Is there going to be breakout optimism again and stimulus?
Absolutely. It's the Year of the Dragon. Certainly what we heard from our corporates is the birth rate is on the way up. Given the marriage is picking up significantly there in China, that's a relief for A2. Look, I think China we certainly found the bottom. Bottom was somewhere, late last year, and the share price bottom was, more recently. The China is on the way up. Consumers showing confidence. They're traveling. They're spending. The recent Chinese New Year traveling, the period is now way above the pre-pandemic level now. So people are finding their confidence. They're spending. They're going around places, and some of the backlog, 12 months ago, it's all being worked through. So things are getting better, but not in a very dramatic way. So share market like to see, okay, hockey stick, things getting better. It's just going to take a bit of time, and certainly has found the bottom, and things are getting better. And it's all about time. It's all about confidence returning. I know a lot of, when things were tough for the last couple of years, there's been a lot of negativity about, the institutional investing in China and everyone's pulling money out and look, it will only take 6 months before people return, but 6 months of strong market performance before the institutional sort of interest returns. So, China is on the way up, and that's good for us, and it's good for our stock. And, for that share market, if you look at some of the valuation of what they're trading on, it just exceptional. I've never seen anything trading at that kind of steep valuation aside from maybe like Russia or something. It is, it presents significant opportunity. We are seeing most of the strategists around the world now calling China a buy. And China economy on the way up, and still project to grow more than 6% this year. Remember, China doesn't have much of inflation. That's real growth. So, when you think about it, Chinese consumer, aside from confidence being tough and, housing market going through its challenges, they are not doing too badly. They finally had the pandemic, hard pandemic lockdown, sort of reopened. They can travel. They still got a job, and then they don't have any inflation. There's no food inflation. If anything, there's deflationary environment in some areas. They still, and they still have the money to spend, and it's really, and then they don't have that much debt. The interest rate has been going up, it's been going down, and they don't have much debt to start with. So all of that together, consumer is not in a bad place. So 6% growth real, it's significantly higher. Don't forget than us. We expected to grow real about 2% or under 2, and we think that's great. So that's what it is. So it is an economy on the way up. I think Chinese market represent great opportunity, but to play from Australia, we're very intercorrelated with Chinese Fortune. We're a big trade partner. Our Treasury Wine, our A2, Fortune very much linked to that market, and they will continue to do well. Our commodities very linked to that market, and it will, they should recover in some areas.
There you go, Year of the Dragon. Now, a question without notice. Sorry to do this to you guys, but the Super Six, or you can include Tesla as well, make it the Magnificent Seven. They've grown enormously in terms of market cap and share price. 3 or 4 of them are still growing earnings very strongly. Buy, hold, sell, or you can call out one of them if you like. I know it's a tough question. Bahari.
So I think the thing that, they get talked about as a cohort, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're not the same. They're all incredibly different businesses with incredibly different, operating results that are starting to emerge now. I think it is a question of, which ones of these are the right ones to own. We have investments in Meta, in Microsoft and in Amazon. They have been the operational outperformers when it comes to, the most recent results that we saw in February. Apple is a business where, it's certainly in our view, over the last 12 months, its multiple hasn't been justified by the growth. It's an incredibly innovative company. They extract, blood from the stone in the sense of, how much, economics they extract from their users, which are tied in, which is a beautiful annuity stream. But it's no longer growing in the same way as when people were getting an iPhone for the first time, in terms of take up. So multiple not justified there. Tesla is, it's down more than 20% this year. That's a business that, is a car manufacturer. And as I mentioned earlier, a lot of car manufacturers trade on 5 to 10 times multiples. There's competition coming in that space. Its popularity is not the same outside of the US. I think there's a lot of, warts on that one, but again, a lot of valuation exuberance, which is, again, not our jam. I think the thing that's really interesting to think about in this sector is the concept of disruption. Technology, the nature of technology is that it disrupts itself over and over and over again. And what we're now starting to see in the big tech names is they're starting to compete with each other. So, OpenAI, ChatGPT, that's competing with Google search. It's already taken about 8% market share from Google. Google is now investing in TPUs to compete with NVIDIA's GPUs. So that range of outcomes and the margin of error, as we would call it, is actually increasing. And we need to really think about what is the appropriate multiple to pay given those dynamics are changing. So again, we don't have that investment in Alphabet. They're in a real innovator's dilemma situation. Do they have the capital? Yes. Do they have the data? Definitely yes, to succeed. But so far, that's going to require them to put a lot of capex down to sort of maybe potentially stand still. And NVIDIA, it's what a wonderful business. It's obviously done really, really well. But again, it's a range of outcomes risk for us over the next 5 years on that one.
Yeah, no, good. I feel the same way about Tesla. We bought NVIDIA at 440 and I was nervous then, but look at it now. So who knows? Rob, it's not your space, but you're going to say stick to small caps. We can say sell or buy, but got a view?
Not the global equities experts like these two, but I would probably say Microsoft, just because that's the company I have the most confidence in their competitive position being maintained over the next 5-10 years. So that's probably some of the other ones. Yeah, like you can see the competitiveness dialing up, and there's still a lot of exuberance in the valuations. So yeah, Microsoft would be my pick.
Cool. JB?
Look, I always believe let your winners run. Don't get out too early. NVIDIA, cryptocurrency, let them run. Quite frankly, especially for growth company, especially very fast growth company, if they're already trading on this big multiple we're talking about to start with, what stops it from trading on squillion multiple? So especially in the environment, we know the discount rate, which is the interest rate environment outlook, is stable. There's nothing to stop them because we don't know how the growth will pay out. All we can see is that everything's going so well. It's expanding massively. This AI thematic, everyone's talking about it. It took over everything by storm. Our businesses were talking about how we can streamline things and, save costs and everything else. It is real. So, just be there, be in those companies. Same as cryptocurrency. It's become mainstream. It's got an ETF. It's got billions of dollars already within 2 months. It is mainstream. So, that's always my theme. I say, you found a winner, you stick to it.
All right, I'm getting the wind up. But final question, again without notice, a personal question. You guys manage, hundreds of millions of dollars on behalf of investors, and all they want is performance. And markets are so hard to predict day to day, week to week, year. It's tough. It's huge responsibility and pretty scary. Very quick answer, if I can. How do you manage the stress, and what do you do to relax?
Look, myself, you do spend a lot of time in front of the screen analysing companies. Try to get away from out of the desk and go for a walk in the park or bike ride. Played a lot of sport with my 2 boys. So, I think just getting out in the fresh air is quite good because you do spend a lot of time in front of the computer, which probably isn't incredibly healthy. But that's probably my things.
Yeah. JB, how do you stop getting up in the middle of the night looking at US markets?
I still do. Only when I'm in the US, I'm in the right time zone. No, I still do. It just become a habit now. And as a fund manager, you never really switch off. But for me, I chill and relax. I've got kids. I find this very relaxing with kids. And embarrassingly, I was just telling Paul earlier that recently I discovered Bunnings, and I've been exploring. I bought this. Someone told me that this gurney thing, and I might just spending days doing it. It's so therapeutic. But obviously, we just find ways to do things. We're human. We interact. We talk to people. Go have coffees, and just because it's part of us, and we love doing what it is, and that's just part of us.
I think that's right. I think we do this because we love it. I certainly just love looking at finding new stocks. I think that's just endlessly fascinating. It's the sort of the luckiest people in the world to get to do this job. But otherwise, I'm going to say I exercise a lot to relax, and swims in the ocean. That's my big tip.
Yeah. Good. Well, thank you guys, and it is going to be a tough year. It's going to be a stock pickers market, and you need someone who does this day to day, every day. So look at these 3 funds. You could do yourself a favour. So thank you for our panellists, and I'll let you go to lunch now. Steve's coming up to wind me up. So thank you.
Big thank you to the panellists, and a big thanks to Paul for hosting that session. Now, of course, we've all got the visual of running into June Bay at Bunnings. So thank you. Just obviously, we're going to have lunch now. Straight after lunch, we're coming back at 1:30. And that's going to be the Venture Capital Trends panel session. We'll be doing announcements about 2 to 3 minutes before that. So please assist us and come back in early for that session. Typically we find that this session and then also the VC and the crypto are some of the standout sessions for the day. So please make sure you come back in for that. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. We invite you to join us at Emergence 2024, where technology and innovation are coming together to create the era of abundance in the heart of Sydney. This is a network of forward thinkers, investors, leaders and innovators coming together in one destination. Dive into curated panel sessions on venture capital, digital assets, family offices, property, funds and more. Emergence 2024 is your gateway to the latest investment trends. You will gain investment insights from some of Australia's leading investors direct. Access curated private market opportunities, fund managers and innovative small cap listed companies set to shape the future. Connect with the CEOs directly. The companies featured will be from a range of sectors including life science, climate tech, fintech, agri-tech, digital assets, deep tech, advanced manufacturing and much more. With high-valued networking opportunities, each interaction at Emergence 2024 could be the start of something significant. Engage, connect, and grow your network in an environment designed for business and investment success. Whether you're a seasoned investor or new to angel and venture investing, Emergence 2024 is your platform for insights, opportunities, and networks. Join an ecosystem that's shaping the future of the investment landscape. Be a part of Emergence 2024. Experience the synergy of innovation, ideas, and investment in Australia's deal-making capital.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope your bellies are filled and ready for our next panel session. Our next panel will be taking us through venture capital investment trends. Please join me in welcoming moderator Kat Galpin, Manager of Listings at ASX, and our panelists, Casey Flint, Senior Associate at Square Peg Capital, Raj Rayat, Investment Manager at Airtree Ventures, and Karen Chan, Portfolio Manager at Perennial Partners.
Good afternoon, everyone. And firstly, thank you to Steve and the Wholesale Investor team for inviting us to come and run this panel today. And thank you, everyone, for coming back from lunch so promptly. Firstly, just to introduce, my name's Kate Galpin. I'm a manager in the listings team at ASX. So my role involves engaging, connecting and educating companies who are considering the pathway to the public markets. On the panel here today, we've got a range from very early stage investors right the way through to the cusp of public markets. So I think it's great. We're going to have some really in-depth conversations at every stage of a company's life cycle. I might start with some introductions with the panelists here. Casey, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you so much. So excited to be here and talk to you all about venture today. I'm Casey Flint. As you know, I'm a senior associate at Square Peg. We are an international VC covering Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia and Israel. We invest all the way from first check now to actually post-IPO now that we have a listed fund. We've been in the Australian market a bit over 10 years, funds under management around $3 billion. I think we have about 65 portfolio companies now, and I spend most of my time looking at AI and data products, as my background when I was working at Uber for 5.5 years was very data heavy. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Hi, I'm Karen Chan. I'm a portfolio manager with Perennial Partners, specifically in the private investments team. We invest in later stage growth companies through to pre-IPO as well as at IPO, and we can also participate in some listed placements as well. So think of us as a crossover investor. We can invest in both private and public. We manage around 700 million funds under management, and really pleased to be here today. So thank you to Steve and the Wholesale Investor team.
Hey everyone, I'm Raj Rayat. I'm an investor at Airtree. We have been around for about a decade. We are a sort of pre-seed to growth stage venture fund, investing in anything software heavy. We have about $1.5 billion under management. We're about 100 companies, and I guess 2 years ago we raised the 700 mil fund that we're sort of still happily investing from. And sort of similar to SquarePeg, we like to be the first check into a company, and we like to sort of be there to support them through multiple rounds. And yeah, that's us.
Great, thanks, Raj. So today on the panel, we'll cover off the current market landscape, the macroeconomic environment, valuations, liquidity, which is obviously a key point for VCs this year, and then also grill Casey on some AI pieces as well, which is her area of interest particularly. So starting off with the market landscape, obviously the private and the public markets are intrinsically linked. There's often a lag between when the public markets move and then the private markets after that. In the IPO world, as I'm sure you all know, in the last 2 years has been very quiet in the IPO market. Very sort of specific cases where IPOs have been able to come through, but globally a very slow market. At the ASX, we're pretty confident that maybe the second half of this year we'll see more movement in the IPO market. And again, that comes to the lag where the conditions are right to then companies actually coming to participate in the public markets. So obviously interest rates now, inflation, all moving in the right direction. Volatility has been low for a period of time. The VIX, which is the volatility index on the Australian market, is currently around 11, which is conducive for IPO activity. And the investor base is definitely cash rich in terms of money that's been put back in their pockets. Markets are at all-time high, and Australia joined the party with that at the end of January. So it feels like from a public market perspective, everything's in place for things to get going, so we just need that to actually kick into action. So how does that feed through to the VC world and the private market? Karen, I might start with you, obviously sitting at the cusp between the public and the private markets. What are you seeing in terms of the market and the macroeconomic environment?
So like you, Kate, I think we've all been watching the macro indicators, and so outside of geopolitical disruptions, the fact that the interest rate environment is looking to settle, as in there'll be less likely another rate rise, more that there's rate pauses and potentially rate drops. This is actually positive to the private liquid investing environment. We're also seeing significant activity on the ASX in terms of placements as well as M&A activity. So from a public investors' perspective, they would be looking for newer ideas, given that many of their the investable space has also been taken off the exchange. We're also expecting, like Kate, seeing that there will be pent-up demand for IPOs. More likely in the second half, we'll also be looking to the US for growth stage companies. A lot of IPOs are looking to hit the market, hopefully this first half, and then we in Australia would likely to see more activity in that second half as a result.
And Raj and Casey, maybe you can talk to the earlier stage with the companies in your portfolios, what you're seeing in terms of deal flow.
Yeah, sure. And happy, just reacting to what Karen said, I think we were all holding our breath this time 12 months ago, waiting for the IPO window to open. Everyone was saying kind of Q4 last year, and it still feels like we're sort of on the precipice. It's like a bit of a Mexican standoff still, but we've seen some big IPOs come through in the last four months or so, particularly in tech, which is where we focus, which are sort of green shoots and positive signals, and particularly the optimism about like the path of interest rates from here certainly suggests that the things are looking better for IPOs and liquidity in tech than they have been for the last couple of years. On the early stage side, so we invest from sort of pre-seed idea on a napkin stage through to sort of Series alphabet companies, the $30-40 million checks. So we think about this along the lines of kind of early stage and growth stage. Growth stage being sort of just before sort of pre-IPO. And I guess on the seed stage, if you look at sort of early stage funding in Australia, through 2023, I think we were down about 50% from where we were in 2021, which was really the high watermark. I think about $10 billion was invested in Australia in private technology startups, and that number's I think sitting around $4.5 billion to $5 billion, based on which estimates you look at last year. So it's been a sort of sharp drop off, but I guess zooming out a little bit, that's still still significantly higher than it was in 2019. So the overall kind of story for private funding in tech startups is a really positive one. If you zoom out and look back from when Airtree started 10 years ago to today, our ecosystem is more resilient. There is more capital. There is more interest in people to leave corporate jobs or safe options and start companies. And that's something that we're really excited about. I think, based on how you look at it, there's anywhere between sort of $2 and $2.5 billion of dry powder sitting in venture funds in our region today, looking for new ideas, and that's like historically a very strange thing in Australia. Like this is quite an optimistic time, I think. So that's the early stage. I think the story at the growth stage of the last 12 months has been a little different in that a lot of funding for sort of Series B plus companies really dried up until right at the end of 2023, I'd say. And particular valuations came down, quite significantly, 70, 80% in some sectors like fintech. So the story at growth was probably a little bit less optimistic. I think that's because a lot of companies got sort of bid up and prices were a little too high through 2021. And the companies that were sort of hitting the market are trying to sort of delay that as much as possible. So I think we're going to see a lot more volume in growth stage investments this year. And I think seed stage will just, seed to Series A will just continue powering through as it has been for the last couple of years.
It's been really interesting talking to other investors actually about their perception of the start of this year versus the years prior. You're right, there seems to be a lot more optimism about this year. I think that last year people expected a greater normalization in a few different ways. One, valuations, there's still definitely a lag between early stage valuations that founders expect and early stage valuations that investors expect, being a bit closer to kind of what they see across the market. So that's one thing. I think I was reflecting on the same numbers that Raj saw, about a 50% drop in 2023, and I actually expect that it was larger than that. The reason being is a lot of the rounds that I saw reported on had actually occurred late kind of 2022, and so there was a bit of a lag in reporting, and so I expect that the drop-off was actually more severe than that. And yeah, people just thought that generally things would recover perhaps a bit faster coming out of 2021 was this like crazy high valuation, very high pace of rounds. 2022, everything seemed to drop off, and we were spending a lot of our time making sure that our portfolios' balance sheets were in a good spot, that they had the funding they needed, and so 2023 felt like the natural reset. But it feels like at the moment that there's a lot of investor optimism for 2024 in the early stage, and it feels like founders are back in the kind of phase of raising again. I think that often the VC rhetoric that the things that VCs say to founders has a real cyclical effect on how founders are feeling. And so hopefully the VC optimism also leads to founder optimism. And I also think one more point on the ecosystem, many of you know, will have seen the articles about Canva going through a secondary right now and hopefully leading up to IPO. And there's other companies like in our portfolio, like Rocked, who have been clear about their intention to IPO. I'm hopeful that that will bring a flood of new cash into the market, in that it's going to early employees. Typically what we see in other venture markets is that early employees who have a great exit from a great startup, they go on to do their own angel investing, found their own business, invest in VC funds, and so that has a really amazing flywheel effect on an ecosystem, and that flywheel effect has been playing out for decades in the US, and it's really starting to happen here in Australia. So it's an optimistic time.
Thanks, Casey. I might dig into the valuations piece a bit more, though. Obviously, you and Raj have touched on it, but I'm sure there's a number of founders or business owners in the audience here today who are thinking that they may fundraise this year. Is there any advice that you would give on that, given your comments around valuations and what you're seeing? Obviously, we touched on the early stage, but then Karen as well, obviously be interested in your thoughts on the growth stage through to pre-IPO as well.
Yeah, valuations. I think the perspective that we have is that valuations are largely sort of normalized. I think we saw like a real run up in valuations through 2020, 2021. So 2022 was a bit of a reset, but there was certainly some sort of trailing high valuations in there. So, I mean, I think if I were a founder thinking about valuation, I would encourage you, and this is sort of more directed to really early stage. I mean, I think people sort of fixate a bit too much on the right sort of number. Like, what's the valuation of my company? I want to raise it at a certain price so I can tell my friends I raised it at this price. I imagine that's kind of what goes into it. I think the sort of number is very important, but also, it's really a function of, and I see people go about this the wrong way, I guess this is a comment towards, of fixating on a number for the valuation and then sort of backing into a dollar amount from there. I think really it's about thinking from sort of first principles of, okay, what's the least amount of capital I need to get to the next kind of proof point from which I can then sort of go raise another round of capital to prove the next piece of the journey out. I think that number is often lower than people think that they need. And the other piece to think about there is which kind of partners you want along the journey. For us as a larger fund, having a certain ownership stake is really important for both the way that we allocate resources to our companies. We have a portfolio team, and our investment team spends a lot of time, with the company along the journey. And so for us, it only really makes sense to invest in a company if we can sort of own 15% of it and be a long-term partner in the business. That's very different to other sort of types of funds, or maybe smaller seed funds out there are happy to put in, or take a smaller percentage ownership. So I'd encourage you to kind of think about the very deeply about the amount of capital that you need. And also the kind of partners you want to go with you on the journey. It may make more sense to have a larger fund, may make more sense to have a smaller fund. And I think both of those sort of influence valuation in a sort of perhaps not non-obvious, but in a sort of a way that people don't normally think about.
I think survival is really key, and the market has definitely shifted towards profitability. So valuation is your valuation, say, at one particular point in time, so that can fluctuate. Even reflecting on the 3 big tech IPOs out of the US last year, many of those came to market at lower, significantly lower valuations in some cases to their last private rounds. But then if a company can demonstrate a execution record, then the market will reward them. And that would equally apply in the private markets as well. So we've seen ARM reported very strong results, and share price popped as a result. We're also seeing retail, like in Australia, which has been a really unloved sector. A lot of those companies have been focused on margins as well as profitability, and have also experienced stronger growth than expected. So beating expectations has also resulted in strong pops throughout this earnings season. So we're seeing actually more normalization. And so, yes, you could be in an unloved sector today, but it could be a loved sector tomorrow. So, but execution and survival would be key, in my view.
I wanted to add a quick anecdote to what Raj said about, being too particular or too fixated on a particular valuation. Some of you may be aware that Paul Bassett, the founder of Seek, is one of the founders of SquarePeg. And he tells this really great story about when he founded Seek. One of his early investment rounds was at a $100 million valuation around 1998. So this is kind of pre-dot-com boom going through. And then his second round in 2001, between 1998 and 2001, the business had grown about 40x, which is really great growth, right? But both of those rounds had a $100 million valuation. And so it's less about the actual intrinsic growth of the business and more a reflection of the market. And he was willing to run with that. The business kept performing really well, and those two eventual valuations didn't end up having an impact on the business. And so I think, to Raj's point, being too particular about valuations can harm people. And unfortunately, what I'm seeing at the moment is a lot of investors who raised really high valuations in 2021 haven't been able to grow into that. And so now they're struggling with either not raising at all, or having to do a down round, which can have certain implications on liquidity and also kind of reputational implications. And so I think pushing for too high a valuation can also be harmful, as much as it sounds like me being a self-serving VC saying that.
Thanks, Casey. I might fast forward through now, actually, to the other end of the fund life cycle with liquidity. So, Casey, you mentioned Canva and Rocked, obviously considering the IPO path. There's a number of VC funds in the Australian ecosystem, Raj, you're nodding, reaching the end of their life cycle, Airtree being one. Just interested, how are you thinking of that, about that as a team with your liquidity options, and, talking with your portfolio companies about that next stage and putting some liquidity back?
Yeah, it's kind of the really obvious bit of raising a private limited life fund, is that you both have to invest in companies and then also exit those companies and give the money back to the investors who originally gave you the money, hopefully with a bit of extra money. And I think if I was to think about the sort of history of venture in our little part of the world, I think we went through a couple of waves and a few wipeouts. I think like the sort of .com run up and wipeout in Australia really wiped out VC and really put a lot of investors off the asset class, a little bit through the 2000s as well. And I think this kind of epoch that we're in venture in Australia really started around maybe 2010, 2012. And so Airtree raised its first fund in 2014, and we're very fortunate that fund is now in the top 5% of funds globally, across all venture funds. And that fund will, come to the end of its life. And I think the art of being a good venture fund manager is to always be investing, but also to be sort of thinking very far ahead and proactively about sort of engineering exits in the right way. Like it's a really important art of fund management. So that fund, we've been sort of averaging down a lot of positions over the last few years. We very sort of controversially exited a big chunk of Canva in 2021 when the stock price was really high, much to everyone telling us we were idiots. And now people ask us why we didn't sell more because of the volatility in the price. But so I mean, these funds have limited lives, and there are a lot of funds out there now raising their second fund in Australia who just unfortunately don't have the track record of delivering liquidity, DPI, and anecdotally they're finding it really, really tough. And so I think from our perspective, we feel very fortunate that we, I certainly as an investment professional stand on the shoulders of giants in that the founders of Airtree have been sort of very disciplined and made hard decisions along the journey to make sure we can deliver returns to our investors, because that's at the end of the day all people care about. So yeah, it's definitely front of mind, and I think as we've institutionalized, it's kind of become a muscle in our fund. We have a fund strategy team who spend all day thinking about these kind of questions. So yeah, it's a really important piece of the journey, and it's an important step on the way of growing up as a VC fund as well.
And Karen, what are you seeing at your stage of investment? Obviously, being closer to the pre-IPO stage through to the public markets.
Yeah, so I think we are always constantly thinking about liquidity and exits for our portfolio. So when we invest in companies, we do want alignment to be able to return our capital back to our investors. So we do want the founders and management teams we back to also have the same horizon. In the current environment where there has been very few IPOs, we've found that companies that actually can IPO actually have significant exit opportunities, whether it's through an M&A or takeover. And we're also looking at merging some of our portfolio companies with other companies in their space so that they could be more attractive takeover targets or larger, so that when the window more fully opens for an IPO, then they'd be ready to go. And as Casey mentioned, for the larger companies, there's also more opportunities to be able to exit through secondary. So I think you'll find that funds now are looking at myriads of ways to exit for their investors.
I was just going to add also on the point I made earlier about this being a kind of flywheel time in Australia's ecosystem, is these exits on behalf of venture firms also help catalyse the ecosystem in the sense that it helps win that trust over from their investors and their limited partner base. It's been a big reason that SquarePeg, for example, has been able to raise a $900 million fund, Airtree I think 750, and Blackbird $1 billion, is by getting the trust of those large investors that can deploy large amounts of capital. And I'd also emphasise, I have also heard that it is a real struggle to raise right now if you don't have that track record of returning real capital. And so investors placing more of an emphasis on that is going to be really great for the health of the ecosystem here. We've been fortunate at SquarePeg in the sense that we have that international exposure, and so we have a broader number of companies pre-IPO than perhaps if we just looked at Australia. And we also have the listed fund, which gives us a great perspective on public markets as well, and so we always have an eye to that.
Great, thanks, Casey. With time on my mind, I might move on to AI now and have a little chat about that. So, Casey, would you mind setting the scene for us for AI? What investors are looking for and what you're thinking we might see this year in that space?
I think investors are both excited and terrified. I think it's quite hard for investors to get a real feel of where this is all going to go, and especially with the pace of developments that are coming out at the moment. Like, just as an example, some of you might have seen OpenAI's recent release of Sora, which is their video generation model. You won't have heard about that to the extent that you heard about ChatGPT, for example, but it is about the same level of innovation. It's really extraordinary that they've managed to release this. Some of the best experts in the world who are behind this technology are astounded that they managed to do so. And so I think that pace of development, it excites investors because obviously there are so many more use cases that are yet to come out of AI. We're really only scratching the surface, but it's also quite terrifying in terms of finding firm footing and figuring out what you can actually put a firm investment thesis behind, how you can understand how moats might be changing as a result of this, and where you can get defensibility. And so at SquarePeg, I spend a lot of my time focused on this, and I talk to a lot of experts in the space, both on the more academic end and also in industry, and that's been really useful for trying to form a view on how all of this will pan out. But even when I speak to like senior directors at NVIDIA or Amazon who have been in AI for 20 years, they say, I don't know what's happening in 3 months. And if they don't know, well, it's pretty hard for an investor who's spending 5-10% of their time talking or thinking about AI to do so as well. So a lot of excitement, a lot of fear. The way that we're thinking about it at SquarePeg is broadly sectioning things into 3 categories. So you've got your application layer, which is companies that are using AI to serve a particular product experience. You'll likely use them. You'll be very familiar with these kinds of products. Then you've got horizontal enablers. These are products that are basically helping people build and deploy machine learning models. And then on the bottom layer, you've got infrastructure. So you've got your cloud hyperscalers, your foundation model players like OpenAI, and then you've got your hardware players like NVIDIA, for example. I don't pay as much attention to the bottom category. It's certainly interesting for curiosity's sake, but we don't really see many of those types of businesses in our markets. A little bit more in Israel, but not so much Southeast Asia, Australia, and New Zealand. We definitely spend most of our time in the top 2 categories. In the top category, on applications, I'm very focused on people bringing across genuine domain expertise to starting particular products. So if we think about logistics or retail, for example, or even we've seen some cases in engineering and defense, people can apply the great domain expertise they've gotten as an insider in that industry and find unique ways to solve problems that have historically been really hard to solve without AI. And the reason I'm really interested in that from a defensibility perspective is it's very hard to be a horizontal player like Google, who's in a lot of different places, and apply yourself so specifically to solve such a niche but actually relatively large problem. When you speak to folks at Google, they're going after a bunch of stuff, but they say they want to be a toothbrush factory. They want to build things that people use every day that are billion-dollar opportunities from the get-go. And so really interested in domain-specific problems at the application layer. A little bit lower in horizontal enablers, we have a bunch of investments. So Deci, for example, they help people optimize and productionize deep learning models. We're investors in Superbase, which is an extraordinarily popular database tool that also has databases specifically for AI. Some unannounced investments there. It's a much trickier category. It's a trickier category because as an investor, you need to understand a much more technical customer base. So your businesses in that space are selling to data scientists, software engineers, data engineers, and you as an investor need to understand the problems they're experiencing to be able to make a solid investment in that space. There's also a much greater risk of vertical integration because players like Google and Amazon want to continue to leverage their platform advantage, and their platform advantage comes from locking people into cloud, and the way that they can do that in the future is building ML tools. And there's also a lot of price pressure from open source, as developers tend to build a lot of open source products down at the bottom layers. And so those are kind of the 2 categories that I'm spending most of my time on and seeing most founders in.
Great, thanks. And Raj and Karen, are you seeing the similar things? And how are you working with your portfolio companies on that?
Yeah, sure. I guess if I was to sort of, if I was to kind of zoom out, I would say that, like, in our perspective, depending on how you slice it, and data is always a bit patchy, but about 2/3 of the venture returns that have been realized in over the last 15 years have been in sort of cloud and mobile. The thing that we're sort of scratching our heads about is the extent to which venture returns in the next decade will be dominated by AI. And like Casey said, like these things, it's just moving so fast. And you listen to podcasts and interviews of the people who are at the coal face of this, and they're even shocked at how fast things are moving. And so, most of the jobs that people do today, in at least the world of knowledge workers in particular, weren't jobs before the internet. And so if you look at, I think for again, patchy stats and who knows the truth, but some people say that for every job that was created as a result, every job that was displaced as a result of the internet, 2.4 were created. And so, to the extent you argue that AI is as significant a platform shift as perhaps it's not as large as the internet, but certainly as large as cloud and mobile, that the world's going to sort of meander in ways which are sort of really hard to see. Certainly from an investment perspective, I think our view is very similar to Casey in that we're not seeing a lot of signs that Australia will compete at the sort of foundational infrastructure level, but certainly at the application level, we're seeing a lot of people tinkering and innovating. And I think, like Casey said, I mean, it's really hard to make high conviction investments because things are moving so fast. It's hard to know what will be sort of displaced, and we're seeing a lot of. It almost feels like one of our partners always says, I don't know if you remember when the iPhone first came out, there was the little app that had the cigarette lighter on it. And you could, it was just like a little picture of a flame and you could twist it and whatever. It's a bit of a novelty. It sort of feels like we're in that sort of iPhone app, the calendar app phase of AI where people are sort of scrambling to find use cases and it's sort of not, at least at the application level, not immediately obvious what will win. The other kind of unique thing is in this world we have so much power held by the large incumbents, the Googles, the Metas, the Microsofts, and so it's incredibly difficult to look through the noise and to pick winners at this point. And we're seeing a lot of companies that we feel are coming to market and will just sort of most likely be disrupted or will end up being features in platforms. And so, yeah, I mean, the other kind of perspective on this is just an incredibly exciting time. Like the level of innovation, the pace of innovation, it's really quite remarkable. So we're all sort of incredibly enthused and energized by it. We're also scratching our heads a lot as to where to invest.
I think the only thing I'll add to that is that I think management teams and boards will really need to think about AI strategy and how AI may disrupt their business.
Great, thanks everyone. I think we're coming up to time now. So thank you all for your really interesting insights and hand back over to Wholesale Investor. Thanks.
Hey.
Thank you, panelists. Please join me in welcoming Leslie Chong, Managing Director and CEO of Imugene, ASX code IMU.
Just start? There's no introduction or anything? I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Got it. All right. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Chung, and I'm the CEO of a company called Imugene. We are squarely in cancer research and development. So thanks for joining us today. My disclaimer, so I don't have to look at I don't want to look behind me. So our market cap is currently around 887 million. We have roughly about 139 million in the bank, and I'm crucially careful about how I spend my money. We have 4 platform technologies. We also have a manufacturing facility in the US, and we're not only addressing hematologic or blood cancers, we're largely in solid tumors. We have 5 ongoing clinical studies. It's a little bit of an embarrassment of riches in that Amongst all our clinical studies, we have seen at least one complete response, meaning remission. Hopefully this patient after another year, this one patient in particular, if he goes on for another year of a complete response, that means the doctors can actually call it a cure. So amongst all our products, we have patients on that have responded. So far, all of our products have been in anywhere between 250 to about 300 patients. So I'm very pleased to bring you Imugene in that we have an amazing team. So between all of us, we have more than 150 years of developing cancer drugs. Not that we're that old, mind you, but we have a lot of experience. And we worked in major pharmaceutical companies in the US. And between all of us, we have 13 FDA-approved cancer drugs. So needless to say, we clearly know what we're doing. So we have a product that we call Azer-cel, and that's what's called an allogeneic CAR T. So what you need to know about CAR Ts is that currently autologous CAR T, personalized CAR Ts, you take your own T cells out, and then you put your souped up T cells back into your body. Sometimes it works quite well, sometimes it doesn't. And what we are trying to do is to, A, bring down the cost of that. So autologous CAR Ts that are approved in blood cancers are roughly anywhere between $350,000 to $500,000, leading to anywhere between a 53% to 80% response rates. We think that we could derive at the same end goal, but even in harder diseases, because we actually take healthy donor T cells, and then we gene editing it out the particular bit so that it's universal and it's on demand when the patient comes in. So for the approved autologous CAR Ts currently, when you come into the office and you are given a diagnosis of lymphoma or leukemia, you have to wait anywhere between 19 to 42 days for your cells to be re-engineered and put back into you. Our product, our allogeneic off the shelf, as soon as you're diagnosed, as soon as you're ready, it's at the sites, at the hospitals, ready for you. We saw a great amount of patients' data. 84 patients have been dosed thus far, and we saw anywhere between 58 to 61% overall response rate, which is beautiful. But especially in this particular population of blood cancer types that we're going after, we saw 83% response. So it's nearly. It's wonderful, and we hope to progress this into a registrational study and commercialize this. We have another product that is an oncolytic virus. It's a virus that only infects and multiplies in cancer cells. We know this because we already have roughly 38 to 40 patients on, and every single patient has shown with solid tumors that it's replicating, it bursts the cells and alerts your immune system. We have several patients in here that has had a response, and one in particular has had what's called a complete response, where your tumor, you're completely in remission. This patient in particular has been on the study for over a year and a half and is in complete remission. So cholangiocancer or bile tract cancer types are hard to treat. They're what's considered cold, and what we've done with our virus is to turn it on. So this is revolutionizing how we can treat solid tumors moving forward. And even still, we took that backbone virus, we placed in what is the target for blood cancer, so those cancer types that I told you earlier that are getting 56 to 80 some odd % of response rate, we put that gene coding in, and this is what the oncolytic virus expresses. It's a pioneer in the field. There's nothing like it. It's the idea of turning solid tumor into one disease and chasing it up with the targeted product. So it's a combination therapy. And I would say, most of the US investors are quite excited about the outcome of that. And we have a few patients on, and we'll possibly have data of it quite soon. We love the idea of combining our Azer-cel, our CD19 blood cancer product, with our own product on Cartherics, so that combination is in works. This is a preclinical model in triple negative and gastric, and as you can see, in 72 hours, we were able to completely kill those cancer lines. That is extremely hard. I've been doing this for 28 years, and preclinically, you don't see those results. You have to wait days and days, but within 72 hours, we saw a complete curing of both cell lines, and we have other lines to show this as well. We have a lot of key catalysts moving forward in the next, anywhere between 6 to 12 months and then 24 months. We hope to put our product in a registrational, this is 2-market study. We have our oncolytic virus producing data, and we also have, we're monetizing some of our other products as well. So lots of activity at Imugene, and I'm not back. So our share price is currently at 12 cents. We were at roughly about 60 cents back in 2021, but we have a lot of cash runway to get us to a proof of concept and maybe even a commercial ad to all our products. So yeah, so a lot of the management group within the company owns the shares, so it's pretty steady. And I'm back to, as I said, we have 4 unique platforms. We have patent rights across all our therapy. We ring-fence those. We have an in-house manufacturing process. We're addressing not only blood cancers, but multitude of solid tumors. And I'm happy to report that across all our therapies, we have activity. So that's it. And I've got 24 seconds to go. And I'm done.
Thanks, Leslie. Please join me in welcoming Shane Mueller, founder and CEO of SafeWatch.
Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. My name is Shane Mueller. I am the founder and the CEO of a company called SafeWatch. And SafeWatch is a application software that's in the mental wellness space. I won't be reading this to you because I will use up my entire time if I did, so bear with me. I'll start with the story of the backdrop around SafeWatch and mental wellness. So before we started SafeWatch, which was just on 3 years ago, we spent a whole year researching this topic of mental wellness, and we found that people, when they're in the extreme end of mental wellness, it was very, very unfortunate that they chose to suicide or end their life. So what we did was we looked at the people that were here, and when interviewed, the most common phrase that was uttered was, "I had no idea." Or variation to that, "I didn't think it was that bad." Further, our research showed that these people didn't have a lack of love or care. They just missed the cues and were not able to see the signs. It could have been from their son, from their work colleagues, from their best mates. The signs were just not seen and missed. Furthermore, our research showed that when people start to err towards this high-risk area, isolation increases in their life, and also the use of technology increases. And that might be a controversial topic, but with the use of technology, we found that most tech is actually bad tech for that type of person, not good tech. You don't walk away after 3 hours going, "This is, life's brilliant," unfortunately. And then one final point, with reference to the backdrop here, according to the ABS from 2022, 1.5 Australians admitted to having a suicide plan, which hopefully that tells you the statistics have to be more, because most people would never typically admit to such a thing. So with that, the mental health crisis in around the world. In Australia, I'll keep going while that works. In Australia, we have over 4 million people struggling from a mental wellness condition. In Asia, 450 million people struggle with a mental wellness condition, and around the world there's globally over 1 billion people. From a SafeWatch point of view, our vision is to address this entire Asian region and market for very unique reasons, which I'll cover if time permits. The cost of this problem today in Australia, it's about a $200 billion problem each year, according to a productivity report. And globally, this is a $1 trillion problem. Our offering, we've created a companion app. Now, just one point from this slide, where this app is not only focused on the red zone, where people are seeing a psychologist, a psychiatrist, and needing therapy, and they're really needing that support. We have a huge focus on what we call the orange zone and the green zone, because the more proactive we can be, it's easier and it's cheaper to address a health crisis. The other point is we've found in our research, when someone drops from a green to a red zone, it happens too fast to then go and buy a parachute or whatever the analogy may be. So this is a highly proactive, focused tool. Within the App Store, there's over 1,500 wellness apps, and the number's growing quite staggeringly. So I just want to cover 3 quick differences. The first one, most apps do one thing. We've taken a very comprehensive approach. We have over 15 different capabilities for different demographics, be it the workplace, the sports person, the young adolescent, a school, a parent, etc. The second approach, which is foundational to SafeWatch, and that is, we have built this on the back of research commissioned in the UK that says that if someone lives in a community or a care world, they will increase the speed of recovery by almost 80%. Secondly, if they remain in that care world or community, their chance of their buoyancy is significantly increased. So we've used that research with reference to the village. The app allows people to privately build their own village with people they know and with people they trust. And it's people who got their back who actually they will be able to invite. No one can barge into one's village. The third differentiator when it comes to this, and it probably is an abused buzzword around blockchain. I will say blockchain doesn't necessarily mean secure whatsoever, but how we handle privacy, we feel is very, very disruptive and unique, to the point whereby we say to the marketplace, we keep your data private, even including from us. What that means is our global administrators don't have access. What that also means is if we're subpoenaed by a court, we don't have access. Every individual controls their data and the sharing of that data. We don't actually have a back door into people's data. Now, I'll skip a few sample sites for workplace, etc. The entire foundation of SafeWatch has been built by practitioners, psychologists, psychiatrists, psychotherapists, etc. We have a whole team, this is just 3 of them, who solve this problem every single day. So this hasn't been a tech-led product. It actually has been led by people and practitioners who look at patients every day across the therapy session. We have a very impressive board. 2 other gentlemen here have successfully, they started a business, raised it to, I think, around $6 billion plus in AUM, and successfully exited just on a year ago. So we have some great board members. We have feedback from carers, practitioners, patients, and the like. The business model, and I'm picking up intentionally, the business model. After 3 years, we've de-risked quite a lot of the business. We've launched officially just a couple of months ago. We're on the App Store, both the Apple and the Google Play Store right now. For over 6 months, we've been live in clinical settings with real patients, and this is not tests, we're talking real live patients around the place using the actual service. And now we're setting up to commercialize and take the next step of our journey. Licensing and income streams, A, from health practitioners, B, from employers, C, from those who are part of a care world or carers. They would be the fundamental, and then ultimately D, individuals themselves who want something for self-care. I will pick up again, but the business model here we have within our projections, we're aiming to build an annual recurring revenue business consisting of health practitioners, teachers, children, workplace employees, etc., and growing it to around phase 1 would be our 15 million recurring revenue. And then my next slide will tell you we're targeting a valuation of between $60 to $100 million. The investment proposal, right now we're in a Series A, raising $2 million for a minimum of $250,000. That $2 million will represent 20% of shares in ordinary shares within the company. And finally, I want to highlight we are a for-profit business, but we're also a very, very high impact business. And our objective is to initially make an impact to 25 million people within our region here of Asia. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Shane. Up next, please give a warm welcome to our sponsor, Giles Carhan, CEO of RockingHorse.
Hi, everyone. Look, I won't take up too much time. I always like coming to these events. Steve and I have built our businesses together at the same time, and I really appreciate what Steve has done here. He's done a fantastic job, and we're very happy to work with him. You know, I sat down with Steve many, many years ago. For the first time we were introduced to each other, and it's really nice when you have a business like this that we work very well together. We're not in any competition at all. So, look, very quickly, RockingHorse started 10 years ago. In October, we provide finance to R&D tax refunds. Quite simply, we bring forward any benefit that you get from the R&D tax, the government program. We bring it forward into the current year so you can use it rather than waiting until the end of the financial year. Debt better than equity, I think we're all pretty familiar with why. Non-dilutive, you know, you can use it now rather than waiting. All that sort of thing. It's, you know, why debt? I mean, look, unfortunately, we deal a lot with you know, younger companies who don't know about debt. You know, a lot of kids have grown up in this sort of era where debt is bad because the only debt they've got is a credit card, and apparently Afterpay is meant to be better. Anyway, that's for an argument for a later stage. So what we're basically providing is funding now that you can use through the year to get yourself faster to market. So if you, so rather than waiting to the end of the year, you can spend it through the year, therefore increasing your benefit from the government and getting a bigger cash boost. Process is very simple, 7 to 10 days maximum. We have done it in 3 days. And we don't ask for guarantees, for, you know, personal guarantees or anything like that. Why? You know, so what we lend up to 80% of the spend at any point in the year, with which again you can invest. We don't have any CPs around what you do with the money. You can do with what you will. But the smarter companies have a plan, use it towards that plan to get themselves to market faster. I mean, the whole point of what we do is being able to provide a service to companies so that they can get their product to market faster. Because if you don't, someone else will. And you know, we just heard about AI and the power of that. Well, that's going to disrupt so many businesses. And you know, the panel here was saying that, you know, they don't know what AI is going to disrupt at this point in time because they don't really know the power of it yet. So what we're providing is hopefully you're able to get there faster. Simply what you can do with the money. It's simple maths. So, look, we've been doing it for a long time. You know, I really enjoy it. It's 10 months in October. You know, we don't really have any limits on size, down or up. You know, I tell the story. There's a company that we financed many years ago. He came up to us, and I swear this guy I thought was 15 years old. He was smaller than me, and I'm not a big guy. And he wanted $30,000 for 30% of the equity and to borrow $30,000 as well. Sort of looked at him and I went, okay, we'll give you the debt. I don't have the money to give you the equity. Now he employs 200 and odd people in Silicon Valley. He was voted. He's the third year running the top 50 growing company by EY, fintech in the US. And unfortunately, I didn't get my 30% equity. But the fact is that, you know, we lent him 30 grand and look what he's done. So we're here to support innovation and in this country, and that's what we're here to do. That's our only job, is to give money so companies can grow. Because unfortunately, with our banking system, you can't go to them. And so we hopefully fill that gap. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Giles. Please help me in welcoming our next sponsor, Tony Yamin, CEO of BetterX.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Tony Yamin. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of BetterX. We are an underlying infrastructure solution for TradFi businesses, offering a suite of digital asset and tokenization infrastructure tools to assist them in deploying effective solutions into the market to offer to investors and advisors. If you look at the macroeconomics, there's almost 500 million cryptocurrency users worldwide, projected to reach close to 1 billion. If you look at this list of top banks over here, some of the largest banks in the world have already adopted cryptocurrency trading and infrastructure. If you look at JP Morgan, they've already tokenized well over $1 trillion of private debt assets. Not just that, most recently, the first SEC approval of the first Bitcoin ETF has definitely supported our business model and given the market much more adoption, with over $10 billion of inflows within the first couple hours of trading. What we're doing is providing infrastructure for mid-market TradFi businesses. Currently, there's a lack of infrastructure and integration capabilities that can allow them to actually deploy these type of solutions into the market effectively in a cost-efficient manner as well. So if you look at our team, we all come from a TradFi background. I myself come from a banking and management consulting background. Adam, our CTO, was one of the heads of data and AI engineering at DBS Bank in Singapore and HSBC. Eric, one of our co-founders as well, comes from an M&A background. Two of our strategic co-founders and advisors, Kinsey and Calvin, have built very reputable businesses. So Calvin is the founder of Aura Group, which has $2 billion in assets under management. Aura Group are currently on our cap table. And Kinsey Cotton built one of Australia's largest prop trading firms. So we're a very passionate team. We know what we're building, and yeah, that's a bit about the team. So in regards to the problem and challenges, as said before, mid-market businesses, your wealth management firms, your brokerages, your advisories and so forth, they have a lack of infrastructure and tools that can actually allow them to keep up with the market and also deploy Web3 infrastructure to service their clients efficiently. So this is really where BetterX comes into place. We have hundreds of APIs that can integrate into their ecosystems and basically deploy a product that's robust enough to kind of align with their business models and how they operate. So that's what we do at a high level for businesses across the TradFi space. We offer white label and turnkey solutions across trading, infrastructure, account management, and so forth. And that basically allows these businesses to plug and play solutions based on their needs and wants. And I'll get into the use cases in just a bit so you know what I'm going on about. Here are our building blocks. We have hundreds of APIs, as mentioned before, across tools and infrastructure, trading, management, and reporting. And this allows businesses, your stockbroking firms, your consultancies and advisories, your wealth management firms, and so forth, in order to deploy these type of solutions in order to service their clients much more effectively. We have a range of use cases right now with large wealth technology funds, wealth technology firms, stockbrokering firms, wealth management and advisory firms, and even consultancies and advisories as well, all of whom utilize our infrastructure based on their needs and wants. And these are some of the features that they actually utilize. Some of the most popular features are reporting. So, one major use case we have is we've got a large wealth technology platform here in Australia that actually utilize our end-to-end capabilities. They just started off with reporting. They administer about $12 billion in assets under management. Initially, they started off with our live market reporting and data feeds, which they were distributing to a range of wealth managers. When those wealth managers actually wanted to take action on those investment quality insights, they ended up onboarding the rest of our infrastructure, and we've scaled that, from just a couple $1,000s a month to $50,000 a month, and that's just off one client. So the average contract value for these clients from a software and licensing perspective can range between, anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 a month, dependent on the features and infrastructure that's deployed. Some of our major clients, as mentioned before, are Wholesale Investor Group, who are sponsoring this event, Aura Group, who sit on our cap table. Aura Group utilise our tokenization infrastructure, so we've tokenized about $10 million worth of assets, real-world assets to date, with another $50 million in the pipeline. Leap Digital are a stock brokering firm with 300,000 traders. They've actually white-labelled our solution, and now they're trading and managing digital assets on behalf of their clients. Within a couple business days, they did well over $1 million in trades, just off 2 brokers. They've now hired 10 internal cryptocurrency brokers in order to begin facilitating digital assets on behalf of their clients. So we anticipate that trading volume will, it will rise pretty strongly through that one channel. As mentioned before, the key verticals that we're focused on are your wealth management firms, stock brokering firms, consultancies and advisories, and your wealth technology solutions. The reason we utilise these channels is because, first and foremost, that's where a majority of the demand's coming from, and that's actually what's going to give us access into the market from a funds management perspective and also a trading perspective as well. So 2 key forms of revenue that we generate is trading, a trading fee spread, and also software and licensing. And we're in the market right now for a seed round. We're currently raising $3 million. As mentioned before, we've got Aura Group on the cap table, who gave us our pre-seed amount just over 1.5 years ago. With little to no sales effort, the company's scaled quite healthily from a revenue perspective. We have just over 10 major institutional clients. We're growing at a pretty strong rate, and we've got some commitment at the moment, but hopefully the round should be closed off by March. So if you guys are interested, feel free to reach out and we can tell you more. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Please join me in welcoming Tushan Shanmugaraja, co-founder and CEO of KnightsBridge.
Hi. I know we are reaching 3 o'clock, so I'll try to make as much as enjoyable as possible. KnightsBridge is, we are embedded payment solutions for any businesses. Let me start with a quick intro of myself and then co-founder. I'm Tushan, and my co-founder, Jito. We both are serial entrepreneurs. My first venture starting from travel tech platform like some in Sri Lanka called Find My Fare, similar to Webjet in Australia. And thereon I have built a marketplace, and KnightsBridge is the third venture. Similarly, Jito with tons of banking experience in Australia and went into fintech, successful fintech ventures and exits. So what we have generally observed in the entrepreneurial and the professional journey, for any businesses today, the embedded payment is the next phase of growth. So which we have seen from companies like Uber or Grabs or like Airbnbs. Everyone is from moving from where the businesses want a share of your wallet and businesses want to become your wallet. So total the embedded payment technology is valued at about $11.39 trillion by 2030. And it's growing at about 18.2% growth. And by 2028, the branded card payments, which is Visa, Master, American Express payments, to be reached about $1 trillion. So who is driving this mostly? It's not the mainstream banks, it's the fintechs and the crypto wallets and the businesses which are tapping into using the card payment network to integrated solutions to the clients, improving the user experience. So what we have seen, the card payment system have been the domains of banks for years, and then there was an pace change to banks issuing co-branded cards with established brands. But what we see at the next phase is the fintechs taking advantage of the card networks. So companies like, for example, Afterpay and Valoop Pay, where corporate card solutions. And these are very few of the examples, but this is the trend that we are here to take advantage of. It's just not plastics, but what we see is the virtual cards where the card network payments are used by many companies. I take one example of my travel startup where we use the virtual cards to settle the hotels and tour companies overseas, where in our reservation, credit notes to the vendors, there will be a ghost card number, which at the time of a client check-in at the hotel, they can tap into their POS terminal as a card present to get settled at the time of client check-in. So these are few use cases that are already being used. The companies have taken advantage of the card network to improve the payment flow with their customers and supplier chain. And that trend, it is set to grow. So, but of course, it's not easy for fintechs and companies today to quickly access to the card network infrastructure, huge, barriers to integrate to the network, which is where that we see immense potential to democratize the access to the payment technology, payment card network technology for any business, whether it's a travel business or crypto wallets or SME lending or even buy now, pay later, smaller firms to be able to use the same technology available to large banks. So our solution, compared to the legacy card issuance management systems available today, our solution is a simple API that can be integrated to the business and platforms of the existing businesses, and also a white label, a fully cloud native platform to plug and play the card issuance capability to your business. And what we bring to the businesses is removing the capital expenditures requirement, and also the ongoing tech development and maintenance of providing the embedded payment solution to their business. So KnightsBridge, we started our journey providing piecemeal solutions for card issuers back in Sri Lanka and Maldives. Over the last 7 years, we have built multiple components where these been the gaps of the existing card solutions out in the market. So what we are, the phase 2 that we plan to become a card issuer, connecting the existing components that we have already built and to offer a full-fledged solutions for any businesses, plug and play or to use the card network as a solution to integrated business. So whether it's enterprise or fintech or financial institutions, so our idea is to bring the accessibility of card network to their day-to-day business and to make use of the infrastructure to build amazing product on top. So these are some of the competitor landscape. Looks very healthy, as the trends has been observed and capitalized by a lot of the companies. I'll take the first example of Pismo, a company in Brazil who built a similar play in Latin America with about 70 plus clients. They were acquired by Visa for cash 1 billion last year. And we see the same trends with Neum, IoConnect in Indonesia, are set to take advantage of these emerging demand from businesses to use card network. And we are well positioned to take advantage of the same in the Australian market, and also to expand in the region with more focused on credit-driven products. So what is, for example, it's not available with the existing players, is mostly they're offering prepaid card solutions or debit-linked solutions, but what the KnightsBridge brings to the table is more on a credit solution. So our history, starting in Sri Lanka and Maldives, we have 50% market share in terms of credit card issuers in the Sri Lankan market. Company currently generate about 1.5 million Australian dollars as a annual recurring revenue. And we are profitable in Sri Lanka. So last year, we re-domiciled the company in Australia, looking for the expansion plan in Australia and taking the company to multiple markets. So the first step, we have landed a partnership with MasterCard to become a principal card issuer in Australia. We are on the way to get licensed within the next 2 to 3 months. That will be a huge turning point for the company to, bring that regulatory approval to service the businesses to issue card in Australia. And our ambition is to expand that product offering to other markets like Indonesia, for example. Indonesia has thousands plus licensed banks, but only 87 of them issues card today. So this is a key solution that we can take to markets where already the financial institution itself don't have the accessibility to card issuance technology. So we are here asking for $2 million investment purely towards the expansions. Our cap table include investors like Bernard Chinaya, is former MD of Citibank, and Taka Yamashita, associate at Hitachi Payments, and Santosh Kumar, a VP at MasterCard. So we are here today from the investors who can not only bring the funds to our growth, to bring some access to use cases and clients who can benefit out of our technology. So the use of funds will be, I know that question running in your mind, how are you going to do with $2 million? We have already built 70% of the components of the one platform solutions. So the use of funds would be mostly 3 things we are trying to achieve is 1, to complete the principal card issuer license with MasterCard, and 2, to complete, so like I showed you earlier in the slides, how do we bring all these components into one single platform which can be licensed to financial service companies and enterprises who want to use the card platform. So from 1.5 million ARR, by the end of using the 2 million capital to push our ARR to 2.5 million is what we plan to achieve. Thank you, and I'll be, if you have more questions, please come and see me in the room. I'll be around here today and tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dushan. Please help me in welcoming Cameron Perry, Director of MFEG, Diversified Real Estate Credit Fund.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Cameron Perry. I'm a Director of Melbourne Finance and Equity Group, or MFEG. And it is my pleasure this afternoon to introduce you all to the MFEG Diversified Real Estate Credit Fund, a simple, easy and novel way to invest in the lucrative private real estate credit market. So who are MFEG? We're a private credit business. We were established in 2018 as a vehicle to fill a gap in the market that we identified for quality finance advisory services to property developers, and also to provide quality investment opportunities to investors and lenders in the private credit space. Since 2018, we've originated and settled around $600 million in transactions. In setting up the fund, we've partnered with One Investment Group, a large fund management business. They provide trustee, administration and registry services. And our investment management arm, MFEG Investment Management, is a corporate authorised representative of a AFSL licence held by One Investment Group subsidiary. Between myself and co-director, we've got over 50 years of experience in real estate finance and funds management. How the fund works. So in a nutshell, it's a simple pooled mortgage fund. As I mentioned, we've got an established origination business. We originate transactions. Our pooled fund then invests into mortgages, predominantly through external fund managers. And we charge origination fees to the borrowers and share those with the fund. Then we pay monthly dividends to the investors. Sharing of the origination fees gives us the opportunity to enhance the returns to the investors and also manage our risk. So how are we different from your regular mortgage funds? So a regular pooled fund, they lend to borrowers on commercial mortgages, largely property developers, and generally they will fund the whole piece of a loan. They're often tied to a small number of geographic locations, particularly a lot of the smaller mortgage funds that developed out of legal offices. There's usually one credit committee and they manage their own deals internally. And key piece of this, there's the origination, a lot of their funds are generally originated, or their transactions are originated through a broker network. The brokers are paid fees and the fund maintains their fees. In comparison to that, MFEG invests through direct mortgages, not necessarily funding direct loans ourselves. We originate the transaction and then invest in the mortgage and share origination fees with the fund. The deals are managed by the external funds. We just manage the investor funds. And we have two layers of credit. We have our own investment committee and all of our deals are also signed off by the external fund. And yeah, the origination fees being shared with the fund is the key aspect that differentiates us from the rest of the market. Our investment philosophy is simple. We believe in delivering outstanding service to both borrowers and investors, and we believe that that will result in better outcomes in the long term for both. We believe in targeting diversification, and that means across asset types, locations, security types, and geographic location, as well as borrowers. We don't want to be tied to one or two particular borrowers. We look to target opportunities that are outweighted in terms of return versus risk. Given our origination side, we do see a lot of those opportunities, so the fund is a way that we can capitalise that on behalf of investors. And we believe in rigorous analysis of each transaction, and we've got a rigorous process for analysing each transaction that we invest in. So how we source transactions, as I said, we're an established origination business. We've got a wide network of referrers, and we've also got a strong online presence. And we've developed over the years a large pool of repeat borrowers. And we've got an established process for vetting new borrowers and transactions. So we're utilising the experience that we have in the market to source our own transactions. The fund structure is pretty simple. One, provide the trustee administration and registry, and we provide the investment management services. As I said, we're a corporate authorised rep of an AFS licence held by one. Our fund targets 6 to 6.5% above 90-day bank bill, which would give us 10.5 to 11% return in today's given today's rates. We look to diversify, so no more than 5% of the fund invested in any one transaction, and diversification across security types and geographical diversification as well. So look to invest all across Australia. We even have a scope to invest a small amount in New Zealand as well. Predominantly, we'll be investing in first mortgages, or we invest in first mortgages. There is some scope to invest in second mortgages. We take a conservative approach, so our second mortgage investments tend to be low-geared second mortgages. So importantly, I've got a couple of live examples of how the investments work. The funds invested into a couple of transactions I can share with you. So the first one was a land loan. Senior land loan was at 4.125 mil. MFEG invested 375, which took the total loan amount to 4.5 mil. First mortgage security at 60% LVR. Our investment paid 12.75%. Our origination fees, which was based on the full 4.5 million, received $11,250 on behalf of MFEG fund, which we then put into the fund and boosted that return to 15.75 for that individual investment over a 12-month period. Another example was a land deal in Sydney that we had for 20.5 mil at 55%, and we invested 500K into the transaction. The fund manager paid 11.5% to the investor. Our origination fee on behalf of the fund was 51,287, which resulted in a gross return of 21.75 over 12 months. We have a simple fee structure. We cover all trustee fees and other administration fees. We charge a flat 2% management fee for the fund, and we're open to wholesale investors only, so either investing 500K or providing a certificate from the accountant confirming their status as a wholesale investor or professional investor. We've got a very simple process to invest. There's copies of our IM still outside or online or in the deal room. If you would like to invest, simply complete our application form and return, along with satisfactory ID and evidence of being a wholesale investor, deposit the funds, and then we pay monthly income into your nominated account. So that's the MFEG Diversified Real Estate Credit Fund in a nutshell. If anyone's got any questions, I'll be around today and tomorrow. So hit me up and, yeah, just let me know if you've got any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Please help me in welcoming Ben Greentree, founder and managing director of CCS Development Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. Just a quick disclaimer. So general advice, and we issue IMs on a project-by-project basis, so all the information on the projects that can be found there. So welcome to CCS Development Group. We're specialised in industrial development. That's solely what we do. Our background's large-scale engineering. We're civil engineers, and we've got a proven track record in both engineering and property development. We're offering opportunities to be part of industrial property developments and getting access to developer returns. Briefly on the team, there's myself founding the company, myself and Asher actually, all civil engineering background across the team, and both engineering and property development, and a lot of years of experience. Why am I doing this? I was working as an employee in the engineering field, working hard, and realised I wasn't going to be retiring early on a salary. And once I discovered property as a way to build wealth, the skills I learnt in engineering I found were directly transferable to property development. Civil engineering is earthworks and concrete and steel, and it's very similar to an industrial property development. How do we see ourselves as different from other developers? Potentially, again, our years of experience. So in the civil world, delivering over $1 billion worth of complex projects. We're now leveraging that into property, and we've either got in progress or have delivered $100 million worth of development since 2018. We're not a big company, we are the company, and we're co-investing alongside investors, and in the early days it was all our money in these deals. Let's go back one. So another point for us, there's a lot of talk in the media of builders struggling and some builders going broke. So there's a big selection process in interviewing the builder, and if it need be, we could actually deliver these projects ourselves. We use lower LVRs than most developers, I'll touch on that, and compared to residential, industrial is generally a quicker time frame. The planning processes are a lot more streamlined and a lot less finishing and quicker to build. High-level details, the asset, commercial real estate, industrial. If you're investing, you're buying a share in an SPV, so we set up a company per development. We're buying the land with that equity, so we're not going into debt until later. Typically 2-year time frame, and we target an 18% per annum return for investors, and I'll touch on the past projects and ones we've got in progress to show how that compares. Specialised niche, we're in the $5 to $30 million range. It's too big for most small players, too big for most small guys, too small for many big guys. Market's high demand, there's low vacancy rates, there's demand for the product, and lenders are keen to lend into these projects, even the big four. We've got a risk management background, and the preservation of capital from our point of view is paramount, and we're giving access to development returns. How does a project life cycle look? Typically 2 years, and all of the equity in upfront to be able to buy the land, and we spend the first year working on design, development approval, build permit, marketing the product, and then at the time comes we're starting to get pre-sale contracts in place, we go into debt and we start construction. As construction proceeds, we've hit our full debt limit, sale of asset at the end, bank gets paid back first, equity returned, and then we distribute the profits. So what are the problems for investors in this market? Well, one, the barrier to entry potentially for an individual is quite high. One of the recent purchases we did was around $5 million for the land, so it's tough for an individual. So we're pooling funds alongside ourselves for all of us to access the market. Time, there's a lot of time finding which ones are going to work, a lot of time in due diligence, and not everything comes off. And then obviously time to run the project. So we've got the team in place, great network developed over the last 6 years, and a really good wider team of consultants. Development can be seen as high risk, and from the background in delivering projects, we really take a good look at risk management, identifying what they are, allowing contingencies in our feasibility, and we're not speculating on the end product price in our feasibilities. We more look for opportunity on the way. Skill level to manage risk and manage projects. Again, we've looked at and delivered projects from the very start to the very completion. And something critical to development is making sure you know how much you've got left to spend and that it's not going to go over your budget. And lastly, the fear of making a loss. Obviously, that's the number one goal is to not lose money. Before we buy anything or go into unconditional contracts, we've got the end in mind, and we do a thorough due diligence process, get an as-if complete valuation, make sure we can get our DA, look at all the risks, and then we're purchasing the land with cash. So that capital is gone to a hard asset, being the land. What's the status of the industrial market in Australia at the moment? If we just look at the Australian East Coast, there's a massive undersupply of land to be able to build, and it takes time to unlock new land. Like, there's a long planning process to be able to clear land and get it ready for building. Build costs have gone up over the last couple of years, so that's limiting some developers being able to develop. And on the other side of the equation is the demand side is huge in industrial. E-commerce boom, this was touched on, I think, Steve, in his first slide. Supply chain issues. They're not doing just-in-time deliveries as much anymore. It's building warehouses to store product on site. And then in the media, obviously, immigration, population growth, driving need for residential development, people moving to areas, and all of those people needing goods and services which are supplied by businesses who need industrial space. So there's more development needed, and we're capitalising on this imbalance of supply and demand. Case studies of current projects. We've got one in southeast Queensland, in Brisbane. It's a $25 million deal. It's broken ground in construction. and looking at return for investors per annum of 24, and one in planning phase on the Central Coast, New South Wales. It's a $15 million project, and we're targeting 18 there, and that's without speculation on prices improving. 2 small projects that got us started on the Central Coast. 2 million was the first one, and 5 million was the second, both solid returns. And 2 future projects, one, again, both Southeast Queensland. The first one is actually due to settle today. We've been through a long process of due diligence, and another one in Swanbank. We're currently in due diligence, and that would be set to be completed in 2025. So to wrap up, why choose us? We've got a track record in both engineering and development. We deliver projects on time. It's an opportunity to access this market alongside us, and we're looking for the win-win with us investors and the purchase of the end product. We're an accessible team, and we were making money on these deals before this industrial boom, so we're really happy we're now in this space. And that's the end. And yeah, I'm around the rest of today and tomorrow, so if you'd like to talk about future opportunities, yeah, please come and catch up. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Please help me in welcoming Tim Hannon, Chief Executive Officer of Continuum Labs.
Hi everyone, I'm Tim Hannon, representing Continuum Labs. We're a generative artificial intelligence company formed about 12 months ago. I'm going to decompose the presentation down into 2 parts, give some context about what generative AI is, what some of the disruption is, and the platform that we've built and the problems we're seeking to solve. So apparently generative AI or AI is one of the most disruptive technologies ever invented. The internet, electricity, even some say the wheel. It's, you hear these terms all the time. Disruption, is a term bandied around. I'm always fairly sceptical. But when you look into generative AI, you can actually start to see why there's some concerns. And maybe there's 2 key components. I think number 1, our interaction with knowledge is going to change. Like we make decisions as people based off knowledge. You do your research on the internet, speak to colleagues, read books, what have you, but you make a decision at the end of that. With AI, and that's I think what ChatGPT's been so successful so quickly, is that process has changed. You can interact with AI, you can get knowledge, it's on your side, it's not as biased potentially, and you can make your decisions based off that. You still obviously confer with others, but that's one of its chief powers, and I think it's going to get more developed over time. The second key area, which is probably more of a concern, is the whole concept of agency. There's AI agents, an ominous term, but look, agency is a term to sort of make decisions. We can act out in the world and do things. Humans, by definition, have agency, and we made up the word, but AI can have agency. It can ingest information, it can make decisions. Now, at the moment, it's in the digital sphere, so it's fairly harmless, but just when that gets connected with machines, I think that's when, in robotics, that's when it gets concerning, that they can actually have agency. So the disruptions are going to start fairly soon. There's 2 key areas of disruption. I think organisations, there's really a productivity gain in terms of knowledge, speed of decision making will move higher, and I think the administrative layer is going to get taken out, the bureaucracy reduced in organisations. And that's, I hate to say, but that's just a cost out story, and you sort of suggest it's going to be a lot of jobs created from AI. That's not what I'm seeing. I'm being really quite frank about that. I think there's a real cost out. And if you're not an organisation onto that, you're going to get left behind in terms of just your return on capital employed as an organisation. I think that's one disruption. And the other is our interaction with search. So Google's got a 90% market share. We've seen some recent controversies with Google that I'm sure some of you would be aware of. But we think generative AI search, driven search, is going to be different. It's going to be on your side. It's going to be private, know your preferences, and it's going to be an iterative process, and there's some search applications, one called Perplexity, or you should have a look at, but we think they're going to get domain specific. So you can have your own travel agent website, but you can actually orchestrate your own itinerary. It's on your side, you're not bombarded with ads, misinformation, what have you. And it's even going to get worse on the internet with AI-generated content. It's already a real issue. So there's some of the short-term disruptions. There'll be many, many more, but that's just, a start. So, that's all good. So why has an AI adoption by enterprise accelerated? The surveys we've seen, there's not very many, but suggest there's just a lack of knowledge of what AI is. It's made worse by the hype around AI. And also just what are the use cases? How can I start? Look, the reality, they're also vested interests. People just don't want to lose their job. And that's a real risk, and I think sort of prevents some of the engagement with AI. The reality is you can get started really low cost. The platform we've built, which I'll talk to, we can build a really good model which should be yours for $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, larger if you want a larger model, and the cost of ownership is nowhere near what you'd expect. You could make a model with 200 users or 100 users that could work within your organisation to perform knowledge work and perform actions. So there's not a high barrier to entry. So what we're seeing with potential clients, come up with 4 or 5 ideas, not hard, implement them at a low cost, take a portfolio effect, and I'm sure many will come with time. I won't belabor on our background, but we've been going pretty hard for a year. So I've hired mathematicians, deep learning, engineers, data scientists, etc., which is different for me. I'm ex-Goldman Sachs partner in asset management, not a tech guy, but it's been a real learning process, I'll admit. But at the end of the day, we've delivered on the platform, and we're ready to go to market. One of the things I want to sort of discuss is this. What we're seeing out there is a view that, okay, if you've got an AI business, you've got to have a specific application, solve a problem. It's not the way it is. The industry's not ready for that yet. I think a lot of investors, even VC funds, are living in the SaaS world still, product market fit, using all the same terminology of SaaS. This is different. There is no market. There's not many use cases that are that obvious at all. So the way that we've designed our business is to be a platform, not a consultancy, but provide a platform, created some prototypes. We made an insurance agent, made a genie for a bit of fun, we made a travel agent, just to show off the platform, to give some use cases and some ideas to some CEOs. We'll start advertising those soon, and I'm sure we'll get some interest. The lead product, though, given my background, is going to be an investment manager GPT, and I'll sort of talk about that, tell you what it can do. Look, investment management's tough. Anyone who's invested on a fundamental basis knows how difficult it is. Enormous amount of information coming in, a lot of misinformation, lying by omission. It's very, very difficult. So we've created a model trained on fundamental analysis, industry structure, competitive advantage, balance sheet, ESG, all the sort of areas you could imagine. Then we put a lens over that around behavioural psychology, so that's the way it looks at the world. It's not a friendly, chat GPT model. It's a sceptical model. And the way that it interacts with the world, we've got a database for all the historical announcements from companies, newspapers, massive database, and also streaming as well. So a user can interact with it very, very easily, ask questions about a company, and keep drilling in until they get the answers they want. And the model, of its own volition, can highlight anomalies in the market. CEO said this today, it was different 4 weeks ago. Another company contradicted it over here. This is where you should look. So it's not making decisions per se, it's assisting in the decision-making process. Now, back to sort of the economics of these models. We can get 1,500 subscribers and it's economic. 3,000, it's like extremely profitable. The way that we'll monetise this is license it to a hedge fund. It's an obvious one. They've got a lot of capital. But I tried to build something like this 7 years ago. It just didn't work. The technology wasn't there. So there is demand for it, we know. We've spoken to a few of our friends in hedge fund land. Or we might license it to a ComSec or an online broker. But that'll be coming to market soon. In terms of the economics of our platform, we develop models. You don't make much on that, and it's pretty low quality revenue. Hosting, you take a clip on hosting and inference. That's not bad, but it's really the licensing structure that we generate the return from, because there is a first mover advantage in getting these models going. As users interact with the model, there's more and more data. The model gets better and better over time. There's not many sort of first mover advantages. You don't have the network effect of a social media platform, but there is a first mover advantage for getting going. And that's why companies should be getting going on their AI journey, because the more you use it, the better it gets with time. I won't belabour this page, but these are some of the other prototypes we've developed. We've got models for aged care, renewable energy, just any domain that you can think of. We've created models. And the way you should think about it, the model itself is like a person. So all got an area of expertise, a personality, a brand. But, like all of us, we might be an expert in our field of law or in medicine or education, but when we go and make a decision, we go on to the textbooks, speak to our colleagues, etc. So the model is an expert, but it still has got a repository of knowledge. In the case of a lawyer, all the certain acts, its precedents, etc., that can go into, retrieve and make a decision on the back of that. You need to integrate the two together. But they're called vector databases, for a bit of jargon for you, but that makes those models really, really quite powerful. I'm at booth 31. Come and have a chat if you'd like to. We've been going for a year now. I've been funding the whole thing myself now. We're doing a small seed raise, less than $1 million. It's largely covered now, but really interested if there's any investors that think they can add value to the business. Raising money is one thing, as I think we all know, but we want to build a good register of people that want to get involved with what we're doing. We've got a cornerstone that'll be on the board, but just building a register of people that can add value to our business would be super, super helpful. So yeah, booth 31, come and have a chat if you're interested in Gen AI. We're done.
Thank you, Tim. Please help me in welcoming our last keynote speaker for today, Henrik Andersen, co-founder and CIO of Apollo Crypto Management, who will be taking us through digital asset investment trends in 2024.
Thank you. Happy to be here today. So Apollo Crypto is a crypto asset manager. We've been around for 6 years. And we're open to wholesale investors. We are a fundamental-based asset manager in this space. But I'm here not to talk about Apollo Crypto. I'll give a quick overview of the state of the crypto market today. So in 2022, I thought could be good with a little bit of recap in case you haven't been paying attention to the crypto markets. It's been going through a tough time the last couple of years. At the end of 2022, the biggest exchange in the space, FTX, went bankrupt. And in 2023, the US financial regulator came out, and not surprisingly, quite hard against the industry. They filed lawsuits against the biggest exchanges in this space, like Coinbase and Binance. I think the takeaway from that is that will take years to play out in the courts, and most likely we will have a new regulation in place before those lawsuits comes to a conclusion. The SEC also faced some setbacks last year. There was a lawsuit against Ripple XRP that went ongoing for a couple of years, and the judge in that lawsuit determined that XRP is not a security. There was a win for the crypto industry. Grayscale is a big Bitcoin trust in the US. They've been trying to convert that trust to an ETF for some time, and the SEC faced setback in that lawsuit as well, and the judge determined that they should be able to convert that trust to an ETF. ETF was a big theme last year in the crypto space. BlackRock, the biggest asset manager in the world with over $9 trillion in AUM, filed for a spot Bitcoin ETF in June last year. And that was a big step for the industry. Overall, I think the theme of last year was a recovery of the crypto market. Bitcoin and other crypto assets actually performed really well last year. I often get the question, what are the applications for crypto? What are the real-world applications of crypto? I think the application for Bitcoin is digital gold. But apart from that, there are a lot of other things that are being built on blockchain and crypto. At Apollo Crypto, we focus on the infrastructure, the things that is happening purely on-chain, things like layer 1 blockchains. There are things called layer 2 blockchains, decentralized finance, NFT infrastructure. That's sort of our focus for Apollo Crypto. But there are a lot of potential use cases that are building on top of that infrastructure. So I thought I mentioned a few of them today. One is something called real-world assets, bringing real-world assets on-chain. For example, there is a protocol called Maple that is doing that. There's another one called Backed. The biggest kind of collection of real-world assets on-chain today is something called stablecoins, which are US dollar pegged crypto assets. There are around $140 billion of stablecoins on-chain today. That kind of is a new rail for payments. There are also companies building social networks that are decentralized based on blockchain. There is one very popular that is getting some traction right now called Farcaster. If you're subscribed to the Apollo newsletter, we wrote about Farcaster this week, and we will hold an event around Farcaster at our Melbourne office later this week as well. Gaming is another category. Being able to own and hold digital assets that you can acquire in games. There are a lot of excitement around that. Gaming is globally a $250 billion industry, and there are some AAA titles coming out. So there's a potential real-world use case for crypto that a lot of people have high hopes over. Another one is called DePIN, which stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure. That's about being able to contribute resources like storage or Wi-Fi connectivity to a network and get compensated for that. And some of those DePIN applications are gaining a lot of traction right now. Another one is decentralized AI. So we heard from the previous presentation about some of the problems around AI. AI is very kind of centralized today, and crypto can kind of counteract that centralization in AI. We've seen the problems with Google AI and Gemini in the last week. So I think that's kind of make the case for decentralizing AI. We'll talk a bit more about the Bitcoin ETFs. We put out a research report in December last year around the coming Bitcoin spot ETFs. There were 9 new ETFs that got listed in the States in January of this year. And this is a game changer for the crypto industry. It's been in the works for 10 years. And finally, there's an easy way for investors to access crypto, for wealth managers to include crypto in portfolios, because with the ETF structure, you don't have the issues with custody of crypto assets, holding private keys. It can be very complicated, and it's been really hard for a wealth manager and other advisors out there to include crypto in the portfolio. But with ETFs, it makes it very easy. So some of the largest investment banks and firms in the world are now standing behind these ETFs. BlackRock is the biggest one. I mentioned BlackRock is the largest asset manager in the world. Others include Fidelity and Franklin Templeton. They're all listed Bitcoin ETFs in the last couple of months. And they have seen over $5 billion of inflow into these ETFs. It's the best, kind of most successful launch of new ETFs products ever in the last 20, 30 years. And in our report from December, we say that we could see $65 billion of inflow into these crypto ETFs. $65 billion would be 1% of the total US ETF market. And if that were to happen, we predict that Bitcoin could go to 200,000. So what lies ahead this year and the coming years in crypto? I think there are a few kind of important events going on in crypto. One is the Bitcoin halving, which is happening every 4 years, where the Bitcoin supply goes down. Currently, 900 new Bitcoins are minted every day. That will go down to 450 Bitcoins in April of this year, so it's less than 60 days away. Then there's talks about the Ethereum ETF as well. Ethereum is the second largest crypto asset out there. SEC will have to make a decision about an Ethereum ETF by May 24th of this year. So I expect the talks around that to really heat up in the coming weeks. Ethereum is interesting because you have all these different applications that are being built on top of Ethereum that I mentioned before in terms of gaming and real-world assets. And Ethereum is an asset with a shrinking supply. It's actually deflationary currently. And then if you look at the macro, Bitcoin and crypto has historically been very cyclical, and it's been tied to kind of larger financial cycles. And currently we are seeing a shift in the macro environment globally, where it's expected that central banks will start cutting interest rates this year. And I expect that to happen in the coming months. I think we're still waiting for that ChatGPT moment in crypto where one of these applications will really break through. Could be a new social application, could be a new AAA game that uses Bitcoin and NFTs or built on blockchains. So that could really well happen, I think, in the next 12 to 24 months. If you're more interested in what's happening with blockchain and crypto, you can check out our website, apollocrypto.com. We often put out research reports. There's one here we wrote about modular blockchain, which is a big narrative right now in crypto markets as well. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Henrik. Please join me in welcoming Rob Neely, Managing Director of Securely Holdings.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're about to start with a video. Is that right? Yep. Okay.
With over 1.6 billion transactions on Facebook Marketplace every month, the way we buy and sell has changed forever. Finding your next piece of furniture or electric scooter is so much easier than what it was in the past. With 3 billion Facebook users and 2 billion on Instagram, 1 billion on TikTok, over half of the global population is on social media. The issue yet to be overcome is which profiles are real and who are fake or scammers. Securely has developed a patented orchestration that banks and payment service providers can offer their customers to make it safe to buy and sell online. It's a secure gateway that bridges the virtual and real worlds. It's a more sophisticated payment rail than PayPal and protects banks' customers from scammers. Securely certified.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name's Rob Neely. I'm the Managing Director of Securely, and I thought I was going to take the title of the oldest startup founder in the room until one of my friends turned up today, and he's another 10 years older than me. He's actually just walked in the room. So I'm not the oldest startup founder in the room today. Today I'm thrilled to share with you our story of our budding Noosa startup that's now 4 years in the making. But before diving in, I'll just give you a very, very quick glimpse of my background. I've navigated businesses throughout my career, even orchestrating a NASDAQ sale for an Australian startup that I founded. But I've never, ever been involved in a business that has a $1 trillion challenge. That's it, a trillion with a T. Scams across the globe are now costing our citizens $1 trillion a year. It's a massive, massive problem. For 4 years, we've been building novel anti-scam software and associated apps. Then last year, our world changed when Australian Payments Plus reached out to us after the launch of one of our apps, which we were testing in a regional market in Queensland. And for those that don't know what Australian Payments Plus is, you can see up there that they're in control of BPay, EFTPOS and brands that you all know. They're owned by the big four banks. So we quickly moved from a small Noosa startup. We had to pull our socks up very, very quickly because we were now in the banking world, the big end of town, as they call it. It felt like all our Christmases had come at once, except that was in February last year, probably about this time. We had another Christmas present delivered by the federal government in November. The Treasury in November 29th last year put out a document called Scams and Mandatory Industry Codes, and it's absolutely breathtaking what is in that document. Scams cost Australians around $9 billion a year. I know you've all heard about it saying 3.1 billion, it's actually 3 times that amount. $9 billion a year, it's quite massive. The government has responded, and they put out this framework, including all of the fines that will be implemented if the banks, the telcos, the social media platforms don't toe the line. And the fines start at $50 million per fine. It's significant. And they're very real about this. They gave the banks 60 days to respond. They had to respond by January 29th. What have we got going on here? Right. We felt pretty good at the time as we weren't expecting the Treasury paper hot on the heels of us patenting our data orchestration, and I'll get to the orchestration in a second. The data orchestration itself solves the biggest issue in the world today in scams, which is fake profiles. The federal government just recently released information and data that says 44% of all scams, investment scams in America, are derived from social media. So social media fake profiles are an incredibly important issue for banks and governments. I'm just having a small problem. There we go. That was the patent that we lodged on in September last year, which deals with social media profiles. So that's what's unique about us. What we envisaged after working with Australian Payments Plus for the last year or so is that we envisaged that you could actually go from a bank account and validate and certify a social media profile. No one had ever contemplated that before. In fact, when we first presented it to Australian Payments Plus, which are owned by the 4 big banks obviously, they were incredulous. They hadn't thought of it either. But it's possible, and it's certainly possible in Australia. So that one phone call from Australian Payments Plus set in train a line of thinking for us in our company itself. We were looking at the scam issues and how to solve it through escrow and other ways, and then we realised that we can actually go from a bank account to a social media profile. Never been done in the world previously. It's not just banks and Facebook profiles, it's also dating sites. Our patent covers dating sites as well. So fake and spam accounts on dating sites cause real problems with people breaking the laws, hurting other people, and in fact sometimes raping other people because they can use fake accounts. Our data orchestration encompasses the dating sites as well. So we call it social media identity securitisation. We've put a white paper out on the issue. It's a globally significant licensable data orchestration to fight against fraud and scams. Patent pending, as I mentioned, and it's a first-in-kind payment rail. So this is not an elegant orchestration that sits on the side and you have to go through us. It'll actually be, once it's implemented in Australia for the first time, it'll be the banks reaching out to their current customers and saying to you, would you like us to validate or certify your social media profile, whether it's fraud, whether it's Facebook, whether it's TikTok, anything with a profile. And if the details they keep on you at the bank don't match the profile, your photo or your name, then you won't be certified. We actually put out a small press release last year about what we were doing, and all of a sudden the financial press were aligning us to what Elon Musk is trying to do or wanting to do with X. Today, the size of the problem is this. Facebook Marketplace has 1 billion monthly users, 1.6 billion new ads, and it's said that every 6 seconds there is a new scam ad put up. It's absolutely out of control. I'm running out of time, but that's our journey. We started looking after Securely for Tradies, then became a marketplace app, then Sell Securely, and now Securely Certified. And we go live in a couple of weeks' time with Connect ID. That's what it'll look like. You'll literally have your social media profile up on your existing digital wallet. 8 out of 10 scams in Britain coming from Facebook or Meta platforms, according to Lloyds Bank. That's what we solve. It's an embedded payment rail, okay, inside the banking system. It'll look like that on your bank account once you're up and you're dealing. If you're buying that car for $6,000, it'll be a $6,000 debit on your account, pending, and on the other side, the person that's buying the car will get a $6,000 credit pending until the car turns up. So it's a more eloquent PayPal if you think of it like that. What we're doing matters, and just to give you an idea of the size of PayPal transactions worldwide, 20 billion transactions for PayPal last year. It's astonishing. It's trillions of dollars being turned over. We are doing a licensing model. We're licensing the technology into the payment rails and the banks, and it's globally scalable. We're not looking for money here today. What we're looking for is sophisticated entities that may already have involvement in fintech or paytechs. So if you're a VC or a PE and you've got some fintech or paytech exposure, please come and see us at booth number 30. And the 8 minutes went much faster than what I thought. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Rob. Now let's welcome Brad Hill, General Manager and Investor Relations of Geniux Clean Tech.
G'day, everybody. So for the presenters in the room, I just wanted to dispel a couple of myths before we start. If you're looking around the audience and somebody's got their eyes closed, they're not sleeping, they're just thinking deeply. If they're on their phones, they're not playing Candy Crush. They're actually taking down your details, looking up your company and hitting you up on LinkedIn. Now, if they smile, that last joke was funny. But finally, at the end of your presentation, when they clap, they're actually really, really impressed with what you've done, or they just want you to get off the stage. So to the investors in the room, yes, I'm here to share what we're doing, but I'm really curious about your investment portfolios and the way you think about things. Are you like a kid in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory that wants a little bit of everything? Are you more like looking for the needle in the haystack, you know, the one? And if you find it, are you going to back it? Are you going to go hard? You're going to make that the unicorn? Do you trust wise fund managers to make those choices for you and maybe you get some better returns? Or you're looking at a balanced portfolio, spreading your risk across asset classes, looking for interest rate returns? Maybe, just maybe, you want to leave the world in a better place. So let me introduce myself. I'm Brad Hill. I'm turning my head, I realise. I'm going out of the microphone. I'm Brad Hill, a serial founder. I love innovation. I love clean tech. And right now, I'm a first-time fund manager. And what I'm here to share with you is a sneak peek of the fund that we're launching in about a month's time. We're just working through documentation, where we're both doing good and providing regular returns. But at the same time, we're almost creating a new type of asset class. You know, I did say I liked innovation, right? Again, we all know the need to cut emissions. the current sort of major move in that space is we've got these big fund managers with these big clean tech projects. But the risks that those fund managers don't necessarily talk about is that those big funds, those big infrastructure assets, they're generally a long way away from, the consumers that are using their power or, and they're using lines that belong to somebody else, maybe antiquated, and they're relying on the government to set pricing. This is where we're doing something that's a bit different. We manage our risk differently because we have many customers, no transmission risks, no regulatory pricing risk. So what we do have is a distributed clean technology infrastructure where utilities are produced and consumed in the same spot, all managed by our proprietary digital software platform. So what does that actually mean? So I was at a swanky event. It was in Indonesia. We had the premier, we had dignitaries, an esteemed room like this. And I was with my friends from Geniux, and there was a lady with Perth Airport on her name tag. So I went up to her and I said, I think I was showing off a little bit actually. I went up and said, so what's the Perth Airport's strategy for net zero? She laughed. She said, we don't have one. It's too expensive. It's really complicated. So I said, thinking I have the answer and feeling pretty good with myself, I said, come meet my friend Dave. He runs Geniux. He's got a clean tech infrastructure business where he will design the best solution using current existing tech. We'll pay for it. And all you've got to do is pay for your utilities, just like you normally do. I said, do you think you can find me someone at the Perth Airport who might be interested? She pulls out her card. I told you it was a swanky event. She pulls out the card. She's the CEO. I'm interested. So Geniux is, it's a relatively early stage. It's just in the scale-up phase of its journey. It's been going since 2015. It's proven and tested, built up a portfolio, currently $15 million worth of assets, currently or in construction, saving 1.5 tonnes of carbon every day. But what's really exciting is the pipeline. $300 million of projects over the next 2.5 years, and that's without the fund in operation. Because I tell you, when you've got the fund, I'm going to have that next conversation maybe with the asset team at Bunnings or big forgot the word, shopping centre, the big shopping centre groups. So a bit about the fund. The fund's called Net Zero Fund, and the Net Positive Funds Management is the company that's running it. And it's a little bit of a unique model as well. That's the other thing, is that we're not just providing a cash return, we're also providing a return in carbon credits. So when the fund buys the asset, the Geniux has finished construction. So this is very much like developers going into a real estate investment trust. The developer takes the risk, builds it, leases it. Then the real estate investment trust buys it post and just manages it for the long term and takes the regular return. So we're doing the same thing here with distributed clean tech infrastructure assets. Geniux builds them, and from a fund point of view, we buy them afterwards. We're buying them at a 10% cash return plus carbon credits, and we've aligned the management team of the fund to maximise those carbon credits because that's how they make their money. So it's a 2% split and out of the 10%. So investors get 8 and half the carbon credits. The fund manager takes 2% and half the carbon credits. That perfectly aligns both the LPs and the GPs to really maximise those carbon credits, and I think that's really, really important. So as I said, I'm a first-time funds manager. So how do you mitigate risk? I'm talking about mitigating risk. It's an experienced team that's with me. We've got institutional funds management expertise in our general partner team. But I'm not going to deep dive into that. As I said, our IM's about 4 weeks away. So what I'm doing here really was just a case of, we're seeking expressions of interest. So at the start of the presentation, you may or may not have picked up that I was giving you a clue. First and foremost, I did hear a couple of giggles, so thank you for smiling when I told a joke. Please do think deeply about this, maybe even sleep on it. I would really, really like you to take down my details, and this is the bit where you clap.
Thanks, Brad. Please join me in welcoming Andrew Balgarni, Chief Strategy Officer of TradeWindow.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Balgarni. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at TradeWindow. TradeWindow is a NZX-listed enterprise software company focused on simplifying how businesses conduct trade internationally. So TradeWindow was founded in December 2018 by our Australian-based CEO, AJ Smith. It was originally conceived in an incubator that was run by ASB Bank, ASB being a subsidiary of the Commonwealth Bank of Australia. It was at that time AJ realised that there was a vast amount of paperwork that's being used to conduct international trade, so supporting a shipment of goods from A to B. And it was characterised by manual data entry and a sea of paper. AJ foresaw that digitalisation of these trade processes could not only relieve the administration burden, but there was a better way of sharing this data across supply chains and connecting a network of the exporters themselves with their customers, ports, ocean carriers, banks, insurance companies, and border agencies. And so along with a team of experts, AJ conceived our platform called Cube. Cube we call our super connector. And so Cube is an integrated global trade platform that covers trade compliance, operations management, event tracking and visibility across the supply chain. It also is a key part of it is data sharing and storage, so it's a secure way of sharing this information. So in terms of who we serve what we call businesses working on the front line of global trade. So we've got the exporters and the importers, so collectively these are known as shippers. And then we've got the freight forwarders and customs brokers. And I'll provide a bit more detail on the specifics of customers shortly. So in a short space of time, we've grown to a team of 47, and our team members are located across Australia, New Zealand, and the Philippines. We've got deep expertise in international trade and the associated compliance processes. We also have experts covering law, finance, technology, and software development. Beyond that, we're accredited as an issuing body for certificates of origin in New Zealand and Australia. And so this means that we're only one of a handful of organisations that is accredited by, in Australia, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and New Zealand, the Customs Service, to issue these certificates. So attaining this accreditation, this was a key reason for us listing on the NZX. We felt that having the profile, the visibility, and the fact that we've got independent directors and best practice corporate governance was a major factor in us being accredited by a government agency. We also have the backing from very reputable corporate and institutional investors. So our single largest shareholder is the Commonwealth Bank of Australia. Second to Commonwealth Bank is Quayside Holdings. They're a wealth fund focused on export and trade-related portfolio businesses. And then we also have backing from several large family offices covering international shipping, oil and gas, and technology. So our rapid growth has come in part through acquisitions. So where we've seen opportunities to buy into incumbent market positions that will accelerate our entry into market, we've done so. And this has been a game changer for us, particularly around our entry into the Australian market. Our initial foray here was the acquisition of a business that provided us with nearly 250 freight forwarder customers. So very low risk entry into Australia, which is now our focus market. As I mentioned before, international trade is run on paperwork. International trade, as I think we all know, is the lifeblood of the world economy. And in aggregate, it's worth US $22 trillion. In terms of volume, this equates to approximately 800 million 20-foot container movements around the world each year. But even in this age of rapid technological progress, it's really surprising the number of businesses out there that rely on either paper-based processes, manual data entry at each point in the supply chain, and then spreadsheets and emails. At the most basic level, the system relies on the exchange of billions of pieces of paper. So these disconnected systems, it means that across packing, procurement, compliance, logistics, the border clearance processes, and payment, it all relies on people entering and re-entering data. So there's lots of opportunity for mistakes to be made, and this is no small task. So to move ahead, our system, how we create value for customers, we help save time, save money, and mitigate operational risks. Our platform called Cube is sector neutral. And so this enables our customers to connect in with the systems that they already have, including their ERP systems. It's secure, it encrypts data, and we adhere to best practice security protocols, and we're ISO 27001 certified. In terms of our customers, we're proud to be serving leading brands across dairy, meat, seafood, horticulture, timber, manufacturing, and the FMCG sectors. In aggregate, our customers in the shipper category alone represent over $30 billion in trade. In terms of market share, we've got approximately 60% market share in New Zealand and growing in Australia with 300 freight forwarder customers now. We've got low customer concentration risk. No single customer represents more than 5% of our trading revenues. Our software is business critical, and therefore the relationships we have with our customers are very sticky, and 94% of our revenues are recurring. So Cube, our global trade platform, is where we bring together all the features and functionality, and our growing list of features include trade documents, ocean carrier bookings, supply chain traceability and visibility, certificates of origin, and the encrypted data storage I mentioned earlier. Beyond trade compliance, we've got a latent opportunity there for financial products, which include trade finance, FX, insurance, and more. And cross-selling new features and functionality has been a key driver of our growth. If we look at our segments, our shipper segment, we've had 35% growth in that. We've had 20% in our freight forwarder segment year on year. Overall, we've been growing consistently at approximately 30% year on year through organic revenue growth. So AJ and I are based on booth 17. We would welcome any expressions of interest. We have plans for an imminent capital raise and would like to have the opportunity to discuss that further. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Please help me in welcoming Anurag Vasish, Co-Chair and Group Chief Executive Officer of LoyaltyNow.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone in the room, and also to each one of you who's dialed through the digital channels, which includes my team from across different states in Australia, in Singapore, and also in Indonesia. So welcome to each one of you to the LoyaltyNow session. Hopefully this 1 minute will allow me to quickly go through the remainder 6 minutes and 33 seconds of our value proposition to you as a company. Who are we? LoyaltyNow, we are on a mission to create a perfect marriage between payments and loyalty. In simple words, your payment instrument could be a card, Apple Pay, Android Pay, any form of payment, and your loyalty and rewards. In terms of before and the after, if you look at a typical rewards engagement or loyalty engagement, you fly an airline, you carry a frequent flyer card. You walk into a retailer, you carry a retailer card. You walk into a hotel, you get a frequent stayer card of some sort, and so on and so forth. Invariably, you'll have at least a dozen, if not more, cards in your pocket or in your digital wallet, very hard to manage. I spent last 2.5 decades into payments industry, working for large global brands in my life, and always used to wonder when payment companies are running what is called as cards, even though it's a redundant form factor because of all the digital invasions these days, why do we need another rewards card? Why can't we create a marriage, a perfect marriage between the two, where the loyalty can stay with your payments, so that next time, if you go and pay for your morning coffee, or you stay at a hotel, or you buy an air ticket, or anything for that matter, your loyalty and rewards should automatically trigger off. That's exactly what we do for a living. We like to call it as PLO, or Payment Linked Offer industry. Our clients have created multiple creative names. Someone calls it as embedded loyalty, people call it as tap-and-go loyalty, and so on and so forth. Same product, same solution, different names. How do we do that? We do that through the use of sophisticated technology, which is available software as a service format, in a software as a service format or a SaaS format. And we bring it to life through 3 group companies: LoyaltyNow, LoyaltyNow Services, and LoyaltyNow Payments. LoyaltyNow takes care of end-to-end technology solutions, which is PL side of the PLO, payment linking. LoyaltyNow Services brings the entire merchant services ecosystem, all these brands which give you all the discounts, cashbacks, points, etc. They bring that to life, and essentially the O part of PLO, and LoyaltyNow Payments brings in a lot of gift cards and virtual cards as a supplementary solution to the PLO. So between the 3 companies, we'll rock and roll together. Our solution for the end customer, which is you, as you engage with these loyalty programs, is simple: link, shop, and reward. You just link your card once, for example, with a large airline's loyalty program. Once you've registered that card, you simply shop as normal, and you get rewarded. That's what we bring to life, and we've cracked the market across 5 major verticals, which we're going to talk about in the future slides. And it is one of the most promising disruptors in the loyalty industry. What was loyalty in the past was old loyalty. This is loyalty 2.0. Why us? From a client point of view, because of our innovation, because of our innovative technology solution, which creates this frictionlessness. We like to call it as frictionless solution. You don't have to, register multiple cards. You don't have to carry multiple cards. You simply pay as normal. There's a degree of frictionlessness involved in that. And that's one of the unique points through the use of sophisticated technology and our enterprise-grade technology, which has been time-tested and due diligence effectively conducted by Tier 1 clients, which we're going to talk about in a short while. So enterprise-grade technology, and most importantly in today's environment, data security posture. We are payment card industry data security standards, that is PCI DSS level 1 certified. And that is not to be mistaken with PCI DSS compliance. Compliance is different to certification. You've got to jump through multiple hoops to get certified, and level 1 is the highest level certification you can get. And in the current environment where data security is so topical, AICD, which is Australian Institute of Company Directors, and also ASIC, has actually made company directors personally liable for their assets for any data breaches. And therefore, PCI DSS is very, very important. So those are our top 3 amongst many other subtle differentiators which we have. Which are these? Without going into the minutiae and the details, all you can see, this is independently done. This research was conducted by a third-party researcher, which was engaged by us. All it means is we've got more blue ticks than anyone else. Yeah? And if you'd like to talk about the levels of detail in there, please visit us on the investment table number 11, and we'd love to share the details with you. But overall, our posture is much more solid across all the criteria which you see on the screen at this point in time. What's in it for the other stakeholders, which is members, the ultimate loyalty members, and merchants and program operators? We create value for each one of them. And we create tangible value for each one of them. For example, for the members, effortless rewards. They don't have to carry any other card at all. They simply tap and go, and they get rewarded. For the merchants, for example, we give them real-time feedback. For the first time, they now get end-to-end attribution. They do not feel that they're paying for marketing, they're paying for offers for nothing. They get complete attribution of the transaction, and therefore they're inspired to actually engage with us even more. For the program operators, we can actually give them bespoke integrations. We have a proven market validation. Numbers talk all about that, and you can see that in the slide. 64,000 unique merchant locations and counting. 15,000 brands and counting. 250 million plus member spend captured and counting, and so on and so forth. How do we make our money? Through 3 channels. We've got white label solution, customization, and data services. We charge a fixed fee and a variable fee. And we make money in both. Fixed fee is a one-off revenue. Variable is per transaction, ranges between 25 basis points to about 75 basis points. Very, very similar to how card companies or payment networks make their money. In terms of our journey so far, been in existence for about 4 years. First 2 years, a bit of a gestation period, getting the technology right, and the balance 2 years in terms of commercialization and getting the key anchor tenants on board. In terms of the future, opportunity is huge. I know I'm out of time in here. So it ranges between 2 and 25 million globally to about 6 million locally. And in terms of our serviceable market, we have zeroed down on at least 162 million of that in terms of TAM, SAM, and SOM. In terms of the use of, we're currently raising $5 million against a valuation cap of $50 million. Through a convertible note, 14% interest and 10% bonus on equity conversion. We are open to safe notes and equity as an option. In terms of financial projections, all you need to know is we are high gross margin industry, 85% gross margins, also very similar to the card networks. Our team here, my colleague Christopher Carroll and I, available on table number 11 for further conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anurag. Please join me in welcoming our last panel of the day, who will be taking us through digital asset investment trends, moderated by our very own Steve Torso, CEO and founder of Wholesale Investor, along with our panelists, Lisa Wade, CEO of Digital X, Luke Loom, founding partner of Faculty Group, Adrian Perzolonzi, CEO of Independent Reserve, Lior Groen, Managing Director of Spartan Group, and Henrik Anderson, co-founder and CIO of Apollo Crypto Management.
Good afternoon, everyone. You clearly waited for the best session. I was literally shouting out there saying, if you want to make money from crypto in this next 2 years, this is the session to be in. So it's funny, to me, we purposely did this because I thought this will be the session that helps us keep people around to the end of the actual day. And to me, obviously, I've been a big fan of crypto for a long time. Personal relationships in here so we're just talking about Adrian. The Independent Reserve did their sort of seed round in our boardroom. Henrik's connected to one of my shareholders and one of the directors in my business, Dominic, and that was with banks, so they did their sort of seed round through one of our subscribers. And this has been such a strong area for our subscribers. And I remember in 2018, we held a crypto event, and I remember asking the room at that time who held some crypto, and we were blown away when 70 to 80% of the room put up their hands. So, to me, I know that for a lot of you, you're already sort of owning this area, but there's a couple parts here. So I'm going to start with some of the surface stuff as far as what's happening from a markets, regulation, and so forth. And then after that, I'll go deep. And just note that Lior may come on during the actual session because this panel session is a bit earlier, and I know he had a 3:30 meeting. So to kick off, I'll give everyone the opportunity to give a bit of an introduction to themselves, their fund, their business, etc. So we'll start with you, Henrik. I know you just did a talk.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I'm Henrik. Run Apollo Crypto in Melbourne. So we are a crypto asset manager. We've been around for 6 years. We run crypto funds and we advise crypto funds, and we are open to wholesale investors.
Yeah, great. Nice to see you. I'm Lisa Wade. I'm the CEO of DigitalX. We're an unusual little company. We're listed on the Australian Stock Exchange and have Bitcoin on our balance sheet, and we also run a couple of businesses. What's relevant here today is we have 3 funds. We have a Bitcoin fund, which is, in fact, the Morningstar #1 performing fund of 2023, which is quite huge. We also have a crypto fund, which is #3 performer in Morningstar, and we have a real-world asset tokenization fund, which is really our innovation play, and we can talk more about that later because the cool thing about that is it's an innovation inside of an innovation because the actual fund is tokenized. And I'll leave it there for now.
I'm Adrian from Independent Reserve. Excuse me.
Do you want some help? I can do the intro for you.
Sorry, did you want me to talk longer?
Independent Reserve is a cryptocurrency exchange, which we began back in 2013. So we're one of the oldest cryptocurrency exchanges in APAC. We've now got about 320,000 customers, 80 staff, offices here in Sydney and also over in Singapore. And I guess we're kind of gearing up for a really big year ahead.
I'm looking forward to a big year ahead as well. I think we all are, actually. Hi, everyone. My name's Luke Loam. I'm a founding partner of Faculty Group, probably best described as a Web3 venture studio. So we're a venture capital firm that invests exclusively in blockchain and Web3. But we're also a market maker doing algorithmic trading for a number of different projects on crypto exchanges. We are a marketing agency. We are an incubator and accelerator. We help to launch tokens. We help to launch projects. We have a development team internally, front end and back end. So we've built and launched our own projects. And an entertainment arm based in Los Angeles. So 8 companies, around 100 people globally.
Brilliant. Now I'm going to start with the boring stuff, but it's very relevant to this sector because it really still is quite new. So what I'd love to get is your sort of perspective on what's happening from a regulatory front, because obviously over the last couple of years we've seen the likes of, there's been some Australian companies that have had issues when it comes to regulation on some of their products, and then likewise you've seen some of the US companies, go through their own sort of, issues with whether it be the SEC and so forth, and likewise, the fights of like the Coinbase and so forth. So as a starting point, what's your sort of perspective on what's happening on the regulatory front? We'll start with you, Henrik. I'll just keep going in order to make it easier.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, it kind of depends a lot kind of in what region we're talking about. In the US, I think there's still a lot of unclarity, or like it's not very clear where crypto falls. So I think SEC is quite clear that Bitcoin is not a security. I think we have to see in regards to Ethereum. So like we are only clear about one asset in the US after all these years. While in other regions, like I think Hong Kong seems to be much more open to crypto nowadays. We see a lot of activity in regions like Hong Kong, Singapore, Middle East. And I think here in Australia, I think we are making progress, but it's taking time.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. The answer is very complicated, and I think that the way we approach it, being a listed company, is that we nicknamed it at NAB like playing the regulatory advantage and just treating the products as though they are regulated and looking for the regulation that best fits. And all of our funds are regulated, and obviously we're moving into the Bitcoin ETF space because I think that's super interesting, because what you have is a regulated financial instrument that wraps up the Bitcoin so that so it's compliant for retail. And then the interesting thing about setting up products like that is the layers of regulation that are attached to that when it comes to custodian and marketing and all of the different regulations that you have to start thinking about, as opposed to, just a wholesale fund. And, I think it's a super interesting and exciting time. And obviously the Australian government is watching what's happening globally. And I'm on the board of Blockchain Australia. We did a policy week last week. There's a lot of submissions going in. There's a lot of thought leadership. There's another industry week in a few weeks' time where, everybody, it's sort of the buzzword that's everybody's talking about and trying to solve for. So it sounds boring, but I think it's a really interesting time. And, none of this is investment advice that we're speaking about now, but obviously, looking at the products and, working with people that do take regulation seriously, because your money will always be more secure. And with all the excitement going on now, we can't forget about the past, and we have to remember that you really need to do your research and invest in instruments and people and companies that are at least speaking about regulation.
And for you, Lisa, like tokenizing real-world assets, does it make it a bit easier for you because you can follow the existing regulatory frameworks with those assets for raising funds?
Yeah, so for that we created a concept called a digital twin. Yep. So we basically take the legal work that exists in the real-world asset and we tokenize that in some form. So really that's what I was talking about as well, just playing that regulatory advantage. What is the current regulation? And then how can I replicate that? And eventually, our dream is digitally originated real-world assets that are compliant, but we need to do the work to prove that they're compliant rather than just saying, hey, say it's a telephone. I usually have my mobile phone on stage, and I use an example of: are you investing in a photograph of a phone that somebody's telling you is the phone, or is it the actual contract that receives the income that's being collateralized, and it's the validation of that collateral and that income stream that you're investing in? You want to be really sure that that is regulated and that is validated. That's a super interesting space, and just to circle back on that, we just use digital twins and all the assets and mirrors so that everybody knows that they're regulated and safe.
And a quick shout out to Adrian before he answers his question. Like, you were one of the very first people to be, championing and being pro-regulation for this space. And whether you do that because you realise that the more regulation sort of is defined, the more money that comes into it, or just being a good actor in this area, because obviously the trading platforms sort of get in the spotlight during the winter when, let's just say, challenges take place. What's your thoughts on what's happening from an exchange perspective at the moment?
So we've always had the view that for cryptocurrency to ever become a mainstream asset class, regulation has to happen. So we actually applied for an AFSL with ASIC back in 2014, a long time ago, before we've really had a grasp of exactly how an AFSL even worked. We just kind of had an intuition that we're going to be holding people's money, holding people's assets. Obviously, we should be regulated. And, this was around the time when Mt. Gox had the incident and they lost people's money. And I remember receiving a call from the person at ASIC that was reviewing our license application. And the question that they asked me was that now that Bitcoin has gone bankrupt, are we going to be withdraw? Are we still going to be applying for this license? Because obviously this asset class is not going to exist anymore. So that was kind of the level of understanding that ASIC had about cryptocurrency back in 2014. And I'm happy to say that now they've progressed quite a long way, but they're still not quite there yet. They still kind of view cryptocurrencies as, this big scary thing that, they wish didn't exist, but it does exist, so they have to deal with it. And there's a process in place right now where Treasury released a consultation paper that more or less outlines how an AFSL would work for a cryptocurrency exchange. And, from our point of view, it hits most of the nails on the head. And we're very, very hopeful that legislation will be passed before the next election. And I guess the longer we wait, the less likely that is to happen. But if it doesn't happen, then we'll need to wait, another 1 year for a new government to work out what they're doing, which is kind of what happened in the last government that was also pretty close to creating regulation, but then the election happened and they lost it. And then this government began again. So hopefully we're 1 or 2 years away from a framework being in place that governs how an exchange works, how custody works, how assets need to be held on behalf of customers. And hopefully we'll end up in a place where consumers are offered more protection than what they are right now.
Not a lot to add. I think it's pretty well covered by everyone here. But I will say one thing. There's probably 3 things that are blocking the widespread adoption of crypto. One is it's just a terrible user experience. Second thing is it's a very cerebral, high concept thing that's very hard to wrap your head around. And the third thing is the lack of regulation and clarity there as well.
See, I thought you were going to say embedded regulation.
I'm going to add another one to that, and this is around my next question, is that if someone wants to go and buy more than $10,000 worth of crypto direct, or if they want to go and buy 100K, 500K, etc., right now you can do that through CommSec because of the ETFs, but why is it still an issue with banks that they're still, I had a family member recently go to buy crypto, and effectively the next thing she's getting phone calls from the fraud departments of a bank, closed out the bank account, told her that the exchange she's dealing with is a scam, and then likewise told the exchange that they're why is that still happening in the banking system? Because to me that's got to be one of the biggest blockers for basically the more investment going in and people are holding their own crypto. Do you see any sort of changes coming ahead in dealing with banks?
I'll answer that one. All right. So
by the way, if you can see their faces, like no one wants to come forward answering about banks, just asking their experiences with them.
Obviously, I used to work at NAB, so I can speak to that. I think, actually what I'll say is during Blockchain Australia Week last year, we had a crypto roundtable on scams, which is the whole industry sitting around because there's a difference between scam, fraud, and the crypto industry. And the way we articulated it at the time is crypto is good, scammers are bad. But the reason why the banks were doing what they were doing was because there was a technology platform that's emerged that has measured all of the scams in Australia, and 48% of all transactions that were scams were going through crypto, and then another 15% were tangential to crypto. So that's over 60%. My maths isn't so good today.
Because they can't measure cash.
Yeah, well, no, exactly right. And so that was the data that all of the banks had, that all of the compliance departments then created the fear within the banks that you have to shut this down, and there was a lot of pressure from the top in banks for something to be done. And so there was real data, like you say, it misses cash because, I won't go there. So the banks were literally thinking that they're doing the right thing, but they actually weren't looking in the right place. And then as an industry, we were saying, well, hang on a second, our data doesn't match that. And we had Chainlink there and chain analysis, I should say, and they showed the data that we thought. And then there just really is this sort of approach where they think they're doing good, and they're not really approaching it in the way of thinking about an exchange or the wants and needs of a customer, which is where I want to put my money. The glimmer of hope that I have is that we've been working with a bank through Blockchain Australia, because it's not a Digital X conversation, it's an industry conversation, and developing some technology that can actually sit between exchanges and the banking and have the legitimacy of the transaction validated, so the bank will then automatically allow the money to be moved, which will take away from all of those limits. And I think it's a great Australian innovation. I think it will solve the problem, and again, it'll just mean that we all need to get our act together, working together. So I'm hopeful on it, but there is no doubt people like Adrian, their business is probably hugely impacted by it. I know that we've had some experiences of debanking as a business that we've had to get around, and we always joke about challenges being opportunity, but that one's quite tricky.
So I'll move on to starting off with that stuff, the banking and regulatory part, moving on to the fun stuff. So obviously Jan 11th this year was a big day for crypto, where the different ETFs were approved. As I said, from my perspective, as soon as I saw BlackRock had an ETF application in, I assumed that it was going through in this round. For you, what have you noticed has been the big difference since that has taken place? And how do you expect that assists with, from an adoption perspective, but also from a sheer volume of people moving into the space?
Maybe I can get started. So, yeah, we put out a report on Bitcoin ETFs in December this year. You can find it on our website. We, in that report, estimate that we'll see $65 billion worth of inflow into these ETFs. That will be 1% of the total ETF market.
Close. It's nearly was it 39 billion now?
We have seen 5 billion in net inflow so far, which is the biggest ETF launch in the history of ETFs. So I think it's been kind of surpassed all expectations so far. The key is that it just makes it so much easier for wealth managers to put Bitcoin into portfolios.
Even everyone here with their CommSec account can literally go into a Bitcoin ETF, which is the CBA is very well known for shutting people out of their bank accounts, but you can easily buy it through CommSec.
Exactly, a very interesting PR exercise for the banks, right? On one hand, they need to sell these ETFs, make money off of the ETFs, and on the other hand, they are debanking crypto companies, so that's interesting. And you're starting to see now some of the biggest wealth advisors and investment companies in the world put Bitcoin as part of a balanced portfolio. Fidelity has now a balanced portfolio that includes a percentage of Bitcoin. And we've never seen that before. And I think this is just the start.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say it was special because we lodged our Bitcoin ETF in Australia. Yeah, obviously we're the minnow.
Give me a chance, Lisa. I was just moving to that at the end. No.
Yeah, I mean, from our point of view, there's no doubt it's a game changer, because what Henrik was saying about the access for retail investors and also wholesale investors, and then the ability for advisors to allow their clients to be advised on crypto, because right now, don't forget, in Australia, it's illegal for an advisor to tell you that you can buy crypto, but it's legal for them to tell you to buy an ETF. So that is a big game changer. And then when you do the maths of what's happening with the balance of the supply and demand, there was a whole lot of excess supply in the system that we call the hangover from things like FTX, and then the consistent demand from the large institutions like BlackRock, Fidelity buying every day is about 12,700 Bitcoin. I just like rounding numbers. So about 785 Bitcoin get mined every day, 12,700, 785. That doesn't add up. There has to be some upside pressure unless there's a hangover. And then you've got the halving coming, which is the number of Bitcoin being mined will halve every day. So you've just got this consistent supply. We nickname it the thundering herd in the market, as you do. Merrill Lynch, BlackRock, beware the thundering herd, and that's what's happening. And then to Henrik's point of people starting to put it as asset allocations in their portfolio, we did a piece on that of what the world would look like if everybody did 5% into their portfolio. And we're working with and launching some research we did next week with Mason Stevens on what that looks like in an advised portfolio. And that, from a retailer's point of view, the risk-reward benefits in the portfolio are huge, and it really is that accessibility, because yesterday, if I wanted to action that, I have to become a crypto geek, and then tomorrow, if I want to do it, I can simply buy an ETF through my brokerage account. That's, truly a game changer.
So the other part, what's really interesting for crypto is it really goes through strong bull runs, and then it goes through very dark winters.
Don't talk about the war.
So I want to talk to Adrian about the dark winters, because I think it's relevant for everyone to understand a comparison as far as what the crypto winters look like versus the crypto bull runs. So you don't need to give exact numbers or give away anything for you, but from a trading volume perspective, what does winter look like in comparison to a peak bull run when there's just the retail, which has pretty much dominated Bitcoin trading so far, just the retail sort of investors going in? What does that look like on your platform with your 330,000 users?
Yeah, crypto winters really suck. That's kind of like when it's cold and dark outside and we're really questioning all of our decisions and looking at the P&L and trying to cut costs and thinking, are we still going to be around next year? But then things tend to turn around, and then spring happens, and you see some green shoots, and you think, "Oh,
genius again!
I think we're out of this." Hope the summer comes soon. But I mean, we've been through, I think, 3 crypto winters now, so we're kind of used to it. And I guess it's a very cyclical market, and it's good to understand that it is very cyclical, and then you can prepare for the cycles. So in the last crypto winter, obviously, we didn't know exactly when it was going to happen, but we kind of had an intuition that it was going to happen, and we kind of had an intuition of how long it would last. And now, even though the bull run, the retail bull run hasn't really began, we're already preparing for it. We're hiring more people, we're training up more staff, we're moving to a larger office in about 2 months. So we're kind of getting ready to handle that load, because when it comes, it's like a tsunami wave of new customers and customer support requests.
Sort of context as to the actual amount of volume in a winter versus an actual...
It can easily be 10, 20x. And, you know, often that's coming from new customers who maybe don't know your platform so well, so they're asking you a lot of questions. It means you need more people on hand to answer these questions. You know, they're all trying to onboard all at once, so you need more people doing KYC. You need to make sure you don't make any mistakes. You still need to make sure that, you know, the user experience is good. So it can be a very stressful time. I remember the first time this happened, we were still quite small, like late 2017. I remember sleeping under my desk. You know, I remember answering customer support tickets until 3 a.m. in the morning, doing KYC, trying to hire new people as I'm doing this, you know, knowing I don't have more than 20 minutes to spare to interview this new person that I want to hire. And I'm just hoping they're going to be the right person, because I've only got one slot that day, because I got to KYC 400 people when I finished that job interview. So obviously it's a lot less hectic now, because the exchanges are a lot more mature, a lot larger, but it's still, you know, difficult to work in an environment where you need to be ready to handle 10x the load. And it means you have to over provision during the winters a little bit, and then you got to like try and catch up and make sure you're ready for when it really happens, because that's kind of when you make all your revenue for the next 3 years.
Adrian, I think you probably will have a pretty good sense of where in the cycle we are, because you deal with a lot of retail clients. So like when you look at your activity, where in the cycle do you think we are right now?
I think we are pretty much exactly where we were at this point before the halving in the last cycle. The retail wave hasn't happened yet, which is interesting, because I guess the prices are going up. But if you look at, you know, the amount of people doing a search on Google for Bitcoin, it's still pretty low. It's nowhere near what it was when things were really hot in the last cycle. And, you know, if you look at like our user acquisitions right now are maybe double what they were 12 months ago, but they're not 10x what they were. So I think we're still very early in this run, and the real wave hasn't come yet.
Okay, next one. So from a, again, so I'll get into some sort of fun part, and by the way, this is more sort of from a video perspective. So I just want to go, and I will get into the venture side for you, Luke, as well, and also for you, Henrik, because I think, like, I've always thought crypto venture, like, I remember, you know, I said I've followed Henrik for some time, and he basically put out reports on some of the venture opportunities he's going into, and then you see some of the returns of those opportunities, and I think, how on earth did he know? Like, so he was one of my people I've been following. So I'll get into that in a second, but in this cycle, where do you think Bitcoin and Ethereum will land, you know, during this next sort of bull cycle? And you can choose to answer that or not.
A price target? Is that what you're asking?
Price
target. I have to check my crystal ball. It's a little bit dusty. Look, it's anyone's guess. I know different people are speculating on, you know, 100, 150,000 or more, which should, I think, be pretty considerable and a great result, frankly. But it's hard to know. You know, I think Ethereum's what, 3,000. I'm talking about US dollars. Sorry, I always talk in US because we're not actually an Australian company. We're an international global company based in the UAE, and everything's transacted in USD these days anyway. So 150, I think, is definitely doable for Bitcoin. You know, I think 5,000 US for Ethereum, absolutely. Beyond that, I don't know. I'd hazard to make a guess there. But to the point that Adrian made before, I think this is definitely the early part of the cycle. And I think, you know, the validation that's come from firms like BlackRock, the largest asset manager in the world, with their CEO on sort of the shill trail promoting Bitcoin, I think it's fantastic, and it lays a really strong foundation for what's to come. And I think there's plenty to look forward to. But sort of going back to the volatility question you mentioned before, personally, I kind of enjoy the volatility. I'm not going to lie. I like working my ass off for a year and a half and then not working for a year, or taking a bit of a break. Well, that's not true. We actually build pretty aggressively through the downtimes as well. But I think that's just because it's such an early stage overall, like not just for this bull cycle, but for the whole of the industry. It's only been around since, 2009. If you look at the Bitcoin white paper, obviously timestamping goes back prior to that, and blockchain technology goes back prior to that. But it's very early days. It's in its infancy, and so there's a lot of volatility as it's starting to sort of find its feet. But as the retail comes in, as institutions come in, I think we're going to see a leveling out and less volatility moving forward.
If you were to compare the adoption of crypto as opposed to the adoption of the internet, where would you put it at? What year? I know the comparisons the last cycle was made to, crypto adoption was in the roundabouts of the year 1999, 2000, etc. Where would you put it at now?
Yeah, I'd probably say early 2000s. Yeah.
I was going to go with 1994.
Oh, really? Okay.
So, any price targets for you, Adrian?
No, I do not do that. I've learnt my lesson.
Yeah, we've learnt our lesson too. What we're saying is that previously we would have said that we'll test all-time highs after the halving, or the halvening as the geeks like to call it. And now it seems pretty clear that we'll hit that in a bit of a hurry before then, if you look at momentum indicators. And then I think we'll see 100,000, and then some of the bull cases are quite mind-blowing. But the logic behind them is really sound, and the research is really sound. And so you can't fault an argument saying Bitcoin could be $1 million. Is that going to happen overnight? Absolutely not. However, if I had have said to you 10 years ago that Bitcoin would be, I think it was $56,000 seller when I walked in here, but I think that you would have said I was crazy. So crazier things have happened.
Just ask Adrian, what was the price of Bitcoin in 2013 when you were starting?
It's about $80, I think.
And I was going to joke and say, well, you said ETH will be $5,000. What's it going to do next month? It might be there next week, the way everything is going, because you just start to see this irrational behaviour, and it is still a nascent market, and there's an inverse relationship between volatility and price, and we're still in that hugely volatile space, which means crazy things can happen.
Henrik?
Yeah, impossible to predict, and a lot of uncertainty. In that Bitcoin ETF report we put out in December, we talk about something called the Bitcoin multiple. So the Bitcoin multiple is, if $1 goes into Bitcoin, how much does the market cap of Bitcoin go up? We estimate that multiple to be 50x, meaning if we get the $65 billion in inflow into ETFs, Bitcoin could trade at 200,000. So again, that's kind of the math behind it, but yeah, very uncertain, and no one can make these kind of predictions.
Let's go with that headline of 200,000. No, I'm kidding. So, obviously, I suppose I'll ask this to Henrik and Luke. I think the way you do sort of crypto venture investing, I find really interesting. And, in the last cycle, we obviously saw the rise of DeFi. We saw the rise of NFTs, stable coins, sort of, a lot more sort of stable coins come out. And then also like the play to earn gaming model. Typically, I found that in each cycle, a new model comes out, a new area comes out, and it tends to attract a lot of capital, a lot of hype, a lot of interest. Sorry, I forgot metaverse for the last one as well. What do you see? Are there some areas that you see starting to rise? And we'll start with you, Luke. Some areas that are starting to rise, for this next cycle?
Yeah, look, I think it's funny you say that there's one mini narrative that occurs within a bull cycle. I'd say there's several narratives that occur pretty fast and sequentially within the cycle. One thing that I find interesting about the blockchain space is I used to live in China. I spent 7 years living in China. Had an absolute ball, and the pace of change in Shanghai and Beijing at that time was incredible. Like, it was just like dog years. 1 year there was like 7 years here. And same thing's happening in crypto right now. That evolutionary path and that growth is just so quick. So within one cycle, we're going to see many different mini trends. Right now, we're in an AI wave. Everyone's like, you see some of the, obviously NVIDIA has overtaken Amazon, Alphabet, and we're seeing, Sam Altman making pretty big bets for investing multiple trillions into the technology supporting that. We're seeing a lot of inflows into AI, DeepIn, which is decentralized physical infrastructure as well, because obviously that needs to power the brain that's going to control us all one day. And I think being decentralized makes more sense than it being in the hands of one person with Machiavellian intentions.
Google just proved that.
Yeah, we're going to see RWA re-emerge as well. I think it's a really big narrative. Tokenization, I know this is something important for Lisa and myself. We're actually launching an RWA bridge, which is helping to bring crypto money into the real world as well, into private credit. So I think that's going to re-emerge, and I think GameFi is going to have another go as well. You know, the play-to-earn models sort of come off, obviously, and I think there's the way that token economies and I think also the games that were promised last time weren't delivered. There are a few that were delivered and they were very much substandard if you look at them compared to what's actually in the non-crypto space. But there's a lot of AAA games that will be coming out over the course of this year, and I think there's going to be a resurgence towards the end of the year for that as well.
Brilliant. Henry?
Yeah, so at Apollo we invest in the infrastructure underpinning a lot of applications. So more crypto-centric, there's a new narrative called restaking. We are early stage investors in a new protocol called Eigenlayer. We think Eigenlayer could scale Ethereum 100x. That's kind of a huge unlock. That's kind of the type of unlocks that we're looking to invest in at Apollo. When it comes to applications, I think I mentioned some of them before, and Luke did as well, around gaming, around real-world assets, DeepIn, decentralized AI, decentralized social. Those are some of the applications that can be built on this kind of network.
Lisa and Adrian, any comments on some of the... I don't know if you, Adrian, do any venture related, but for you, Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, in the crypto fund, I think Heinrich's just described half our portfolio, but there's so many tangential themes to real-world asset tokenization that we absolutely focus on in the fund.
Real-world asset token just makes so much sense to me. If you think about how much, if anyone's ever set up a fund, the actual cost of setting up funds is absolutely ridiculous. And then likewise, even just the aspect of going into a private company from a capital raise perspective, the administrative costs that are associated with that is also ridiculous.
One of our incubation clients based in Singapore, fully licensed in Singapore, and the Bahamas, is offering a fund in a box now. It's almost free. So anyone can set up a venture capital fund for free, fully tokenized and on-chain. So the hurdles are falling away.
I think IX Swap on Wednesday offered to 10 people just a fund in a box. I said, can we be can we be one of those, please? Because I think we've got to
promote Luke's opportunity.
Yeah.
That was us. Oh, happy to set you up.
Thank you. So it's quite mind-blowing. And then those, as an investor, it's no different to looking at equity markets and just looking at those tangential ideas around that infrastructure. And it's, a really interesting, amazing space to look at.
What I love about crypto is that effectively the rise is literally written into the code, right, as far as these bull runs. And it sort of sticks in alignment with it, and there's obviously a lot of analysts done when it goes to it. One of the hard parts, though, crypto is probably the most addictive thing you can be involved in at the same time when it's on, like when it's in a bull market. And you hear a lot of reports about how much money people do lose trading in crypto. So if you were to, not from a specific advice perspective, but from just a general strategy perspective, how do people invest into crypto but really succeed over the long term from your perspective or from what you've seen?
I'm an absolute portfolio geek, and I believe in risk reward, and I don't think you should throw portfolio construction metrics out the window just because you love crypto. And I said this, there are three certainties in life now: death, taxes, and volatility in digital asset markets, and that is probably not going to go away. And so you don't bet the house on it. I say this all of the time because there will be volatility, and I sort of almost hate sitting up here being so bullish because there is just this volatility that is inherent in the industry. It's a nascent space, and that will not go away, but it is fun. So have a little percentage of your portfolio that you play around with, and then have an even smaller percentage that you do really fun things with, like you're talking about the Eigenlayer and things like that. Like that is really a fun way to learn about crypto and how to invest. And maybe there's something wrong with me that I think that's fun, but make sure it's just a small part of your portfolio so it is fun.
I can tell you what the VCs and the influencers, the crypto influencers that have made millions and millions of dollars have done because we're literally raising funds from all these guys, and as soon as the token launches, they're getting their initial back straight away. So they're de-risking themselves. So don't let it all ride. If it's going up and you're thinking, yeah, this is great, I'm going to let it go, and then it's going to collapse the next day. As it's going up, DCA, dollar cost average, which means just slowly sell your way out of that. So you're taking that money off the table and you can reinvest that somewhere else.
And that was also illegal.
What is?
The pumping something, the pump and dump. And that's the challenge we face, right? is that influencers and people do pump small names and then sell into all of us going and buying it. And I guess that goes all the way back to the regulation.
I was going to say, personally, I found it, and I'm going to, give a bit of promo, but personally, I found it really helpful, participating in the Apollo crypto fund. I like getting the updates. I find that I would get the Apollo crypto updates and I would share it with my entire team, because going back to what you said, the pump and dump part, like I found it, you can find it very easy to get excited, but you really don't know what's sort of underlying it. So I like someone that actually communicates in pragmatic, simple terms that you can actually understand, but then goes and lets you go and do your own sort of research and exploration. So for me, I found that personally helpful. And then the other one was just a simple comment that Michael Saylor made. And Michael Saylor, for anyone that doesn't know, decided to raise a whole bunch of capital in 2019, was it? 2019 and 2020. And it is a listed company, and he took that money onto the balance sheet for a company called MicroStrategy. And effectively that crypto was obviously done very well, but he had just a simple comment. He said, no one has ever lost money investing in Bitcoin for over 5 years. I was like, that was a really simple philosophy, but obviously it's very easy to get excited. For you, Henrik, what sort of strategy, from a strategy perspective, how do you approach your fund?
Yeah, and by the way, MicroStrategy is one of the largest company in the US now, in top 500, which is quite amazing. So risk management, I think 2 lessons from crypto, obviously, as the other panelists said, crypto, super volatile. In my opinion, don't need to use leverage. You'll probably lose everything. Second, I think, like if you use stop loss, it's really hard in a high volatile market like crypto, so you're probably going to be stopped out at the worst possible time. Rather take a long-term view. I think those are some important lessons. I agree with Lisa. Look at how you construct the overall portfolio. What percentage of your portfolio is crypto? That's kind of the big question.
And then within that crypto space, how you diversify within crypto itself as well.
By the way, Henrik, that's where I got the most value from seeing how Henrik would do it, as far as how much is allocated to Bitcoin, how much is allocated to exchange-related tokens, how much is related to contract-related tokens, etc. I found that super helpful. Just to give you context, I've never said that to you in person or before, but I found that really helpful.
An easy way to look at that is just through market cap as well. Like have some Bitcoin, have some Ethereum, have a few of the top 10s or 20s, and then play around with some of the lower stuff if you want better returns and higher risk.
Totally. I mean, our crypto fund that was number 3, literally we were Bitcoin and ETH dominant, and we had a handful of really important infrastructure plays that we thought would be okay, and now we have to rethink that for this year, because it's going to be the we call it alt thematics. The little thematics will have those parabolic returns, so we have to step right into the uncomfortable place of risk. But last year was really about the big cap names and really sticking to that Bitcoin and ETH dominance.
So the 2 things I love speaking to fund managers, because I get to hear your investment thesis, and then I love hearing from the exchanges. So this one's for you, Adrian. What are you seeing start to rise, in these early sort of stages from a volume perspective? What are you actually seeing start to, I suppose, what areas are you seeing getting a lot more interest than what you sort of may expected at this stage? Or what do you expect to sort of be the tokens which sort of dominate this cycle?
So I guess ever since the ETFs launched, we've seen a lot of action in Bitcoin. Probably, more so as a percentage of everything else than we've seen for a very long time. So, when we originally launched, there was only Bitcoin, then we added ETH, then we added Litecoin and pretty much all the others. And over time, the Bitcoin volumes became a lower percentage of the overall volumes. There was a time when XRP was by far and away the biggest one on independent reserve. But over the last few weeks, Bitcoin has been number 1 and Ethereum has been number 2, and it's kind of going back to the old days where the big original coins are getting the most attention. I'm not sure if that'll continue through the bull market. Usually if things get more wild and more hectic, then the smaller coins tend to get a little bit more volatility, and then they get more of the volume. But right now, a lot of the attention has been on Bitcoin.
The volume is never going to be with the smaller coins, though, but that's where the gains are made.
I just want to wait for Adrian to put a post on LinkedIn saying it's altcoin season. Then it'll be fun. Then the fun times are on.
We'll be selling into that. No, I'm joking.
We will too, don't worry.
So just a final question, and obviously I really appreciate everyone's time, and we're going to make this video available afterwards. Like obviously AI has dominated a lot of the headlines over the last sort of 12 to sort of 15 months, and the Web3 positioning has quickly made way for Web4 positioning, being crypto with AI. What are some of the use cases that you're seeing coming through, some of the projects that involve both crypto and AI, and what role do you think it will play over this next cycle?
Edge compute. Decentralized compute. So that's decentralized physical infrastructure. So if you think about AI being a brain, that brain can't be held on Amazon, on their cloud providing, because then you have this centralization issue, which in the fullness of time, I think is going to be potentially an issue for us. I won't go so far as to say existential threat, but there's definitely that looming issue with where AI is going. I think to the extent that it's decentralized and that processing power is spread, I think there's a huge opportunity there. There's a number of projects that are playing in that space, and I think it's really exciting to see what they're doing.
Henry?
Yeah, I sort of agree. AI is a centralizing force, and we have seen what that could lead to in the last week or so with Google and Gemini, which has been a disaster.
I'll just clarify. Does anyone know what he's talking about in regards to Google? So Google, people were putting in a lot of prompts into Google, asking it to create images with Gemini, and it had things like the founding fathers of America, being of different colors to what they were, and all sorts of controversial stuff. So hence why that's why as a reference.
That's why there's a problem with centralized.
Yeah, exactly. So crypto is a decentralized force, and it's needed in AI as well for that reason.
I totally agree. It's one of our key thematics, just that intersectionality. And then I think there's also a tangential data play of just pure, like how you store that data and where it lives. And then as a business, this really interesting concept of, at the moment, the SEOs are really driving flow into like one of the smaller businesses we have called Sell My Shares, and then you're going to see this generative AI flow start to come, and then how do we position as a business for that AI, and how does then that circle all the way back into crypto?
Right. Any final comments on, I suppose, as I asked the last question as far as AI, if there's any other predictions you want to make or any other things that you've got your eye out for, I'll start with you, Adrian. What are you looking for over the next sort of 18 to 24 months?
We're just trying to make sure we can handle the load over the next year. So we're just really strapping ourselves in for a really big year ahead. We pretty much cancelled all annual leave for the whole team.
Sleep is off the table.
Yeah, so we're just madly hiring people right now.
Luke?
Look, I think the fundamentals, if you go back to it, everyone's talking about Bitcoin and price and, it's exciting and the economics of it all. But fundamentally, blockchain technology that underpins this is a paradigm-shifting technology. It's like the internet. It's going to change the world. What you think about it or what you understand it to be, that's what's going to happen. It's just in the fullness of time, it needs to get there. And I think the regulatory landscape is important. I think the innovation with a lot of these developers that are, ideating ways to disrupt existing incumbent technologies and systems. I think it's really exciting to see that develop through the fullness of time. And so staying true and staying core, you mentioned before that, sort of wondering, checking your sanity during the bear market if you're doing the right thing. Is like, I was checking everyone else's sanity. Like, come on, guys, why don't you see what's happening here? This is huge. This is really going to make things very interesting. And so I think if we stay true to that, all of the volatility will even itself out and all the opportunities will emerge, and it's exciting to be a part of it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I'll be speaking to Luke to get my fund on the IX swap. We built during the bear because we're also innovators, and we build, and looking forward to keeping that going. As a fund manager, obviously, we're super excited about the opportunities in, finally having a tailwind. And then I think as a business person and as an Australian, it's how do we remain relevant when there is this tsunami coming of large companies, large fund managers who all of a sudden want to be in our space. And so how, as a business and as a business person, do we remain relevant? And then Australia's got to watch out, because if we get behind in regulation, it's how do we remain relevant as a country? And so that's what I think about.
I just really want to echo that. I think it's really important that Australia speeds up and gets its act together, because, I think, and I applaud what Lisa's doing in terms of the consultation process there with Blockchain Australia and Treasury and so on. but we need to get our act into gear. Otherwise, we're going to lose the opportunity.
So my final comment is this. I started the day making a comment that what I love about innovation is the first stage of innovation is to replace the value of the incumbent. And if you go and have a look right now at the value of the NASDAQ, right, the actual value of the NASDAQ exchange itself, its market cap is $32 billion. The value of Coinbase is $39 billion. And the second part to that is then the exponential way of innovation, it then exponentially grows beyond what it actually replaces. So what I love when I have these conversations, and I don't know if like a Henrik would appreciate it or an Adrian would appreciate it, but effectively you can see the volume that would go through someone like an independent reserve, right? If you think about what independent reserve looks like 5 to 10 years from now, is it getting close to competing with the value of something like the ASX because of that exponential curve with it? If you look at the size of Henrik's fund, where it is now compared to where it was sort of 4 to 5 years ago, his fund growth, his funds under management is exponential and will continue like that as it goes through the next cycle. Likewise, for a lot of the value that's created in the companies that they're involved in. So to me, what makes this super exciting is we're only at the stage now where some of the value, and sorry, I was going to mention about the gold ETF. I did, and maybe I got this stat wrong, but I saw a stat that there's been $37 billion go into the ETFs, across the 11 ETFs at the moment, whereas the money sitting in gold ETFs is at $90 billion. And it's always been referred as the digital gold. So if you think about that from a perspective, it's not even close, it's on the trajectory to replacing the value of the gold ETFs at the moment, and then you will see it go exponentially beyond that. So I look at each of these four, and I look at, said Henrik's been in this space a long time, and I think 5 to 10 years time from now, you'll be thinking about this day and thinking about how that has exponentially grown, and it's very hard for the human brain to understand what exponential growth really looks like. But effectively, all these have actually seen that. Luke, you want to say something?
Oh, I definitely did. They call that, if the Bitcoin ETFs overtake gold, they're calling that a flippening.
But that's the first, like I used the example this morning about newspapers, right? As an example, if you think about the classified ads that were previously in newspapers, right? Effectively, what's sitting now in car sales, Seek, REA, and Domain is now 10 times the largest transaction that took place, which was Fairfax to Channel 9. Said innovation replaces the value of the incumbent, and then it goes exponentially beyond that. And that's why I'm super excited for what independent reserve looks like 5 to 10 years from now, and likewise Henrik's fund, and likewise your different activities.
I mean, I'm not sure if anyone was here for the two presentations prior to this panel. The last one was loyalty, which I think is a really exciting space, and I think blockchain has a really big part to play in that as well in terms of gamification and tokenizing elements of that. And one prior to that was shipping and administration of the bookkeeping, the record keeping. That's another one where blockchain is going to have a really marked impact on as well. I think there's not an industry that exists where blockchain won't have an impact, and I think that goes as far as the Australian dollar, the US dollar, the euro. These will be blockchain digital currencies. They're already piloting these programs and testing, kicking the tires, so to speak. So I think it's interesting to see how blockchain underpins all of this incredible innovation.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for day one of Emergence. Please give the panelists a round of applause. When I was fortunate, we're fortunate enough to have the likes, of all four of these actually participate in this event. And I think all of you have flown, except for Adrian. Everyone's flown for this event. So really appreciate it. They're some of the smartest people I know. So thank you again. Have a good afternoon. See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.